Yes, you're live. Ha! Hello. All right, we are officially live, and Sneakers is right here, excited too. We will give it some time for some people to pop in, coming in.
Yeah, it didn't show up on my screen yet. Oh, do I have to refresh?
Yeah. It's all good. We just gotta give it a little bit of time, let chatters show up.
Oh, he is bigger.
Yeah, look at him. Look at the sneaks. Hello, Sneakers. You thief. You sandwich thief.
Yes.
Alright. Time to start spreading the word.
Good word of our Lord Jesus, Weezus.
Boom.
Come on.
Spreading the word, spreading the word, spreading the word. It's the word, and we spread. We gotta spread that word like herpes.
Yeah.
Like what?
Herpes.
Like the Scarlet Rot.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
there you go. There you go.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Yeah, that's what the cool kids call it now.
Dun, 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 dun. They're
Oh.
calling it Scarlet Rot.
I needed exclamation points, not at signs. Come on.
What is this mysterious drug?
Ba-da-ba-da-da. Getting all the spreading around. Making sure we all good. We got a chatter. And I can definitely not read that username, so apologies, but thank you for showing up. Hi.
It's
Hello
lucky.
there.
Lucky for you, I speak a little bit of Arabic, so that their name is Salman.
Salman?
Yes, yeah, like like Salman, or like Solomon.
Oh, okay.
I guess would be like the English. Yeah.
Okay, cool deal. Thank you. That is
Or
lucky.
like Solomon from that one guy who he captured all those guys and put them in a book.
Look, the only Solomon that I follow in my day-to-day life is Solomon Moto, Yugi's grandfather, okay? When you
What's that
uncover
his name?
when you uncover the Millennium Puzzle and you grandfather the king of games, then you can come back to me about it, okay? Until then, you ain't no one.
I could have also made a reference to Solomon Grundy.
Oh, Grundy.
On a Monday.
Named on a Tuesday.
Oh, apparently he didn't make that book. Well, which one was I thinking of? He made the Wisdom of Solomon, which is the Book of Wisdom.
Okay, Sneakers, you're getting in the way of me spreading the word now, so at this point you gotta get down.
A good word of Solomon, who was the great-great-grandfather of Jesus. There you go. Hold on, now I'm curious. The Uh-huh. No. Well, I'm in a... Not that one. Oh no, it was a difference. It was Solomon. It was the quote-unquote Key of Solomon.
The Men of Solos.
Yeah,
He's a solo man, okay? He don't need no one. He is a strong, independent black man who don't need no one.
Knight. Solo Knight. Okay, he did write the Book of Wisdom. He also wrote the Key of Solomon. Okay. It was the same guy then. Yeah.
Don't you be getting cray, sneak. Alright, bada boom, getting some more word spread. Gotta get all the word spread. Spread it like hot butter. Let everyone know we live. Get everything going on out there. Oh boy, now he's barking outside. That's not good.
Off.
Come join the fun with special guest at Glimby _.
Yo, I don't know who that is, but they sound really cool.
I have no idea who that is, but he sounds handsome.
There's a reason I don't show my face personally. I am not among those bestowed with such blessings. I'm more of a Godwin post Night of the Black Knives than a Godwin pre Night of the Black Knives. If you know what I'm saying.
Oh.
To be fair, we have never seen his face pre Black Knife assassination, so. For all we know, he had a face only a mother could love.
And love it she did.
Arguably, the only one of her kids that she maintained her love for all through his whole life. I have a question. What is your favorite boss? That is a fantastic question, and I am going to break the mold by immediately answering by someone that's not an Elden Ring at all, and say Lady Maria.
That's a strong choice. It is a strong
choice. I love Elden Ring, but Bloodborne is not just my favorite FromSoft game, it's arguably my favorite game ever. It's like a coin toss between Bloodborne and Majora's Mask on any given day. I have, even elected to wear my Eileen the Crow shirt today.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
That goes hard.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it sure does. My mom got it for me for my birthday. And of course, Mesmer is here to join us, who is, I personally, I am rooting for Patches in the tournament today. But in the extremely likely case that he can't go the distance, my boy Mesmer is my number 2 pick.
I have
is that the 18 inches of Mesmer?
This is the 18
the iconic
inches of
18.
Wow, that's a lot of length.
What is your opinion about Bloodborne alchemy lore theory? I'm unfamiliar with that theory in particular. Alchemy is much more strongly tied into Elden Ring than Bloodborne, because alchemy is a lot more of a George R.R. Martin thing than it is a Miyazaki thing. But, yeah, if you want to tell me the basics of it, then I'd be happy to provide my uneducated, ignorant thoughts. But going back to the first question, favorite boss, to give a real answer that's relevant to Elden Ring itself, that's gonna either be Morgott or Mesmer.
Strong choices.
I'm sorry, did you say wrong? Strong
No,
choices?
no, strong. I doubled up on strong.
Oh, okay.
Potent choice.
What about yours?
Ooh.
You're both here. It's not. This isn't the pro show.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know a ton about Elden Ring.
Which makes you the perfect guest to have on this Elden Ring
Exactly.
power scaling
Yeah.
debates show.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not tainted by the pithy chains of quote unquote law.
I'm gonna have to go with, okay, it's a tie for me, okay?
Okay.
It's a tie between Meteor, because that was like the most insane lore revelation to me. I really loved everything about that quest line.
Absolutely.
And
huge.
number 2, which is the camera, because nothing has killed me more in Elden Ring than a bad camera angle, and then I can't see a boss's attack.
Yeah. Actually, having said that, there is one of the bosses I am acute. By the way, there's going to be spoilers for Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erd Tree in this stream.
What? How dare you?
Just so you know, guys and girl and people. I should have said people from the word go. It's just so you know, folks. Anyway, my favorite. I think of the bosses that I'm conscious of. I actually really like the aesthetic of the 2 Astals.
They're beautiful bosses for sure.
Yeah. It's like space bug.
Yeah. Space meteorite bug with the whole nebula aesthetic to it, but somehow like having a human skull, which is just like the most uncanny thing.
Absolutely. And you wonder why I suggested it for the thing.
No, that's fantastic. Absolutely. Estelle for sure is great.
Yeah, as Estelle. By the way, natural born means bastard.
I mean, well, yeah. There's other translations that call it Estelle, bastard of the stars, or bastard of the cosmos.
Oh, bastard! That sounds like a flippin' like a space comedy, sci-fi comedy. Star bastards.
So
that's the Elden Ring show that we need. Yeah, because you know how like George R. Martin was teasing one.
Yeah.
I don't want any real lore. I want like a comedy with like the Greater Will and Meteor and Estelle, and they're just like doing shenanigans out in the dark void of the abyss.
Oh, have you seen or read the Elden Ring manga?
I haven't yet, though. I really want to.
Did you know that it is a comedy?
I didn't know it was a comedy. I didn't know anything about it except that it exists.
It's a straight up comedy. It doesn't take itself seriously at all. It's full on just a laugh fest, and it works really well. It's really good.
If you want a similar show, look for Red Dwarf.
Red Dwarf.
I tried with Red Dwarf. I could not get into it, unfortunately. And I usually love British humor.
That's a shame. There was another show as well, which it's kind of like Red Dwarf, except it's American, and it features Seth Rogen as the main captain character. And I forget what it's called. Hold on, I'm going to look it up. Seth Rogen.
That's not
space show.
Orville, is it? No.
That's the one.
No,
No, it is.
It is?
The Orville. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, yeah.
For some reason, I was thinking. Why was I thinking Steve Carell?
It is a Star Trek spoof. I knew it.
Yeah.
When did that start coming out then? Oh God.
Elder Reign to comedy.
I typed in Seth Rogen space show,
Mm-hmm.
and like the fourth result I've gotten is Joe Rogan Experience episodes.
God. No, we don't need Joe Rogan anywhere near
No, we don't.
us.
Joe Rogan, more like no go home. Joe Rogan.
I feel like the only thing Joe Rogan would contribute is like a UFC style reaction to like Patch's slaying Mesmer. He goes like, "Oh," I feel like we could like let him in, have him contribute that, and then be like, "All right, bye Joe, see you later."
But could any of these guys beat a gorilla? I mean, they've got like 9-inch skulls.
Climpy, I'm gonna see if I can lower your volume slightly, cause you're peaking my OBS when you're talking.
Might be.
Let me.
I'll reduce my mic gain a bit as well. How's that?
Mm-hmm.
Talk again.
Talking.
Noise suppression on.
Yeah.
I do on Discord.
Yeah.
It's still peaking, so let me, like I said, let me try to lower some user volume a little. Okay, go now.
How's that? Still peaking?
No, perfect. Actually,
Nice.
maybe even just slightly a little too much. Okay. One more time.
All right.
Yeah,
What's
perfect.
up?
Now we're perfect. Hugh, sound check from you, Hugh.
Dab hard and go into space.
Okay, getting a little peaking. Go again.
I'm not peeking duck.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, we beautiful.
Go duck space.
Okay, now let's go ahead and start. We're almost ready to actually officially get started. Okay, I got a message from my wife upstairs. Let's see.
My wife.
Ask if you had fed either of them.
I feel like I had to say that.
At least one person does.
Yeah.
It's a
What's
social
that a reference
obligation.
to? The only thing I know that's a reference to is that one dream from that one scene from Bob's Burgers where Bob was like working in a normal office and it was his worst nightmare. That's where I know that from. What is that?
Well, that's just my everyday life.
What? You say my wife in that? Oh no, is that Borat?
That was Borat.
It's Borat.
My everyday life is my nightmare of working in a normal office.
Oh well.
Yeah, you got nothing else. You got nothing to say
Your
to that.
wife. Your wife. Chris.
I
Started
forgot
going
to
back
send
into
out
work
some
today.
stuff. Sending it out to some people.
Yay.
Boo-doo-boo-boo-boo-boo-doo.
I'm loving it.
Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bow. And apparently someone new is trying to message me on Facebook Messenger. And I don't know this person.
Yeah, I've gotten that before. Where not on Facebook because I don't use Facebook.
Good. You shouldn't. Neither should I.
No,
No one should.
What was the name of the? It was America, right? Was the person on the Elden Ring?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, America, the god of the Golden Order, the god of the Earth Tree.
America. Sorry.
The United States of America.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's secretly the gist. That's secretly the problem with the Elden Ring. It's just America.
Oh, jeez.
It's just the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah. She's that is a funny story that the Golden Lands or whatever they're called are just the USA in the distant future.
Oh boy. The Elden beast is the strongest, no question. Well, arguable. There is some argument to be had there. If it were, then could you kill it? But that aside, I have a question. What do you think about the land outside the lines between? I assume you mean lands between. Well, there's not a lot that we can say about it other than there's some place called the Badlands that Godfrey went to and became a tribal chief, and there's there's the land of reeds where it's all Japanese. It's Sekiro, basically, as far as we know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does Sekiro actually take place in the same world as Elden Ring?
No,
Also,
not as far as we know.
actually, that's a good point. Does the effects of the Elden Ring only? Yeah, it was the Orville. Yes. Does the Elden Ring only affect the lands between, up to and including the Shadowlands?
We don't know if the Elden Ring only affects the lands between, or if it affects the entire world. That's just one more, piece of lore that is debatable. It's completely unknown.
So, fake lore. Got it.
Thank you, FromSoft. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some things we would like to have solid ground to stand on.
The trick is it's all the same universe. You've got Demon Souls on one side of the planet. Right next to it is where all the Dark Souls games take place. Sekiro and Elden Ring are the same game. They're happening at exactly the same time. Just you've got the lands between them, the land of reeds, and then way somewhere else is where Bloodborne goes on.
You should know where you should already know where that somewhere else is, Hugh. You live there. It's in England. Bloodborne's just an average everyday London experience.
Oh,
As someone who also lives in
not,
England, I can confirm.
No, I'm not in London. It's this. I'm further away from London than that.
Yeah, but you're close enough that you could know about it.
I mean, we've heard horror stories about London. I didn't know it was that bad.
Every time you travel into London, does the cutscene from the beginning of the game play?
Probably.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Going into London requires that you get a bit of Yarnum blood transfusion.
Wait. Is it, just to be clear, are we talking? Is this modern London or like
ever since Brexit? You have to get a blood transfusion every time you come into London.
And right after, it's really rude of them because the moment you get the transfusion, you have to beat like a werewolf to death with your bare hands, and it's just not a pleasant experience.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but what you can do is just sneak up behind the werewolf and impale it with your fist. Sorry.
Just.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep my language PG. Because I know you prefer that, Jeff.
Yes. My channel is a light cursing experience. Thank you.
I'll keep it to dangs and darns.
Okay, like cursive, got it. I'll only do some writing then.
Did you know that cowboys invented cursive writing?
Well, they sure did curse a lot.
All right,
Actually,
let's
that would be-
actually get things moving forward here.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah, that would actually be a funny joke, like a funny wordplay if there was a setting where, like, you write curses with cursive.
That would be, yes. All right.
Alright, let's go.
So, we have got ourselves some good stuff going on here. Ba-ba-boom. Let me check real quick. All right. Time to do some intro stuff. Hey, all you heroes out there. I'm your professional protagonist, where it's the 5-year anniversary live stream! And also 1,000 subscribers special! What?
1,500 actually.
Let's
You've
go.
got, like,
I
very
know!
impressive.
It's it's crazy. Oh, Sneakers wants to celebrate. Hi!
Oh, hello.
Oh, no.
Papa.
Oh, there's the pupper. The puppy is celebrating. He's getting at me. He's fighting. Okay. No.
Is that Malakath?
It is.
No, it's clearly Rykard.
My wife would never let me have a snake. He's like he feels the excitement and he gets excited. He wants to play. Oh, Sneaky, yes, I love you. Thank you for wanting to celebrate with me. You're a good pup. You're a good boy. All right, get down, buddy. Thank you. Oh. So, today we have a very special, very exciting event that honestly was way too much for me to try to put together in as short term as I did, but I pushed through, I went the distance, and now we have a show for you that's going to be lots of fun. The tournament for the Elden Ring. I've got some assistants, some co-hosts, some guests here, and I will have more who will pop in or out as the day progresses. So, let's go ahead and introduce Glimby. Go ahead, plug yourself, tell them about yourself, and we will progress from there.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Hi everyone, I'm Glimby. I'm soon to be a VTuber, but not quite yet. I make Elden Ring lore videos and stream dark fantasy and horror games. And Pro here was kind enough to comment on one of my videos and reach out to me. And now here we are doing some awesome stuff to celebrate the double achievement of 5 years and 1,000 subscribers. So that's pretty sick.
Thank you so much for being amenable to joining us on such short notice. I didn't see you until the day that I watched that video and commented. So if I had known about your stuff beforehand, I definitely would have reached out before. But I'm glad that you were able to make it work and were excited to join in.
Yeah, of course. I mean, to be fair, I didn't exist for very long before that video. So it would have been if you had found me, I would have been terrified because I'd be like, "Who are you? And how do you know who I am?"
I am the professional protagonist. I have my ways.
It's Profus. Profus.
And also with me right now is one of my buddies, Hugh.
Hello, hi, it's me. I've been in videos with you before.
Mm-hmm.
When's our next Magic the Gathering game?
Oh, it's been some years since we've had a Magic game.
Yeah, we did. Oh, I clicked some things. We did some low-tier Magic Gathering stuff. I remember those halcyon days when I was time turning, time twister. Which card was it?
I don't remember anything about those games whatsoever, so...
Oh, or basically what I remember is I got like 55 turns in a row because of that card. And I milled a light steel.
Fun.
Offers.
Alright.
Anyway.
Well, so, if everybody can go ahead and like D-Stream here, that would be awesome. That helps with really getting it out, especially for making sure that it's out there for people to see, help get that engagement going. Definitely.
Yeah, I already did it.
Yes, thank you. Definitely, get involved in the chat. The busier the chat, the more engagement, the more it'll push it out. And this is an audience interaction stream, so let's keep things moving. Now, the way that this is going to work is I have, yes, more likes, thank you. I have a whole bracket here for the tournament for the Elden Ring, which is, boom, right here. Now, each round we will be debating who is going to win in a fight between the individuals that are listed. For every fight, I will be rolling random weapons for each of them to possess, which means we could have a sorcerer that doesn't end up with any kind of spell casting medium. So in our first match, we have Moog and Renala. Moog is a physical powerhouse as well as using incantations. So, and then Renala is entirely sorcery based. So Moog, he'll be good if he gets pretty much any strength based weapon or any seal for incantations. If Renala gets something that doesn't let her cast sorceries, then there's not a lot that she can do. However, we also are going to randomly roll a arena for every battle. Some arenas have special rules to them. Some arenas are very, vanilla, but others will have other aspects that we have to consider. Then we're going to see if each character gets a buff, debuff, or no modifier. From there, we find out what the buff or debuff is that they get, and all of these factors together will all combine into a wacky, crazy, fun debate time that we will all have to go over, debate, see what the chat thinks, and at the end, we will have a poll for the viewers to vote on who wins that match and moves on to the next round.
So, to double clarify for everyone's benefit, including my own, single elimination tournament, right?
We have 32 contestants here. There is not enough time in the day to have a full debate with double elimination.
Yeah, so each fight is happening in a different arena. Every fighter gets a new weapon each fight, and they might get a buff or a debuff for that fight.
Mm-hmm.
Or they might not get any buff or debuff.
Yep.
And this is all within the context of Elden Ring? There isn't
Yes.
other FromSoft games involved? Okay.
No other FromSoft
Unless
games
they
involved.
get the Moonlight Shard, in which case all bets are off.
So we got some fun stuff that can happen in here. Like the Mimic tier is a potential buff. You get the Mimic tier, you clone yourself. So it'll be 2-on-1.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Some of the debuffs are like you start the battle with a broken leg, or you don't get any rest for between your last fight and the current fight. So you have to consider what they might have had to go through in the previous fight as well to before we can determine like if they still have a chance in their new one. So, with that all in mind, let's go ahead and begin our first match, Moog versus Renala.
Okay.
Ba-ba-ba-bow.
Could we get a rundown of what these characters roughly have been shown to be capable of?
Oh yeah, of course.
Like who they are, what they're capable of, roughly.
Yeah, that's gonna be all part of it for sure. So we got Moog, we got Renala. Bada bing, bada boom. So let's go ahead and determine what they each will be fighting with. So first for Moog. Alright, Moog has the Eclipse Shotel. The Eclipse Shotel. So just to give us a quick look at what that is. Boom. Eclipse Shotel. Scales with faith and dexterity, so since he's an incantation wielder, that's not bad for him. And get off frickin' ads. We don't want you. So it's primarily dexterity and faith. So and he's a strength and faith. So he's still gonna get some good use out of it.
Okay.
It is a legend. It is a legendary. It uses somber smithing stones. Cool. It ignores 40% of blocks, so
that's really good for. I think that's really good for Moog.
Mm-hmm. And it has the Death Flare weapon skill, which we can see how it works right here. Just a big explosion of the Prince of Death's flames kind of right in front of you. So for the purposes here, Moog does not have access to his incantations, but he does have a strong faith-based weapon that does also have fire going on with it. And it also it inflicts death blight. Yes, it inflicts death blight. So it can, if he can get enough hits quickly enough, he can insta-kill Renala.
Ooh, that's a strong start for Moog.
It is. So what's Renala got? The Queen of the Full Moon has the Envoy's Great Horn, which is not a great weapon for Renala, I gotta say.
She has no faith as well. It literally, doesn't that mean that it's basically just a glorified trumpet for her?
Yeah.
It's Deathblight versus Doot.
Yeah, she's an intelligence dexterity character, and this is a faith strength weapon.
So her worst weapon.
Yeah. It's a colossal weapon as well, which means
it doesn't even scale well. Ew.
Well, this is all these right here are also like without the smithing stone upgrades as well.
What's that?
These go up. So she can. It's something she can barely lift and barely swing. Things are not looking good for Renala here so far. Now, time to determine where are they fighting. The Lake of Rot. Oh.
Do they just both die? Is it just a vigor check? Whoever has the most health is the one that's going to survive.
Oh boy.
So just to clarify, I've heard about this place. This is the actual lake itself, yes?
Yes.
The place where the scarlet rot is the most concentrated?
Yes, it is just a big lake of scarlet rot. Let me get the... where is the... right here. Oh, okay, I just have it there. Lake of Rot. Let's... Boom. So the Lake of Rot is, yes, it is a great big subterranean lake, all of scarlet rot, There are some patches of like ancient ruins that you can get onto, but for the most part, it's just a big concentration of pure scarlet rot that's just gonna absolutely wreck your day.
Yeah. For context, what does this do to the tarnished of no renown when they step in it unprotected?
It fills up your scarlet rot meter. Once it gets to the end, you're inflicted with scarlet rot, which is like a poison effect, except poison is a very slow damage over time deal, and scarlet rot is more like a
Yeah, so it'll just kill you really fast then.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Very, very lovely. So, Renala with a weapon she has absolutely no hope of using well, versus Moog with a weapon he has good use of in an arena that's gonna just straight up murder both of them. Now that we have that all squared away, let's go ahead and see if they have any modifiers. So for Moog gets debuffed. So that's things might be looking up for Renala. Moog is debuffed. Renala is also debuffed. So well, okay. Moog, what's affecting Moog? He starts the fight with Frostbite. So Frostbite is a when it triggers on you, it takes a chunk out of your life and makes you weak to additional damage until Frostbite wears off. And if you're hit with a fire attack, then Frostbite, it goes away instantly. So he just starts slightly injured, and he's going to take more damage for the first minute of the fight.
Yeah.
Renala, there was no last fight, so that's not gonna. Don't stop that. She has to fight a rune bear before she fights Moog.
I don't even think she beats the rune bear, to be honest. I think the rune bear body's her first thing.
Oh boy. Okay, Lake of Rot. So here's how it goes. Renala shows up at the Lake of Rot. There's a rune bear that she has to fight. She has an envoy's great horn. She can't even lift the damn thing. She has to first beat a rune bear and then fight Moog. I think that this is incredibly one-sided, and I don't think anyone's gonna...
Yeah, I was gonna say, even before any of the buffs or debuffs, and you know this, of course, Jeff, that I rated Moog very highly in my own personal ranking before any of these modifiers came in. Mm-hmm. None of this has provided any benefit to Renala.
Yep.
Especially with the Lake of Rot, I think Moog's general endurance is probably significantly higher than hers.
Now, I will say that Renala, she does have, well, I don't know if her summons would even be applicable. Like, does she use her summons like in the same way that we make our summons with a bell, or does she have to have her scepter to cast them? That's a debate that we gotta have here, because she can summon trolls, dragons, a bunch of other stuff. Like, she has a bunch of creatures that are sworn to her that she can just throw at the enemy.
The real question is, how quickly do those creatures die to the Scarlet Rot?
They're spirits that don't take damage.
Oh.
So she basically, I think if she can summon them, that would make that gives her a much better chance against Moog, especially with like the dragons and everything. But I'm pretty sure it's been a while since I fought Renala now, but I'm pretty sure that she like uses her staff to like knock you away, and it creates like a sigil on the ground, and then the spirits come out. So I think that she needs her scepter. I think she needs the full moon staff to be able to summon.
I don't know anything about her weapons normally. Can she summon rune bears?
Bears are not among the things that she can summon. No.
Okay, so she's probably still in trouble. Like, what's the... Okay, just for context, how powerful are rune bears compared to, like, the strongest things she can potentially manifest?
Rune bears are some bitches. they
I'm
are.
aware of that they are, in fact, some bitches. I need to know, because I think there's a theory going around, it might even have been Rani the Witch who said that they may be, like, dragon communion bears.
That was even in the DLC itself was played up as a joke. Where like some people jokingly refer to this as bear communion. It's a funny thing. I'm double checking to see what all of Renala's summons are, and to see if we can determine, like, is it something she specifically uses her glintstone magic to bring out, or if this is something that she might be able to do without a scepter. Okay, so she can summon a lone wolf, a troll knight, a bloodhound knight, and a dragon.
Now, the dragon is a pretty big deal. Is she fighting the rune bear in the Lake of Rot as well?
Yes, yeah. So like I said, the way it works is like that she shows up to the Lake of Rot. There's a rune bear. She has to kill the rune bear, and then Moog shows up, and she has to pick up the fight in exactly from there.
Yeah, Renala's screwed. No, because like she's taking. If that's the order, that Moog simply isn't in the Lake of Rot before all of that, she's screwed.
Yeah, but Moog does not show up until the rune bear is killed.
Yeah, because she's taking the Scarlet Rot stacks from that the whole time she's fighting the rune bear, and even with even aside from the weapons, she's taking Scarlet Rot damage. She's fighting the rune bear, potentially taking damage from that. Her summons, you've already explained, are immune to it, but none of the I don't know that any of them in particular, aside from the dragon, are enough to solo the bear. And even once Moog does show up, he's got a far better weapon. Renala's weapon is useless. And Moog is probably more physically durable and able to take more poisoning. And he's got a weapon that can potentially inflict instant death on her. My opinion is Moog.
I think your logic is spot on. I'm 100% on board with that. And Renala, she is not a physical fighter whatsoever. Moog is a physical powerhouse who demolishes huge pillars and buildings with his just with his raw strength. So, and yeah, I think that he would definitely have a lot more resistance to the Scarlet Rot.
Does he live in the area the Scarlet Rot's affected?
No.
No,
he does not live in the area where of the Scarlet Rot. So I have the poll up. Users, get in there and vote. We are currently at Moog 67%. I'm wondering Renala's 33% is coming from.
It's
just
just
to
a
be clear-
Renala stan.
It's, yeah, Renala, I mean, it'd have to be a Renala
just
stand.
to be clear, feel free to discuss,
Mm-hmm.
why you voted the way you have in the poll as well.
Absolutely. This is, like I said, this is a subscriber special. Your participation is what we want. We want everybody to participate. We want everybody to have a say. If you have your own thoughts, your own opinions on why something goes the way that it does, then absolutely be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh. And so I can go back and look over the chat from before, so Lord of Blood wins, no question. He is a Giga Chad. He beat the allegations. He did beat the allegations. He was not the
you
Moog Lester.
explained.
He was McAlested.
Yeah, you explained the logic, the law there, which is like, oh, jeez.
Lord of Blood, the power of the Prince of Death, the power of family.
That's family, man. It's a good thing there's a Family Guy.
I hate you sometimes, Hugh. I hate you sometimes.
Yeah.
See, I was thinking more of like, what's his name? From Fast and Furious.
Yeah. Vin Diesel's character.
Vin Diesel, exactly. Vin Diesel, I feel like he'd make a good Tarnished. If there was ever a live action Elden Ring, he could drive, like Melina offers him a literal Accord, like a Honda Accord, and he just drives around the lands between.
Mm-hmm. Victor Baxter, it's GG from the Rune Bear. Even assuming she beats Rune Bear, she won't have enough health left to sustain many hits. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling too. I think that if she has her summons, if she can summon without her scepter, I think she beats the Rune Bear. But the fact that she has to be in the Lake of Rot before Moog even shows up is already going to put her at a pretty bad situation. And I think that Moog can beat any of her summons without much issue. And once that happens, she has no way to defend herself whatsoever. Not to mention, Moog can fly, so he, in his phase 2, he busts out his crucible wings, and he can just fly over the Scarlet Rot. So that's something I didn't even think about until just now. Yeah. I think we're good to end the poll here. We got 80% Moog, 20% Renala.
Moog landslide.
Moog
Or
landslide.
Renala didn't stand a chance.
Unfortunately not. The Queen of the Full Moon was unable to stand up against someone who can beat the allegations.
Anti-Satan.
And Moog goes forward. Yay! Our next match, Godfrey, the First Elden Lord, Horalu, Warrior, versus Melina, the Bodiless Demigod. All right. Take out Lake of
less about
Rot.
these characters than I do about Moog.
I love Godfrey, and I am also a fan of Melina and think that she has a good deal more going for her than maybe. I mean, I can't say that
that's Melina.
I can't say that I don't. I can't say that I know. Like, I have a finger on the pulse of the audience for how they would feel about Melina, but I feel that perhaps she's a lot more capable than most people would give her credit for. Where's my...
Melina's one of the maidens, right?
she is your she's your maiden.
Ah,
Um,
okay.
Where's Godfrey? Where is Godfrey? So I can make his lair not invisible. There he is. Boom. Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, versus Melina, the burned and bodiless demigod. Now,
I mean,
Godfrey, Giga Chad, physical powerhouse with a normal mortal who has the raw physical strength to just stomp and destroy, create earthquakes, to just grab someone, throw them 50 feet in the air, jump up, rip their body in half, and pile drive two separate halves of bodies. There's a reason that allegations vanquished. Yes, Victor. There's a reason that Godfrey is like is such a memed badass.
on the other hand, when the game starts, he already died.
Yes,
It's
but
tragic.
most tarnished have died before the start of the game. The majority of them are brought back to life by Marika's grace. The Dung Eater was hung for his crimes. Gideon Ofnir, we see laying in a crypt.
Wait, I might have completely mixed Godfrey up with something. Who is it that's got corpse pieces everywhere?
His son Godwin.
Uh,
I don't blame you for not for making that mistake, just because even a lot of people today very often confuse all of the demigods'
Godwin,
names.
Godfrey.
And there's Godric and Godefroy and
No, not Godfrey. Anything but Godfrey.
anything but Godefroy. I know he's
Odlin.
but Melina. So let's take a look at Melina for a moment. Okay, so most of what we know her for is just being our level up maiden, and then and then she kicks off the last act of the game by burning herself in the giant's flame to burn the Erd Tree. So she doesn't really get a lot of spotlight that isn't just chatting with us and helping us level. So I understand why a lot of people may not think that she's really, all that. But here's some things to keep in mind. She has the exact same fighting style as the Black Knife Assassins. The Black Knife Assassins killed Godwin, who, by all accounts, was one of the strongest demigods, defeated the ancient dragons when they attacked Lingdell, and created an alliance with them through that defeat, which, that goes to show more of his, diplomacy, all-loving hero status, but he still had to actually beat them first. He was the golden child of Marika and Godfrey. He was the big shining prince of Lingdell. So, and the Black Knife Assassins, they killed him. She has the same fighting style as them. She has to be one of the oldest demigods. She is the sister of Mesmer, who is, I think at this point, it's fairly inarguable that he is Marika's firstborn, but I can still see some people trying to make the argument maybe he's not. But Mesmer and Melina are brother-sister. Personally, I think twins, but again, that could be argued. She knows Marika's secret incantation, the minor Erd Tree, that she's the only person who knows that incantation in the whole world. The only one, period.
Okay.
And you can summon her for the fight against Morgoth, where
she's kind of a hidden badass.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
however, I do think that if it's just a straight knockfest between the two, they're going at each other, Godfrey is gonna fold her like a folding chair. But
That's fair.
I think that there are a lot of options that she has that could turn the tide to her favor. Like if it was like Patches, and then I might say that like I don't think there's any hope that no matter how the dice roll the situation for Patches to beat Godfrey.
Whereas Melina here has a possibility, depending on.
I think Melina has a lot of options that she could exploit here. So let's go on and see what weapons they each get. Godfrey has the Digger's Staff. So the thing about Godfrey is that if he gets a weapon that he can't use, we know he's just going to throw it aside and toss hands. So at the very least, like, you know, Rilana, she just had a terrible situation where, you know, she had something she straight up couldn't use. Godfrey don't care if he's got something he can't use.
He will just punch you. By the way, I would really recommend an ad blocker. You are getting it.
I know. Bloomburrow is a very fun magic set. So yeah, Digger's Staff is a glintstone staff. He doesn't have any sorceries, no spellcasting. He is...
But it scales with strength!
Yeah, he can hit someone with the staff. He can hit them with it real good.
Just bonk. Bonk him right on the head.
Well, I mean, like I was, like he can just toss it aside if he doesn't care. If it's not going to be useful to him, he'll toss it aside. He'll just, you know, grab Melina by the face, slam her.
Yeah. Is a crit of 100 high for a weapon?
You know, I never actually pay attention to those numbers, to be perfectly honest. I think 100 is standard. Alright, so now, Melina. What has Melina got? The Clawmark Seal, one of the best incantation seals in the game. So she's actually pretty well set up.
Oh, yeah.
So that's
okay.
That's good for her. Good for her. All right. So she can cast incantations. She can cast her minor Erdtree to heal herself.
Oh, that's what it does.
She can cast her other incantations. So now, where are they battling? The Erdtree Sanctuary. So, in other words, where you fight Goldfree, the golden shadow of Godfrey.
Interesting.
No, not Elden Throne. The Erdtree Sanctuary. Erdtree Sanctuary is... I've got such a big list of images. Where did it go? Why are they all... Okay, well...
Now, I'll just say Actually, you know what? Let's get the stuff set up before I say what I voted with, what my prediction was.
Are we, for the purposes of the tournament, is our canon that Melina was the glow-eyed queen, or not? Because I feel like that changes things.
It does change things. However, whether you consider her the glow-eyed queen or not, we are using Melina as she appeared to us.
Right. Okay. So she wouldn't be able to cast Black Flame.
No. Only things that we witness her doing before she burns herself on the giant's flame.
Right. Okay. I'm with you.
Where? Okay. I definitely put in all of the images. Where is Erdtree Sanctuary? So I can make it not... What?
Okay, in your images folder, type in Erd.
So I put all of them in OBS on different layers that I can just click on and off.
Oh.
But yeah, no, maybe it didn't show up because I'm not seeing it in here. I will go back into my arenas. Erdtree Sanctuary. You.
Now, just to clarify, where is the Erdtree Sanctuary and what happens? If any significant special effects.
There's no special effects for the Erdtree Sanctuary. It's just a relatively small open arena that is high up in Lanedell Castle.
Yeah, so that rather benefits Godfrey, who wants to be right up in people's faces.
No, it does show that I still have it in here, so...
You want me to get an image of it, and then you can...
Dang it.
Erdtree Sanctuary...
I have it in here. It's just a matter of I have so many reference images that I kind of shot myself in the foot with this. Oh my gosh, where did it go?
Okay, I'm just gonna... There you go. Just stream that image.
Okay, I'm doing one more passover on this. This is the top tier content that got me 1,500 subscribers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the kids are watching and saying,
I swear, I know it's in here. Moog, Mikola, Midra, Mesmer, Melina, Melikith, Melania. It would be. I wish I could organize these by alphabetical, but then it would ruin the layers. Tolier.
Just draw a bat.
Okay, I have no idea where it went, so yeah, I'll just get this one that you sent me. Why not?
Sure. That's fine.
It's
Erdtree sandwich. Trying to say.
It should be in here, but for some reason. Okay, that's huge. Let's resize that.
Whilst we're figuring it out, why don't we figure out whether they get buffs or debuffs?
Boom. Okay, Erdtree Sanctuary. So, where Golden Godfrey is fought. And yes, we need to find out if they get any buffs or debuffs. So, we will, of course, go ahead and start with Godfrey. Do you get a buff or debuff? Godfrey gets debuffed. So,
I think
okay.
Melina's gonna want that.
Yeah, Melina's definitely gonna want that. And Melina, no modifier.
Okay.
Alright, so Godfrey, what do you have going on? Godfrey is inflicted with the Frenzied Flame.
Ooh.
That sounds like it's a bad thing.
Does that mean Godfrey can use the frenzied incantations? Like when he does his grab attack, can he also like imbue Melina with frenzy?
I mean, the thing about Frenzied Flame is that it is like a disease. It spreads whether you want it to or not. So, yeah. he's going to be constantly taking fire damage. Sneakers is barking up there now. So he's going to be constantly taking fire damage, and that also means that, you know, being inflicted with the Flame of Frenzy means that he's given into despair. He just wants to burn the whole world down, which actually works really well with his natural fighting style of being a berserker. So,
He sounds
in a
like
way-
a nerd.
in a way, this debuff is one that kind of synergizes with him.
So this is not mad. This is not the madness status effect. Then this is
It is the madness status effect. So it does damage him. It reduces his mana or FP.
it stuns him. That's kind of a big deal.
I mean, that only when it first gets inflicted. So that does mean that Melina will have an opening right at the start to rush in and get a good starting hit in.
Yes. So.
But
Godfrey
that's also not necessarily something that you'll want with Godfrey, and not something that you necessarily want with the Flame of Frenzy. So this is a interesting one.
So Godfrey's head is just a fire black hole, right?
No, that's only a lord of frenzied flame.
He's just got the glowing, possibly melted eyes.
Yes.
Okay.
He's got fire burning behind his eyes in his head, and he's gonna be taking constant fire damage. He just wants to burn everything. So this is gonna put him in a berserker rage, which is great for him anyway. That's how he fights best. He's
Now, I will ask. You've mentioned the clawmark seal is one of the best seals. Can you explain broadly how beneficial that will be for Melina?
So seals have different levels of incantation scaling, which just means how powerful are the incantations you cast with them. Same with scepters and sorceries. The higher the scaling, the more powerful the spell is. If you cast the exact same spell with two different seals that have different incantation scalings, the one with the higher incantation scaling is going to create the same spell but better. And the Clawmark seal is the second or third best seal in the game, one of those, something like that. And it's also really easy to get right out of the gate too.
Because it's mentioning, I'm looking it up on the website.
Yes.
It says it's buffs the damage of all bestial incantations by 10%.
Yes, bestial incantations, which I don't think Melina has any bestial spells.
That's a shame.
But it still produces, very strong spells regardless of what school they come from. And I should also say, all of the weapons that we randomly roll are being used at the highest upgrade level.
Okay.
For the purposes of this tournament.
Yeah, but I don't know how high the level is. Or it shows it. 390.
So.
I don't know how good that is, but that sounds pretty effective.
So what are we thinking here? Because, like I said, Glimby, you've been quiet. I want to know what you're thinking.
I can't explain exactly why, but I've got a root for Melina. I think that, yes, Godfrey's berserker nature makes him very strong, but I think Melina's agile. Even if you think about when she uses when she's using her, gold, well, she doesn't have her golden blade, I guess, but she seems to be able to do, flips and acrobatics a lot like a Black Knife assassin.
Yes.
So I'm thinking, during the earthquake strikes and things, she's able to jump over them and basically, parkour her way around things. So I think it's kind of I think she basically outmaneuvers Godfrey and is able to wear him down over time.
Okay.
Now, in my opinion, and as you know, Jeff, my initial vote was that Melina beats Godfrey. Notably, no specific reason for that. I just went with vibes on the rankings there. But between the kind of dark horse stuff she has between, as Limby said, being very agile. Between Godfrey having a weapon that doesn't benefit him, being stunned and taking a chunk of damage at the start of the fight, and taking constant additional damage throughout the entire fight, and Melina being able to heal herself and having one of the best possible weapons she could have in the circumstance, genuinely now, I think she would take it. Like, you've mentioned, Godfrey's got the Berserker Rage. Is Godfrey the guy who comes in on a meteor?
No.
Okay.
Godfrey is the first Elden Lord, Marika's first husband. As far as we know, there's conspiracy theories that maybe that's not actually the case, but as far as we know, he was the one who ushered in the Age of the Erd Tree and spread Marika's reign throughout the entire lands between. He was the one who marched her armies to conquer the whole continent.
So pretty beefy guy. I think because you could argue, he's got a lot of combat experience.
Oh yeah, he's got way more combat experience than Melina for sure. He lives for war. Like, Godfrey is his king name. The name he was born with is Horalu, warrior. He just embodies the idea of being a warrior. That is his life, his creed. He believes that, might makes right. A crown is warranted by strength. When you kill his son Morgott, he mourns for Morgott. He holds him and such, but he holds no ill will towards you personally whatsoever, because you both competed for the title of lordship, and you were stronger than his son. Therefore, he respects you as the superior warrior. And now, he will take you on.
Makes sense. I'd say experience factors in. But literally some guy comes in and kills all the gods in, potentially a day. So...
Alright, let's go ahead
that's the law, isn't it? It's literally tarnished of no renown. There's nothing special about you before you come into the lands between and just wreck everything. Well, wreck is a strong word. More likely you just don't die enough to eventually get the win. Anyway, I maintain, I think, actually, as long as Godfrey isn't able to one-hit Melina, and she's able to, outmaneuver him and avoid getting madnessed, she'll if she does get afflicted with madness at all, he's going to literally nuke her.
Yeah.
But I think she's smart enough to recognize, she does the whole thing where she begs you not to go to the Three Fingers.
Yeah, no, she despises exactly the frenzied flame.
Yeah, so she knows exactly, and that's motivation even. She's got motivation to put this guy down, not just for his own good, but for... I'm on the side of Melina here.
And Solomon says Lion wins, which would be Godfrey. We'll see.
She has every motivation to win this.
The poll is up, so everyone, get your votes in. Frenzied Flame Afflicted Godfrey or Melina. And currently we're sitting in at Melina 75%. So I definitely agree that she's got the superior maneuverability. I do think she'd be able to avoid the ground stomps and whatnot. But we also have to keep in mind that, casting her incantations, it takes time. It leaves her vulnerable.
That's the only thing.
And Godfrey
was thinking.
is aggressive as hell. He
Yeah.
does.
these. Sorry. The poll. I'm just watching it
Mhm.
like move up and down. Is it 50-50 now?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's 50-50. This is and this is one of the situations where the arena doesn't really have that strong of an impact. So, just raw strength will probably win based on arena. There's only so much you can avoid before it will catch her. I completely hear you, Victor. I get that.
Plausibly. If she can get, if she can get onto a good level, like if she can get onto a good sort of vantage point and maintain that advantage, she could probably keep. Are there any incantations she can cast that could immobilize Godfrey?
No, there's no incantations that cause paralysis or anything. That would more be in line with gravity sorceries. And incantations don't have anything like that.
What sort of things do they do, just for context?
Incantations have a lot of variety to them, honestly. From creating healing effects, especially she can create that minor Erd tree that is a huge boon because it's a big AOE heal that sticks around for a long time.
Yeah, so, that's again part of why I'm fairly sure she's got the advantage, because she can heal herself over time. Godfrey's constantly taking damage over time. So even if she just does avoid, eventually Godfrey will melt.
It's also you can create beams of holy light type thing. What weapon besides Clawmark would she have? Just making sure I understand the rules of the tourney too. Just the Clawmark. That's the whatever weapon we roll for them, that's the only thing that they get going into this.
Yeah. So Godfrey's only weapon is the Digger's Staff, Melina's only weapon is the Clawmark Seal.
Yeah, I think we've firmly established that Godfrey just tosses the staff aside and goes bare knuckle brawl as he does.
It burns in the frenzied flame.
Yeah, it just burns up in his hands. But I do hear you on there's only so much you can dodge in these arenas for sure, and I do agree. But I also don't think that Godfrey can one-shot Melina, so that's something to consider there. She will have constant healing going on, just non-stop healing. I don't know if that would help her. What incantation would help her do damage to him? Any of the rings of light, any of the golden flames. There's a good fair amount of incantations that would be of great assistance. Melina is also one of those things where it's difficult to really say for sure what kind of incantations she would have access to, because I don't think it's necessarily fair from a lore perspective to say that she can only do the ones that we witness her using as a summon in the Morgott fight. Where if she has America's minor Erd tree, there's no way that she doesn't know other ancient incantations as well, since only America and Melina know that. So that's one where it's more wishy-washy. But we're sitting here at 50% for, and we've been sitting at 50% for some time. So we need some kind of tie break to go in here.
Yeah, we need more people.
Yes. If everyone can go ahead and spread the word, let us know that hey, this thing is going on. Try to get some friends in here to add to the discussion, add to the debate.
Yeah.
And keep it moving on. And I will, real quick, do retweet and re-announce some things. Make sure that got this all.
Need more.
Is there like if we get stuck, if even if more people come in and there's like 50-50 just the whole way, if no one can decide, is there like a coin toss website or something? We can just leave it up to fate. To America's grace.
In that situation, the greater will is going to call a mulligan. So we re-roll all the factors.
Oh. That's a big deal. Yeah. I'm trying to call people in.
Yep.
I guess the thought is, oh, you know what? I can help people.
Fair enough. I would also consider that if Godfrey doesn't throw his weapon, she would have a better chance. Just thinking moveset, it would limit him to... no, if he... I agree that she would have a better chance if he doesn't throw the weapon aside and tries to actually use the staff for bonking. But Godfrey knows that too. So, and he's not going to use a subpar weapon when he knows that he can tear somebody in half with his bare hands. So, that's, we have to factor in like what their actual strategies would be. We can't say that, Godfrey is 100% going to use his weapon if he wouldn't actually want to use it.
Yeah, no. Well, it's like a staff. There's some physical benefit to the staff anyway.
It's just a bonk stick if you don't have any spells to use with it. Bonk stick. Psh. Oh, geez. Sounds like Aurora is vacuuming upstairs right now. That's fun.
Vacuum.
Oh, it looks like Melina took another vote.
Oh.
Melina's
She did.
In the lead just a little bit.
Melina's
up there.
I've been sending out some private messages, getting some.
Got someone who might.
All right, so
just joined the stream that might be who voted.
Just as a quick recap for everyone to fully understand the situation, the Erdtree Sanctuary is where Godfrey and Melina are fighting. Godfrey has the digger staff, so he's just probably going to toss it aside and throw hands. Melina has the Beast Clawmark seal, so she's got great incantations. Godfrey is inflicted with the Flame of Frenzy, which means that he is constantly ticking down health for taking fire damage, but also is in his berserker rage trying to burn the world to the ground. So those are the factors that we are looking at when you consider who you think's gonna be winning here. Bada bing, bada boom. Hey, Justin, perfect way to end your birthday, a Jeff live stream. Hell yeah, is what we say around here, because it's hell yeah gaming.
Hell yeah. Ooh, and Melina gets another vote. Melina's...
Question. Does Melina have like a life leech on hit?
No, Melina does not have a life leech on hit.
Okay.
No.
Because I feel like that would be her weapon, not the weapon she's got.
Yeah, no, Melina has her incantations for healing and attacking. I guess she could also try to throw hands, but if you're going bare knuckle against Godfrey going bare knuckle, you're going to lose. I don't care who you are. Oh.
Well, it looks like Melina's eked it out at the end.
Yes, Melina has eked out a victory, it seems. I do have maybe one or two other people that might be joining in just a second. I'm going to give it just another moment to see if anyone else is going to pop in last moment to cast those votes. I hope that they don't tie it back up again. Oh my gosh. I don't want to be stuck on Godfrey versus Melina all day. Woo! Hey, Crimson! Kurt! Pwah! That's right, Pwah. Look, Godfrey is the best boss in the base game, but this isn't a sane Godfrey. Correct. This is not a sane Godfrey. This is Godfrey inflicted with the flames of frenzy. So,
yeah.
Is
there an argument that, I suppose I'll add just before the end, is there an argument that Godfrey, less sane, is also more predictable?
I would say that Godfrey is probably has the most predictable moveset in the game prior to his phase 2 when he abandons his axe and goes full on raw barbarian, tear you apart with my hands.
Is basically what he's doing the whole time anyway.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing the whole time right now.
It's basically full phase 2 fight.
Yeah, except with added madness and fire damage.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we can call it here. Let's go ahead and end the poll and call a victory in the name of Melina, which is a surprising upset.
No, it's not. I predicted this.
We saw this in the scrolls, the sacred scrolls.
the sacred scrolls.
Under most circumstances, I think that this is a surprise upset. But so in the first match of round 2 will be Moog versus Melina. Interesting. All right. So, let's go ahead and delete Godfrey out of here, because he is gone free. Boop. Go away. Now then.
Good.
Match number 3. Count Ymir versus Patches.
I wonder what Pro is gonna think about this one.
Patches.
I don't know who either of these are. They both sound questionably real.
Alright, Count Ymir, you're on there, and Patches.
So it's Count Ancient Giant and, like, a zombie.
Oh, I can understand where someone with no idea would get that from the names. Okay,
it's
where
Count
is
Yang? It's Count. It's the name of that guy from what's it called? War anime swords.
Attack on Titan.
Also, yeah, that's the one. And also, there's a zombie for some reason.
Oh, where is my Patches image? Come on. Ah, there we go. Found him. Boom. Count Emir versus Patches. All right. The one who ushered in the biggest lore revelation in the DLC versus the meme character that FromSoft puts in all their games.
Oh, Patches is the guy who shoves you down holes.
Yes!
Yeah, go to hell, Patches. all my fellas hate Patches.
Oh! Oh
I
boy.
literally, when I first encountered Patches in Elden Ring, because he's so early on in the game, I swear I like leapt out of my chair. I was like, oh my god, are you kidding me? Patches is back.
Count, I swear I'm not a crazy person you have to fight later, versus, yeah, I'm going to betray you a few times, deal with it.
I feel like the arena is going to be extra important for this one, because if it's close to a cliff,
Is there,
Yeah.
is there a
Has
hole
gems?
where
Is there-
Patches
Over
can
for
shove
Ymir.
Ymir down?
So that's the thing. That's the thing. I actually do have I do have arenas, with cliffs and with holes, and I do want to consider that for Patches as one of his.
Patches is just like, hey, Ymir, look, there's fingers down over there, just by that cliff. Go take a look. And then it's over.
Shove.
All right. So now let's determine their weaponry.
Shove. La 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 la.
All right. So
Okay.
let's determine their weaponry. Now,
Okay.
to be clear, Count Emir, he is primarily a glintstone sorcerer. However, this is Count Emir after he becomes the Mother of Fingers, so he can summon tons of finger crawlers.
What? Oh no, I know what that is.
And
I'm sorry, he does that?
yes, Count Emir gets the Dragon Great Claw. So, if we take a quick look, Dragon Great Claw. No. Alright. So, oh god, all of our glintstone sorcerers keep getting colossal weapons they can't use.
Yeah, sounds like
Yeah.
it's...
Okay, get out.
Bad day for sorcery casters. This is our revenge for not Rivers of Blood, Moonveil.
Yeah.
This is the revenge.
So yeah, the Dragon Great Claw is a colossal club that is
So...
it's just pure strength and dexterity. It's a big honking club made from dragon claw that you gotta just smash with. It comes with the Endure skill, which means that Emir can use it to greatly withstand the damage of some attacks. But other than that, he really can't use it. It's great. It does extra damage against dragons.
What's his
but,
strength? What's his strength?
Count Emir is a pure intelligence guy. He just uses sorcery and summons finger creepers.
You said he turns into a Mother of Fingers,
Yes.
and then Patches gets...
Patches gets the Gazing Finger. So
That sounds scary.
Which one is that? Is that the Meteor Remembrance weapon?
yes.
Oh my god, it is.
It is.
Oh, so they've both got giant weapons.
So well, it's not. Yeah. It is. It's a colossal club from that you get from Meteor, the Mother of Fingers. So I think we've already decided that the reason for this fight is that Patches just rocks up with Meteor as a club, and Emir is like, oh,
Hey,
the old
give that
mother.
back. Hey, give that back.
The head of
My
Meteor, the
hand.
finger mother.
Well, it's gonna make it a really easy battle if there's a cliff, because Patches will just throw that off, and Count Ymir will dive after it, and that would be that.
So the thing about the thing about Patches is that he's pretty well balanced. He can use most anything. He can't really like cast magic. So he can't really use the magical abilities of the Gazing Finger, but he is strong and dexterous enough that he can use this colossal weapon without any problems.
Mm-hmm.
So now, where are they fighting? In the Catacomb boss room. Alright. Doesn't Patches use perfumes? I'm not 100% certain, actually. I don't think I remember seeing him use perfumes at any point, but maybe. So, we have a special rule in the Catacombs. Once I get it pulled up here. Boom, Catacomb. Alright. So, Catacombs.
Oh, that's what it is.
Because catacombs are where you find all of your spirit ashes. Each combatant will also get a spirit ash assistant in this fight.
What's a spirit ash?
Summons.
So just any summon.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, see, that changes things.
It does.
Because I was thinking I was all in Team Patches, but now that summon, that's going to switch things up.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's no cliffs here. It's the bottom of the pit.
Yes, there's no cliffs. They are sealed in a crypt, so Patches can't kick Ymir off of the cliff. Oh man.
So, how does a spirit ash work? Is it just a random summon, or do you summon a?
So they're gonna get random summons. Any of the random summons. Which I actually did not get I didn't set up a random picker for these because sometimes I'm an idiot. And also, I thought, the chances of this one coming up are so slim. So, of course, it had to happen, right? Alright, so copy whole list of spirit ashes. Okay, no, I don't want just the ones from Shadow of the Erd Tree. I want all spirit ashes. All of them, please.
Give me the entire list.
Because we got a lot. Okay. Copy. Paste. And so for Ymir, we get Man-Serpent Ashes. Man-Serpent Ashes. So, the, Snake Men.
Snake.
Man-Serpent Ashes. Which is not a terrible spirit ash to summon, I will say, but not the best.
He could give it the Dragon Great Claw to wield.
True. No. The spirit ashes can't hold items from other people.
What kind of summons are these? What does Patches get?
I'm double checking if the Man-Serpent is just if it's a one Man-Serpent or if it's because some spirit ashes summon several of the thing. Okay, the spirit of a Man-Serpent. Cool. So it's just one Man-Serpent that gets summoned. So Patches gets the Finger Creeper ashes.
Oh! You can't make that up. Oh my god.
So Patches is just here to troll Count Ymir, right?
Apparently he is. Oh my. So, Patches and Count Emir show up in a catacomb. Patches is like, "Hey, creepy finger guy, how do you like my club?
Oh God!
Look what I got!" And also, finger creeper. I might just say it is perfect that Patches is the one who is just being an utter troll for this.
The spirit of Patches has blessed the stream.
Oh.
He's here with us.
Justin, this is totally within Patches' character. Victor, that's a very Patches thing to do. Yes, it's perfect. Oh, yes, Man Serpent Lava will definitely help against the Finger Creeper Spirit Ash. That's true. So
We
yeah.
haven't even got to buffs and debuffs.
Yes, we haven't even gotten to the buffs and debuffs. Yeah, you're right. So, all right. Now we have to determine if they get buffs or debuffs. Boom. Okay, so Count Emir, do you get buff, debuff, or no modifier? Buff. Count Emir is buffed.
Oh, our first buff. First buff of this series.
All right, Patches, you get a debuff.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
The tables turn.
There is so much to consider in this one before we even look at the buffs and debuffs. There's so much going on here. All right. Count Emir, what have you got going on? The Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman. So that means he has a massive increase to physical defenses. That's pretty much the only thing that Patches can do is physical damage. So, Emir's not a squishy wizard anymore. Now he's a buff wizard.
Oh no.
He's a wizard covered in tank.
Alright, Patches, what's your debuff? He's afraid. Patches, which makes sense. This guy is birthing finger creepers from his chest.
He's just like, whoops.
Okay, so just to bring this all back into focus here, Count Emir, right here, Count Emir, he has a big honkin' weapon he can't use, but he can birth all of his finger creepers.
Yes.
He summons a man serpent, which has a stabby stab and it can spew lava. We got Patches here. Patches is terrified of Emir. And he has the head of Matir, the finger mother, as a big club. And he's summoning a finger creeper himself. One finger creeper, as opposed to the dozens that Emir can summon. Now, that being said, the ones that Emir can summon are basically mooks, whereas the ash that Patches has is a much stronger one. And it also can cast a healing spell.
Interesting.
But Patches is also terrified of Count Emir, and they're locked in this tiny crypt. Debate!
Right. I have to say, as much as all of the randomized things have given Ymir more of an advantage, I still think Patches takes it, because I'm not sure what Ymir can do. His only damage is going to be from the Man Serpent, and I'm not sure like how strong they are, but I'm pretty sure the Colossal Weapon, because we said Patches could use Matir's head.
Yes.
I feel like he just bonks the snake, and then just bonks Matir still. But like, I mean, sorry, not Matir, Ymir. But it takes him like a couple extra bonks, you know?
Because of his half physical damage buff.
Yeah, exactly.
I appear to have made a mistake, Patches.
Yes. Now, in all seriousness, I know we've been memeing, Patches coming in with the finger mothers and a finger creeper, but I think in standard circumstances, Ymir would beat Patches anyway. He doesn't need the weapon to use his sorceries, does he?
Well, he doesn't have any sorceries right now. His weapon does not facilitate his sorcery magic, so he cannot cast his sorceries.
But he can still summon finger creepers.
So the only thing he can do is try to lift his Dragon Claw club, which is questionable if he could even do that, and birth tons and tons of finger creepers.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Patches is trolling the heck out of him, and has a full-size, full-power finger creeper, but Patches is scared, and Ymir also has a man serpent, which Victor has suggested the man serpent has lava.
Yes.
And Patches is afraid.
Which
Ymir is resistant to physical damage.
Patches being afraid actually even makes sense for his character without the debuff, honestly. Did I not? No, I did. Okay.
So, what's Kurt saying? Statter stun with the fingers? What is that referring to?
Statter stun. Clarify what you mean by statter, or do you mean stagger stun?
That would make sense.
That is stagger. That
yeah.
I can see that as a possibility for sure.
I think being afraid is what absolutely kills Patches here, because what's going to wind up happening, because he's already scared of Ymir, he's going to run and leave the finger creeper alone, which means that it is going to get overwhelmed by the man serpent, it's going to get overwhelmed by all the other finger creepers being summoned, and after that, Patches is on his own against a lot of enemies.
Right.
Including Ymir himself, who, granted, may not be able to summon, cast.
Right.
But it's going to resist all the damage that he would have taken. It's going to resist a lot of damage. How effective is the Great Shield, the Dragon Crest Greater?
So the way I'm not
three syllable words.
Yeah. When I'm pulling talismans or spell effects for to use as buffs here, I'm not giving them the 100% accurate to the game effect. So in this case, it's a flat 50% physical damage defense.
Like D&D then.
Yeah, it's
so
just straight up. He's just straight up taking half of any physical hit.
Yeah. So I think even in the standard circumstance, Patches would have everything going against him. I think in this case, even though Ymir can't summon,
can't
cast, he's still got the edge just for sheer numbers. Because Patches doesn't do anything special, does he? He just shoves people off cliffs.
He is a decent fighter in his own right. He is a member of the Volcano Manor's recusants, which means that his job is to invade other Tarnished and kill them. So, he's not defenseless. He is not without skill. He does go out and assassinate other trained warriors. But he is also a self-serving coward, and if he thinks that he's not going to win, he is 100% the guy who is going to cower in fear, begging for his life, or run away. But there is no running away in this situation.
There's no running away.
If he's not confident he's going to win, then he's just going to freeze up, most likely.
Yeah, he's absolutely... being afraid is his... that's... even if he could normally get over being afraid, this seals that he is basically leaving the finger creeper to get overwhelmed, followed by himself.
Yeah,
so there is no chance for him, I feel.
If it was another character that got the afraid of opponent debuff, you could argue that like their personality it would affect them differently. You go into fight or flight when you're afraid.
Yes.
Someone else might go into fight mode and just like blindly attack out of fear. Patches is 100% by canon the guy who, when he's afraid, cowers. So I think that, yeah, even if he had everything he needed to win, that one thing alone would seal the deal against him.
And he does not.
So I think we've debated this long enough. I think people have been able to put it through, form their own opinions. So
What do you think Limby?
Right,
I was getting you mixed up with Wimbley.
Right, Justin. You can summon Patches into the Radon fight, and he immediately leaves. Absolutely. You are 100% correct. You can summon like a dozen different helpers into the Radon fight, and Patches immediately just like, nope, I'm gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's not a question mark. Who's voting for Patches?
Patches has got the meme vote, man. Patches has got the meme vote.
He's not got Jack.
He's got gumption. He's got gumption and a bit of moxie.
He's got like maybe longevity. He doesn't have Jack in an actual fight. Oh, he's extremely crafty, but no, he's not. He's a coward. He's crafty when he's able to betray people. He's been shoved into this catacomb. He thought he was gonna be like, oh, look at me. I've got the Stinger. I've got one of your minions. Oh no, you've got loads of your own minions.
Oh, see, I see where you're coming from, Victor. He is crafty. He is smarter than he looks, 100%. There's not a lot around for him to use. Like there is no sneaking up on Ymir in this situation. They're plopped into the catacomb. They're both given their summon right there, and there's and they gotta go at one another. Like if this was a different arena, there would be a chance that he could be sneaky. But they're in a catacomb. That's specifically a boss room in the catacomb. There's no chance for that to happen, and he is. You have to keep in mind his personality with his debuff. He fears Ymir. Patches, by default, when he's afraid of something, runs away or cowers. He is not someone who is brave in the face of fear.
Yeah. Like I said, if he was working with his Finger Creeper, because it can heal, that might lend him a chance. I think, though, that Patches is gonna, because he's afraid, his instinct will be to run away, leave the Finger Creeper on his own, and then they get taken out one at a time.
Then, I do think he would just get straight up overwhelmed.
And Victor, here's the thing, the difference between Ymir and Patches is Ymir can function in a fight where he's running away from you, because he can keep summoning things that hold you off. Patches is just a baby. He falls down.
Look, Patches was my number one pick to win. I want him to go all the way, but in this situation, things just are not on his side.
Absolutely not.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna throw out one more factor. Because Patches runs away.
Yes.
But Patches, look at that image there. That's a deep squat. Patches is in good shape, But Ymir is only ever really sitting until the boss fight. So I think Patches could outrun Ymir. Ymir would get tired and gas out before Patches gets tired.
Ymir doesn't need to chase Patches. He has his servants to do that for him, including a manservant.
That's true. The manservant is probably the most dangerous threat. Because the
No,
finger
yeah,
creepers are pretty slow.
he also, this is a small enclosed crypt. They're in a catacomb. It's not like Patches has the room to run away. If this was the Wailing Dunes or something, I'd be like, yeah, Patches can run away, and then he can try to like come up with a strategy to come back later. That's not the case here. They're locked in a small room. That there's no chance of that happening. Let's face it. If
Would
Patches
Ymir be
had
willing to
a
harm
way
the
to,
creeper? He doesn't have to. He's got a man-serpent to do it for him.
let's face it. If Patches had a way to pawn this fight off on a stronger fighter, he would. Yes, he would. Unfortunate, and he can pawn the fight off on his finger creeper summon, but
it's not strong enough. There's too many other finger creepers.
Would Ymir be willing to harm the creeper? I mean, he is willing to have you harm the mother of fingers. So
You've got. You've got a
there's a whole.
And he's got a man-serpent to do that for him.
If Patches had his usual gear, he could probably take the man-serpent. His great shield is nothing to sneeze at. Absolutely. If he had his great shield and his spear, I think he would have no problems with the man-serpent. I don't think the man-serpent would even have a chance to spew its lava breath. But he don't. He has the Mother of Fingers head as a big club to go smash with, which is not inconsiderable. That is a weapon he can use, albeit not to its fullest effect with the magic that would be needed, but that is something he can use proficiently. It's just not gonna be enough in the situation the way that I see it, anyway. But we have... I think we've got it here. Let's end the poll.
It's been static for a while.
Yep, it's been static for a while. So Count Ymir takes it at 62%, and so there's a missing percentage somewhere in there. So we got 99% total because YouTube is weird. All right, match number 3 is done. Count Ymir is victorious over Patches. Leading us into match number 4, Needle Knight Leda versus Malekith. Which is, on its own, an extremely one-sided beatdown that I don't think anyone would have the slightest bit of... Is this even a question? Yes, Emperor Mist. Well, we'll see what happens
it's a question
with the rolls.
we're asking. Apparently.
We'll see what happens with the rolls. You never know what may happen. Oh, man. Okay, let's find them. We got... Okay, Malekith. Boom. Malekith the Black Blade. And
that's that guy.
Needle Knight Leda. You can't see a world where Leda beats Malekith? Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of different factors that can happen here. But
did Malekith become a wolf, like a werewolf?
He's a beast. He's a beast man. He is a wolf man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like Blade.
Oop, nope, I didn't mean to take you off. I meant to boop, go back here. Alright, so now, Leda. What weapon is Leda using? She has a heavy crossbow.
That thing won't even get, like, by the time she aims it and launches it, Malekith will be, like, behind her. It'll literally be like it'll be like the oh my wa, Moshinderu meme. Literally.
Shinderu.
Justin, we're not working on just stats alone because obviously the DLC has everything scaled way up. We have to consider the actual lore implications of everything, and Malekith controls Destined Death. Malekith is feared by all of the demigods. I know, I'm just saying. Yeah, right. Okay, so here's another deal, right? Heavy crossbow. What kind of bolts does she have? That's a question that we gotta ask.
Yeah, because if she has like rot bolts or something, she could maybe whittle Malekith down over time.
Into this tournament half cocked.
So see, this is another thing.
Later's heavy crossbow. Da 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 da.
Is there anything worse than that for a 1v1? Taking ranged option into Malekith really fight is a terrible. She's not in a good situation right off the bat. This is 100% for sure. Yes. However, we gotta, consider all the information. So go down to the bolts. Yes, we got lots of different arrows. Where's the bolts?
Is there anything better than heavy crossbow? Yes, a really good book.
Okay, so we got Here's our bolts. We won't give her great bolts just because, they're not gonna. Ballista bolts, 6 ballista. We're not gonna give her those because those are.
It's not ballista.
Those don't fit the crossbow. So,
unfortunately, it's not the really heavy long crossbow.
Yeah.
Hi, Tata.
Hi, Mava.
Oh my gosh, it's Maverick.
My boy, my son. I love him so much.
Aww.
Okay, the different bolts. What kind of bolts does she have? She has regular-ass Lordsworn bolts. Just
She is so screwed.
plain old, regular, everyday crossbow bolts.
So, Lordsworn bolts, they're just normal.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
they're basically the same thing as a regular crossbow bolt.
awesome.
I can't say I'm sad to see how doomed she is. 100% Leda sucks. Okay, what weapon does Malekith use? He's got a great club. Okay.
Yeah, every time you roll something, the chances of Leda winning just crumble further. The dust somehow crumbled into smaller dust.
They're fighting at the Jagged Peak. They're fighting at the Jagged Peak where Bale is. Where Bale's arena is.
Ew.
So Malekith is just gonna parkour around the entire arena, doing like 80 million flips. And Leda's just trying to load the crossbow, doing her best.
I'm doing... Curse you, Bale! Emperor missed! Egon and Bale got paired up in round 1. So I'm so excited for that.
Yo!
Oh, no, I did not rig these randomizers, Justin. Why would you accuse me of that? Oh. This is gonna be great. Okay. So, we gotta determine, do they have buffs or debuffs? Leda, what do you got? A debuff.
Oh no.
Look, I'm pretty sure that no matter what we roll, anything else happening...
She's already dead!
She's already dead! Okay, Malekith, you've got no modifier. Cool. So it's Malekith with a great club, and that's all. Okay, Leda, what is... Sneakers. She's inflicted with Scarlet Rot!
It's over. It's over for Leda. Oh my god.
Oh no! Leda! She's got a crossbow with regular bolts. Try.
What Leda gets for trying to kill everyone.
Like there was Scarlet Rot. Oh my god! Okay,
Everyone's gonna vote for Leda as a meme.
You don't kick the wounded. Oh, God. You know, there's no need for a poll, but we gotta do it anyway.
It's a formality.
It's
It's just an execution.
It is. Needle Knight, Leda, Malekith, the Black Blade. Start poll. Okay.
Oh, do we have to vote?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to.
Can I give Leda one sympathy vote?
If you want to, it's
No,
Any-
don't give her the credit.
anyone.
I'm doing it. I'm giving her a sympathy vote.
Anyone can vote for any reason. It's what we have our debates, we have our discussion. Oh my God, Leda is so screwed. Yes, I love you, Sneakers. You're a good sneaky boy.
Oh my God.
This conclusion is more foregone than the first Death and Demon Souls. Even if she had the best even if she had the best weapon, everything else.
Scarlet Rot.
Scarlet Rot.
Just a context, how much damage does Scarlet Rot do?
It is a it's a constant ticking down of your health. It just like it's literally like you're watching yourself go through putrescence in real time.
So it's like straight up.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
in game it's like maybe 30 seconds and you're dead if you don't heal. And I don't think Leda has that many heals.
Yeah, and she's getting she's getting smashed. It's quite a long.
I'll say Emperor Mist. These modifiers that come in here, like Scarlet Rot, Poison, things like that, they are for the entire match. They're not on a duration limit. Like if you get it procced against you in game, she just straight up has Scarlet Rot the whole fight, no matter how long it lasts.
I mean, maybe if like Malekith gets too into like all the backflips and he just kind of like backflips out of the arena and off of the jagged peak,
Yeah.
she has a chance. But otherwise, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, we're done here. We're done here.
It's not. It's a foregone conclusion. Before they started killing her.
It is the most foregone of the conclusions. So, Malekith moves on to do battle with Count Ymir next round. Now we have Alexander Warrior Jar versus Mesmer the Impaler. All right,
I feel like it's another we're heading towards another wash right here.
This feels like it's also kind of a conclusion.
But like if Mesmer gets Scarlet Rot, you know, like we've
Scarlet Rot.
Scarlet Rot's been a common theme in this tournament. I'm pretty sure it's showed up 3 times.
Twice, I think.
Well, we had the twice as a debuff, and then we had the swamp as well.
No,
it's showed up once as a debuff and once in the Lake of Rot.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Emperor Mist just says Death Blight. Just one character like walks into the arena and just dies.
Oh no! Death Blight is on the debuff list, and it's not instantly affect. It goes up over time, and if they can't win in 2 minutes, then they instantly die.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, Mesmer. And Alexander, where are you? Come on. I got you. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Alexander, come on. Oh, gosh darn it. Alexander. Oh, my wife's doing her exercises upstairs. All right. Get it, babe. Stormvale Castle. Shaman Village. Come on, Alexander. Where are you? You got to be in here. I know you're in here.
Alex, warrior of pot.
Okay, I cannot find Alexander for some reason. Let me open up my image. No, not Microsoft Edge. F you. Get out of here. No one loves you, ever. No one ever wants you for any reason at any point. Okay, Alexander. Come. Oh, I guess I didn't have Alexander in here.
Oh.
It didn't...
Well, that was a poor decision on your part then, wasn't it?
Huh, interesting. All right then. Weird that it worked out that way, but fine. Okay. Let's see here. I want Alexander to win, but how? We'll find out, Emperor Mist. Victor, I think Alexander has a chance, to be honest. Post-Radon fight, I think it's at least doable. But will the heart of the cards bless him? That's a good point. You know, Alexander is very resistant to fire. That's something to keep in mind.
Ooh, it makes him stronger, doesn't it? To an extent.
Emperor Mist. Can you imagine Alexander gets Great Sword of Radon? Alright. Okay. So, what weapons are we working with here? Alexander, what do you have? The Prelate's Inferno Crozier. Which, I don't know what that is off the top of my head.
It sounds like what the Furnace Golems give.
Okay. Alright. It's a colossal fire hammer.
Ah. Is that good for him?
I would say that he's definitely strong enough to wield it, but I don't think he has the oh no, it doesn't do fire damage. Does it have... Okay, so it's just a big hammer? I mean, he's definitely got the... It has the appearance of roiling flames. Weapon of the prelates who lead the fire monks. Right. Strong attacks fling foes into the air.
Apparently it tosses people.
Yeah.
Prelate charge does lava fire, apparently.
Okay, yeah, the skill has prelate charge, boom, and you charge forward, just great big fire thing. Cool.
Okay, that's neat. So, it's apparently appropriate if he heals more from fire.
He does not. He's just resistant to fire damage.
Ah, okay. So,
all right. So then...
Not specifically pertinent in this case.
But Mesmer is also resistant to fire damage. So let's see here. Mesmer has Zamor's curved sword.
Interesting.
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
That is a dexterity-based weapon, if I remember correctly, and he is a dexterity-based fighter. Yeah, skills primarily in dexterity with reduced in strength. So it is it's a dex weapon for a dex fighter.
Which Mesmer evidently is.
Mm-hmm. And it builds frostbite, which does not that does not fit cohesively with Mesmer very well with his natural fire abilities. Since dealing frostbite does, or dealing fire damage instantly negates the frostbite status effect.
This is true. I will say, does
it does it does have a passive frostbite buildup.
Yes. Does capping frostbite deal damage?
So yeah, so when frostbite takes effect, it instantly does a chunk of damage off their health, just like the bleed effect. But then it also reduces their defenses until the frostbite status effect goes away. So all other damage that they take is increased.
Okay. Which, that's not necessarily bad, because if Mesmer happens to have like a hyper-potent fire damage attack, even if it immediately gets rid of the frostbite, it's still dealing a lot of fire damage in that one hit.
Yeah. So, now they are doing battle in the Abyssal Woods. Oh. Okay. So here's one of our arenas with a special rule.
Oh.
The Abyssal Woods has the aged ones wandering around. So they will be attracted to a noisy battle. Now, for everyone out there who's not 100% up to date with these guys, if you know Bloodborne, they're like the Winter Lanterns in Bloodborne, but worse. They cannot be physically touched except under one very specific circumstance that I'll get into. So they are like ghosts that just chase you down. They can touch you, and then they just force frenzied flame madness into you until you die on the spot. Getting caught by them is an instant death scenario. Now, the only exception to that is when they reach out for you, you can parry them, and that makes them physical for a few seconds. So it's one of those situations where they're ethereal until they try to touch you, so you have to hit them when they become physical, basically.
Yeah. Stands to reason. They're ghosts, but they have to phase into the real world in order to do something, and if you stagger them at that point, they can't unphase.
Yes, Justin, they can be parried. It's really hard to do because the parry window is really weird, and it's way sooner than you would expect it to be based on the animation. But they can be parried, and if you parry them, they become physical. For just like a couple seconds. So, yeah.
I'll say this: if aged ones get involved, do you think either participant would have problems parrying?
I think that Alexander would have a much harder time parrying than Mesmer.
That was my conclusion there. Yes.
All right. So now let's take a look at modifiers.
Because Mesmer's got the high dexterity, Alexander seems like more strong. Let's see.
Oh, Emperor Mist. They can be parried or killed after a very, 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 very long time with Black Knife Destined Death. Oh, that's right. That is true. Destined Death because Destined Death doesn't do normal damage, it reduces your maximum HP. If you hit them with a Destined Death attack, it doesn't show that they take damage because they're immune to damage until you parry them. But
eventually they'll just have 0 max hit points.
Eventually their max HP becomes 0 when they die. So that's just a fun... I think that's less of a lore thing and more of a fun game code kind of thing.
How things interact.
Yeah. Can Alexander even be affected by the Frenzied Flame? Considering the Frenzied Flame is the only thing that can permanently kill spirits as well, I think yes. The Frenzied Flame's whole deal is that it reduces all of existence to nothingness. So I think that there isn't anything immune to Frenzied Flame. But okay, Alexander, do you have a buff, debuff, or no modifier? He's got a buff.
Okay.
All right. Mesmer also has a buff.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay. Alexander, what do you got going on? The Opaline Crystal Tear. Cool. So the Opaline Crystal Tear gives him damage reduction across the board to all damage types.
Oh, that is good.
It's not.
How much?
It's not huge. In game, it's like 5% or something like that. Well, because I'm taking all of these effects and making them more substantial, we'll say 25% in this case. He takes 1/4 less damage from all sources.
Okay, so that is useful.
All right.
But
Yeah,
the
especially because
frostbite,
Mesmer has the
contrary-wise,
split damage, doesn't he?
And Mesmer, the Viridian Hidden Tear. So for the first minute of the fight, he consumes no stamina. He cannot be tired out.
Ooh.
That's big.
Ooh.
Do bosses have like hidden stamina bars on this? Oh.
So, in the way that it kind of functions is that, bosses have their pre-programmed combos, and they have their the windows that they that you can punish at the end of their combos, right? That is representative of like them catching their own stamina back up. So
For the Viridian Tear.
For the first 1 minute of this fight, Mesmer basically doesn't have any windows of punishment. He's constantly non-stop able to attack without any drawback, without tiring out at all.
Yeah, I think that's I think I was still leaning towards Mesmer, just because of the nature of who Mesmer is. As Tempest says, in a Soulsborne boss fight, 1 minute is an eternity, and I think with 1 minute of uninterrupted, no combo attackless, no combo finish attacking, it's gonna turn Alexander into a very nice mosaic.
So here's something else to consider.
Yes.
So Mesmer isn't really gonna have. Oh, excuse me. I mean, yeah, he just naturally has fire that he can use. He doesn't need a seal or any kind of magical focus for that. He is the flame of the abyssal serpent. It is part of his being.
Lovely.
The Alexander is not immune but resistant to fire. He has the Opaline Tear on top of that to get additional resistance to everything. And he is resistant to slashing damage, which is what the Zamor, the sword does, right?
And
so
Alexander's got the, he's got a club, so that's not relevant. Yeah.
Victor, even though he has unlimited stamina, the woods is going to be a tough to beat because a grab will ground you. Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear you on that. Justin, he's probably my favorite DLC boss. Yeah, same. Now the other thing to so in terms of defense, Alexander has this kind of in his favor. He's able to withstand a lot more in this fight, just from all of his natural defenses and the Opaline Crystal Tear. Mesmer, though, in my personal opinion, is just he's going to be able to be way more aggressive, especially with the Viridian Hidden Tear affecting him. He is he's going to be able to, proc some frostbite to
Yeah.
negate some of those extra defenses.
Help that.
And
Yeah, like what I'm imagining is Mesmer just hitting Alexander with a ton of smaller attacks to crank up Frostbite, and then once Frostbite triggers, he just hits him with a giant, massive attack to deal a ton of damage all at once, and then repeat for like a full minute, like probably 4 or 5 times, would you say?
probably not even that. And if Mesmer destroys his Eye of Grace to unleash the Abyssal Serpent, then I think he just swallows Alexander whole.
He probably wouldn't even need to do that. Like, he's, like, again, a full minute of just constant attack. What's Alexander gonna do about that? And, like, by my understanding, Mesmer's the more agile fighter. He's able to attack probably much, much faster. So he's stacking up Frostbite quickly. And with the aged ones around, he's able to parry them better. Or just avoid them outright and get them to go for Alexander instead of him. I don't think there's an edge Mesmer doesn't have.
I tend to agree. Go ahead, Glimpy, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I was just going to say as well, I don't think I've ever seen Alexander dodge, ever.
Yeah.
Like, he just kind of tanks everything, and given, like, just thinking about Mesmer's boss fight, when he does, like, those repeating spear thrusts, and there's, like, 5 of them in, like, 1 second. If he can just keep doing that, like, I just imagine Alexander's health bar just whittling down to 0 in, like, 30 seconds.
Yeah, my own personal thought is that I don't think the aged ones are even going to be a factor, because I think Mesmer just shatters Alexander before they even hear the fight and come running.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even if they do show up, the way you describe them, they just instantly kill you if they catch you. And the way it sounds is like Alexander would be much more inclined to try and tank that.
Yeah,
So
and you cannot tank it. They grab you, and they just straight up kill you on the spot.
Yeah. Like, it grounds you, but that doesn't matter. If you're grabbed, you're already dead, essentially.
Alright, I think that we have debated this enough. Putting the poll out there. Let's see what the people think.
I think it's going to be 18 inches of Mesmer for everyone.
Alright, Mesmer. What do you think?
Skinny.
What do you have to say, Mesmer? Oh. He says, oh boy. He says that he's gonna add a new pot to the Shadowkeep's infirmary. Oh, that was harsh, dude.
Someone went for Alexander, though. Someone's a believer.
Someone is a believer.
Someone believes in Alexander and his warrior's journey.
They do. That believer needs to voice themselves. Like, why do you think that Alexander takes it? Let's hear what you think, Mr. or Miss Believer of the Warrior Jar. What are your thoughts?
What if it's just Alexander? Like, what if Alexander's just in the chat? Like, I'd win. Trust me, I'd win, guys.
Compared to me, that lowly snake is but a crock. Oh, man. Alright. Well, it's been sitting at the same number for some time now, so I think we are good to end it, and that is a landslide for Mesmer the Impaler.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well,
I've got to say, so far, all of my predictions for round 1 have been accurate. And, yeah. I'm just saying.
Alright, Mesmer moves on. Which brings us to Tiolier versus Dragon Lord Placidusax. Which is, you know...
Just put the vote. Put Tioli out of his misery.
Hey,
Yeah,
we
don't
don't...
say that doesn't sound... like, the regular name people, I don't think are going to be in... Yeah, I was gonna say, who the heck is Tiolier?
Justin, Tiolier is one of Miquela's followers. He is the one who... He's the one who uses poisons and created deadly poison perfume bottles. He's the one that's part of St. Trina's quest. Did I miss a side quest in the DLC? Maybe. He along with Sir Ansbach are the only two of the followers that can still end up on your side against Leda and Radon and Miquela. All right, Mesmer.
He's a very sleepy boy.
Yeah, I heard it's quite easy to miss a lot of side quests.
Oh yeah, super easy, super easy. Okay, Plassy and Tiolier, where are you guys? Now again, it is possible that Tiolier can have, you know, the gods of dice just kind of work out in his favor. Not super likely, but you know,
Praying for
potential.
Scarlet Rot Placidusax.
Yeah.
Oh, because like there's some arenas like Agil Lake where the danger is that, you know, dragon like, you know, in that particular one, Agil the dragon is there as a threat to the fighters. But if given the choice between random little dude with a mask and poison bottles or Dragon Lord Placidusax, the enemy of my father Baal, whom we despise, like, you know, Agil's gonna target Placidusax, right? So, like, you know, there's some other things that can happen here.
Yeah, it's never really a guaranteed win, is it? There's
No.
always something that can change.
Unless
the
you're up
tides.
against, unless it's Malekith versus Leda.
Yeah. That's the exception where it's so one-sided no matter what.
Okay, apparently I'm not seeing Tiolier in my list. So let's try to... Yep, okay, for some reason Tiolier didn't make it on... Oh no, he did. It shows a duplicate. Okay, whatever. Tiolier is here now. Boop. Alright, Tiolier. Now then, what are they fighting with? Tiolier, you... again, now, with, like, Placidusax, this is one of those where, like, almost anything that we roll isn't gonna matter. But, you know, we'll still roll for him and see what happens. Tiolier?
Yeah, maybe if it's like the Scorpion Stinger or something like that.
Tiolier gets the Astrologer's Staff. So the most basic glintstone staff there is. He is not a spellcaster whatsoever. He is not able to use this at all. Okay, Placidusax gets the Academy Glintstone Staff.
The Battle of the Sorcerers.
Oh. So...
I mean, I'll vouch that Placidusax probably doesn't need the staff on the basis that he is a dragon.
Yeah.
With, like, 3 heads.
Well, he had 5, now he has 2.
Oh, right. He had lost 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay, now where are they doing battle? We have the Colosseum. All right, Colosseum. So this is just, your standard Colosseum room. The the Colosseums that Godfrey set up around the lands between. It's
Classy is half the arena.
Yeah, it's just a regular ass Colosseum. No special, no special things. No extra effects. Where is Colosseum? No. Here we go, Colosseum. Boop. Alright. So they're just in a regular ass Colosseum. The little poison guy who's always down on himself and thinks that he can't do anything right, versus the Lord of all ancient dragons with nuclear fire breath.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure Placidusax's second phase, where he gets the staff, and does the nuke AoE.
Yeah.
I feel like that would literally be the entire arena.
Probably.
Possibly. All right. So, do we have any modifiers going into this? Whoa! No, not the Dark Chamber. Go away, Dark Chamber. All right.
Tiolier rip.
Tiolier is neutral, no modifier. Nothing helping or hurting him. His debuff is that he has low self-esteem. He's already got a debuff.
Well, there you go.
Abandoned by Saint Trina, and now the Heart of the Cards as well.
But Plassey's got a debuff. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. What's affecting him? The Ruptured Crystal Tear. Plassey is going to explode in a few seconds into the fight.
Fatally?
No. So there's 2 Ruptured Crystal Tears that you can add to your flask of Wondrous Physic. Crystal tears are just ingredients you put into this flask and when you drink it, you can put 2 tears in, and when you drink it, you get the effect of each tear, so you can kind of modify what effects to get. The Ruptured Crystal Tear is you drink it, and then 5 seconds later, you explode, and it does a chunk of damage off of you, but it does It also does a bunch of damage to anything around you. The way that we're rolling with the Ruptured Crystal Tear is that Plassey just drank both of them, so he's taking massive damage a few seconds into the fight.
But he's also blowing up everything around him, which, because he's so big, I imagine will include Thiolier regardless of... Yeah, he's just you know what? I don't have time to actually fight this guy. I'm just gonna blow myself up, and he'll probably die from it.
Oh!
The damage enemies take is significantly more than the damage you take, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But the Colosseum is very big, and...
Oh, it's very big. Oh. It's the opposite of small.
Yeah. Plassey is primarily going to be trying to fight with his breath weapon. He's primarily going to be trying to shoot out his golden lightning fire. Thiolier, he doesn't have any way of damaging Plassey without getting close, though. He can't use the staff for anything except bonk. So the question:
does staff even help Placidusax?
No, the Academy Glintstone staff doesn't help Plassey at all.
Yeah, because he doesn't have Glintstone.
No. So Plasty is just gonna be shooting lightning and fire and using his claws and phasing like in and out of the sky with his. Plasty has like some minor time manipulation where he just phases out of existence in one spot and into another.
Oh, it's also got time manipulation. Okay.
Yeah. Emperor missed. Tolier only knows how to make poison. Man is dead with that stick. Yeah. He is actually a much better fighter than he gives himself credit for, and better than other people give him credit for until like the very end of the DLC when Sir Ansbach is like, "Oh, damn. He's actually like really good." But
I didn't realize he was actually a good person.
But that's also him using his personal weapons that like he makes himself, which are special poison perfumes and whatnot.
Whereas,
and here he's just got a stick that he can't cast magic with.
Yeah.
Because he don't know any magic to cast with.
He's slightly screwed. Yeah.
So, the only thing I can possibly see going his way is that he maintains his distance enough that Plasty explodes and takes like 2/3 of his health out, because that's
how much he loses. Oh my Lanta!
Yeah, if we're doing both ruptured tiers here, so Plasty is taking a huge damage.
Okay, just to be clear, compared to the rest of the arena, how big is Placidusax?
The Emperor missed. What distance? Plasty is half of the arena. He doesn't even need to move. Oh yeah, he does have the Sleep Needle Fist weapon, but not here. He doesn't. Tolier casually poisoning himself and everyone around him with his poison perfume flask. No, you can see what the size of the arena right here. You can see a normal human compared to the size of the Colosseum, and Placidusax. Placidusax is big. Like, let's not mince any words there. He's big, but he's not. He's really only about the size of a regular dragon. He's not even like Bale size. He's not even like any of the really big dragons. He's not that big, and the explosion doesn't affect things really that far away from you.
Here's the thing, though. He is pretty smart, right?
Yes.
So I think he'd know
definitely
probably the range of a double ruptured tier and be able to, even if he wasn't already trying to get fairly close to Tolier regardless, he would probably know, okay, I'm gonna blow up soon. I need to get him within range before I do that. And he would just bomb rush Tolier. What's Tolier gonna do about that? Hell,
nothing. There's nothing he can do about that.
He could time phase on top of Tolier.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And then pin him down till he blows up.
Okay, so that brings up a good question. Sorry, Glimby, I'll let you talk as soon as I establish this.
Yeah.
I didn't think really to establish, does he know that he's under the effects of the ruptured tier or not? So that's something that we kind of have to establish. Does he know he's about to explode or not? Is a big question.
I would assume, Alex, like with the other tiers that we've had, they've all been positive so far. I'd assume the characters do know that they've had those tiers, because like in the game you have to actively drink them to trigger them, right?
Yes, you have to actively drink them to trigger them, but this is a debuff that's being put upon him by the greater will. This is us, basically just, like, zapping him with the effect. Emperor Mist has throws in, like, if it's a debuff, then he doesn't know. That's one a side to take for sure. Glimby, what do you think?
I think, yeah, I guess based on the rules of this, I think he doesn't know. At least maybe not initially. Like, I feel like he would start to know once he, like, sort of, you know how you, like, glow before you blow up with the ruptured crystal tier.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe he'd clock on then, so he wouldn't have much time. It would have to be like a reaction rather than being planned. So I wonder if he'd have enough time. You know how he turns into a storm and then, like, flies around. If he could just turn himself into, like, a ballistic missile, just literally, like, not just a nuclear bomb like Tempest said, but a literal nuclear missile, and then just the kinetic damage of him connecting with Talia, and then he vaporizes his corpse.
See, I'm slightly more interested in that regard with the with the time phasing thing. Does time pass for Placidusax whilst he's doing that? And more specifically, if he does that, I mean, let's just this is all kind of for the sake of argument. I think it's pretty obvious Placid wins by a landslide, but for the sake of argument, would him phasing out and then phasing back in mean that he explodes during the time he's phased out, or would the effect pause until he's back in?
I think that the effect would pause until he's back in.
Yeah, because if he...
It's part of his being at that point.
Yeah, because my argument with that is... if he's able to notice the glow and realize, oh my god, I'm about to explode. Even.
Oh my me.
Yeah. He can react to it by phasing out, phase back in on top of Thiolier, and just blow up with Thiolier right underneath him. Again, that's all for the sake of argument. Thiolier is going to lose. There is not a question. But I think he's smart enough to realize I'm about to explode and use the best response to it to ensure it's not just hurting him.
I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, he has existed for countless millennia. He is not. Yeah. He's not dumb. He has, thousands upon thousands of years of combat experience. He is, he's the Lord of all dragons for a reason.
Yeah.
The Elden Lord of a bygone era.
Yeah. I like how with Leda versus Malekith, it was just, oh no, she's gonna die so badly. In this, we're actually debating, okay, but how fast does Thiolier die? It's funny.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and get the poll going. I think we've reached a good point here. While it's going, I need to use the bathroom and then be right back. And when I come back, I will end the poll at wherever it is. And of course, continue to talk, debate, do whatever as you go forwards. With Leda, I think we were just happy she was dead on arrival. I agree completely, Justin. F that be.
Well said. Yeah, it's a Placidusax landslide. It's not even close.
Yeah, it's a landslide. Oh wow, Fiolia's not even gotten 1 vote. Even Leda got a pity vote. I think everyone's in agreement. So who would win, Leda or Thiolie? Just since we're here.
Ooh, that's a solid question.
Like,
I think Leda would just like tear Thalia in half, like with her bare hands, even if she had all of her normal weapons.
okay.
Talia is
Let's pretend.
yeah.
Okay. For the sake of argument, let's pretend they had all the modifiers they had in this tournament.
Ooh,
So,
okay, so it's Scarlet
Leda's
Rot
got
Leda.
Leda with a heavy crossbow and Scarlet Rot versus Thiolie with the glintstone stuff.
Ooh. Well, Thalia is canonically incredibly sleepy. So if Leda could assassinate him before he woke up, it'd be easy. But otherwise, I think Thalia could probably like cower long enough that Leda would just decompose on the spot.
Probably.
Also,
Like,
Emperor
we've
Miss says
established-
R.I.P. Femboy Thalia. Salute.
Yeah.
I love that. Salute to all of our fallen femboy veterans.
Yeah, there you go. The femboys.
Ooh, okay, I am returned.
It's him. He's back.
I am back.
We've debated Fiolier versus Leda with the same modifiers as in this tournament.
Oh,
We concluded.
I think that Tiolier would defeat Leda.
Probably. Leda can't catch a break even in a fight with a guy who's not using any of his actual good weapons.
All right, poll ended 100% Plassy. I think we all saw that.
That's our first. Yeah, that's our first 100%. Even Leda got a pity vote.
It is our first 100%. All right. Coliseum down. Plassy down. All right. Well then. Plassy wins. Which means that we are up to our next one, and we gotta start kind of like moving more on these. Blythe, the half-wolf, versus Vike, the tarnished closest to becoming Elden Lord.
Ooh, that's a compelling matchup.
That is.
That one entirely depends on the weapons and the buffs.
It is, yeah, absolutely it is. All right. So I think something that, because I've been trying to look through the list that I've of preset images on OBS, that's what's been slowing things down really, really bad. I'm just gonna straight up put the things in. Yeah, I'm just gonna put the images back in, even if they're duplicates. I think that will be much faster. Yeah. Vike, the man on the cover. Blythe. Whoa, that is way too big, Blythe.
Yeah, so sad swordman versus wolf swordman.
Whew. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of debate to be had between these two for sure. You think this is good? You kind of think Vike? Yeah, I see that. But you wait for the buff. Debuff is going to be huge. Yes, this does depend entirely on the rolls for sure. All right. So, Blythe, what are you wielding? Freya's greatsword. That is very, very good for him. That is definitely a weapon that... Oh, I did not pop back over. Let's put these guys on the layer below. Thank you. Yeah, no, Freya's greatsword is definitely a weapon that he has a lot of synergy with. It's going to be very similar to his own greatsword. So
okay.
just as a quick refresher. You can see Vike being a master of all kinds of weapons except glintstone staffs. He is a dragon. Yeah, no, Vike is a player character. Put in. Yeah, he's basically a player character, for sure. He could do just about anything. Okay, so
like
just
you before you screwed up.
Yeah,
Or he's like you before screwing up.
he is.
There
Okay.
you go.
That he at the very least would have made it to Malekith if the entire reason that he if it weren't for the entire reason that he abandoned becoming Elden Lord was that he didn't want to burn his maiden. So that's a huge thing to consider there. But yeah, Freya's great sword
Luckily,
is.
there are no maidens to burn here, only a wolf.
Mm-hmm.
So what weapon does
Alright.
he roll?
And it comes with the spinning slash. So
Ah,
just yeah,
speed.
a good little twirl and overhead slam. Yeah, that's like Freya's great sword is basically just is gonna be more or less the same as his normal weapon. Vike gets Radahn's great sword, the Star Scourge great sword. Ooh, okay. I think that is advantage Vike as far as weapons go.
I assume they're both quite similar in terms of how they act.
Yeah, they are similar in terms of movesets and how they act. Yes.
Yeah.
The difference there being that the Star Scourge Greatsword gives gravity magic as well.
See, that's a big benefit for Vike.
Mm-hmm. It's a pair of weapons,
Oh, it's two weapons. Oh,
and it's Ash of War, the Starcaller Cry.
summons a
Let's-
meteor.
Big gravity explosion around you.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's slightly different.
So, just based on weapons so far, I'm considering advantage Vike.
Advantage Vike, not victory yet, but advantage.
So what is Vike's int stat though? Because don't the Star Scourge swords need intelligence? Because I think
Absolutely.
Vike is more faith, isn't he? So he might actually not be able to use like the stronger, like the weapon art.
That's a question. I think that he's
He does have dragon lightning.
right, but he doesn't have a seal to cast Dragon Lightning with.
Mm.
He got
Does he need a
Radahn's. He got yeah.
Is that what he's got?
So yeah, we don't.
Right, because you can have multiple weapons, can't you?
Mm-hmm. So we don't really get to see his actual stats for like if he has anything pumped into one stat versus another. But Vike is meant to be a player character stand-in. He was the player character before he decided to stop, and then you stepped in to be the player character. I think it's fair to say that Vike has got access to anything that you could have access to in terms of the stats there.
Okay.
So now there we go. Where are they battling? Castle Ensis. All right, they are going to be in Castle Ensis,
What's going on?
which is the home of R'hllana Not Renala, but her sister Ralana.
Classic FromSoft naming conventions.
Banana. Not the city of Mensis, either.
Castle Ensis.
Yeah, too bad Patches didn't get that arena.
What the heck? Why did it not show up? Come on. Castle Ensis. What? Why is it not taking... It's not coming in. This is... It's a... Oh, it's a GIF file, not a... God damn it. Okay, I gotta get a different image for Castle Ensis then. That sucks. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. I'm hating it.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Yeah, we'll grab this one. What are... Yeah, you'll work. You'll work. WebP files suck, but you know, they can still go into OBS just fine. Boom. Okay. Castle Ensis. So, this is not just like Rolana's boss room, this is the whole castle. Castle Ensis as a whole.
Ooh.
So they can go...
Okay.
They can go anywhere in Castle Ensis. If Patches got this arena, he might have been able to kick Ymir off the castle walls. Absolutely. 100%. So, yes. Blythe with Freya's greatsword, Vike with Radon's swords. They're in Castle Ensis, which is a fairly ordinary castle, I'd want to say. There's not like a lot going for it that'll make it a big, a lot of consideration in particular. So now let's go ahead and see if they have any buffs or debuffs. Alright, Blythe, what do you got? Blythe gets a buff. And Vike is debuffed.
Ooh, the tides turn.
Oh, how the tides turn. Alright, Blythe, you get... We already did Opaline Crystal Tear. Miquella's Great Rune. Okay, here's a special buff. Blythe holds Miquella's Great Rune. Now, the entire reason that I put Miquella's Great Rune in here as a buff is so that Miquella can't just steamroll the competition the whole tournament. It's in here purely to say that Miquella doesn't get to just brainwash everybody right at the start of the match and go through the whole thing and win.
Okay.
So
Blythe can.
So Blythe. So now Blythe has Miquella's Great Rune, and he is immune to charm effects. Now, why this buff is a special one is it doesn't go away after the match. Whoever wins this match gets to keep Miquella's Rune as the spoils of war and take it with them into the next round, and so on, so forth.
So he has permanent counter charm now.
Yes, and if Vike
If
wins,
he wins.
and if Vike wins,
Oh,
then
if-
then he takes Miquella's Great Rune, and he's got the permanent.
Ooh, but he does have a debuff.
Yes. So now
Okay.
So for the purposes of this match, Blythe's buff doesn't do anything for him, but now Miquella's Great Rune is in. It's in the pot. It's in here. All right.
Okay. Awesome.
Vike, you. Nope. We already
Gets a
we
debuff.
already feared opponent. We already Scarlet Rot. He shrinks to half size. Vike.
Wow.
Vike is now a. He's joined the Vulgar Militia.
Wait, does his weapon stay the same size? Do the Star Scourge greatswords stay the same size?
Everything goes to scale.
Okay, everything goes to scale. Okay,
Just like,
say otherwise.
Just like when Radon uses his great swords and then you use his great swords, they're like they're vastly different size. They scale to the user, right? It's the same situation here. Same situation here.
Okay. And does that change his stats at all, or just his like range?
Yeah. It makes him smaller, so like he's everything shrinks down half. That does mean that his physical capabilities are roughly what they would be scaled down.
So if he had like 50 strength before, it'd be like if he had 25 strength, basically.
More or less.
Okay, cool. I'm with you.
But the swords also require half the... Okay, so it's about half everything.
Mm-hmm. So, alright, so let's see. So we have, in Castle Ensis, we have Blythe with Freya's greatsword, a tiny Vike with Radon's greatswords, and Miquella's rune is up for grabs to whoever wins.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna have to give it to Blythe. I'm gonna have to give it to Blythe purely because of the size debuff. I think that's what's gonna get Vike. I think he just kind of, his damage output is lower, and Blythe is pretty agile and pretty accurate, I would say. I think it's gotta go to Blythe.
I don't know enough about Blythe to say how powerful he is in a normal fight. Certainly, I think Vike being... And Jeff, you'll recall I said Blythe would win versus Vike initially, then I swapped it round to Vike winning against Blythe.
Mm-hmm.
I think being smaller is going to be tricky for Vike, but I think it also gives him... Because it's an entire castle, and so it potentially gives Vike opportunities to go places that Blythe can't follow or otherwise wouldn't expect.
Right.
And like we've established, Vike is quite agile, right?
Yeah, Vike can do anything that the player character can do, basically. And yeah, Blythe is pretty agile. He is more on the beefy, brutish side than on the agile side, but he's still a beastman. He is an Empyrean shadow for Ronnie, so he's of the same... he's cut from the same cloth as Malekith is, just on a much smaller scale, because Malekith is an unstoppable warrior of death.
Yeah. I don't know. Man,
this is a really hard one.
I mean, I went with Blythe and Vike with, because Vike objectively has the better weapon, we've established that.
Yes.
But they're both pretty good weapons.
Yeah. Not that Blythe has a bad weapon, and the weapon he has is also very, is very conducive to his normal fighting style, so he's not going to be... put off by having to use something he's not used to using. But yes, Star Scourge greatswords are objectively better.
I think that they are two swords instead of one does work in Vike's favor in this instance, because being smaller would impact the damage more if it were one sword, but because it's two swords, it kind of gives him... And he still has the gravity blast. And Blythe has... he can do the swing, but Vike being smaller arguably means he's more capable of avoiding them, just because it is difficult to judge Emperor Mist. I 100% agree.
Yes, this is the hardest one to properly judge, in my opinion, so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if Vike had a lesser weapon, it would be pretty much a spill in Blythe's favor. But because he specifically has such a good weapon, it's, yeah. Yeah, Vike can do. Here's the thing. Yeah, Vike
Yeah.
can do anything the player can do. I think for
Except
Vike,
sacrifice one maiden.
exactly. I think that's kind of the thing. Vike is kind of, if the player was there, would being half size mean that a player cannot defeat Blythe in one go?
See, Vike would be on a crusade against the Blood Knights. I feel that. We'll see, for the purposes of this, there is no grace reviving people after death. So,
Yes.
a player can, attack, can win or lose in any fight, however many
Yes.
times. You keep going at it until you win. I don't know. We handled the fire giant pretty well. See, yeah, there's another thing to consider there. Vike is essentially a player character stand-in. Half size, going. He's vulgar militia now. Vike absolutely could have taken on the fire giant, in my opinion, no question.
Yeah.
And this is basically the same kind of situation, I want to say, just on a different kind of scale. I don't think that being half size is going to affect Vike that much.
Yeah.
Uh,
Again, if it were a regular greatsword or colossal sword or whatever, it would be really bad. But because it is two swords with a strong gravity attack that he may or may not be able to use, I think that does mean he can pull it back. And again, use the size of the castle to his advantage by hiding in weird spaces and coming out and then ducking back into them as and when.
Emperor Mist, every match is randomized each time. So no, they don't get to keep whatever they rolled in the first fight, with the exception of Miquella's Great Rune. That's the only exception.
Shall we go to votes?
Anything that you want to add, Glimby, before we go into votes?
No, I think I'm ready to vote. To be honest, I think this is the one where, depending on how you look at it, it'll just we'll keep changing sides because it's so closely
Go
matched.
either way.
Yeah, so I think we've got to put it to the chat and let them make their verdict.
Yeah.
Choose correctly, chat. I'm watching you.
This is a very hard one for sure. So there it is. This is so close. You're absolutely right.
I do think I am going to vote in favour of Vike myself, just because better weapon can take advantage of the side. Being small is a bit of a hindrance, but not as much of one as it would be with a single large sword.
Sure. Whew, hard. This was so freaking rough. We got 80% Vike right now.
Wow. Where are my fellow blind stands at? Come on, chat.
I was expecting this to be a lot more even keeled, but I think what we're seeing here is that everyone thinks it's close, but everyone is also just very slightly leaning towards Vike.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I think it is.
So it looks like it's a bigger landslide than it actually is in our heads.
Yeah.
But ooh, this is
It's like in first past the post. If you have 51% of the votes, you have. It's like you can have a minority of votes, but
Right.
still have a majority of control. And in particular, if you have 51% of the seat, you have 100% of the control.
all right. We've been
So
sitting at
it's kind of
80%
that.
for a hot minute.
Anyone else? So we've got potentially 3 more people who could vote at the moment.
All right. right, just reinforcing to everyone that we got. Oh man, I drank so much water that I gotta pee again already.
Oh.
All right. Well, I will go ahead and yeah, I gotta do that quick bathroom break one more time. Sorry, everybody, and then I'll close it once I get right back.
All right.
All right, I'll do the same thing. We'll coordinate.
Okay. I'll keep you guys entertained then. How are you? What time have you been doing today? As you can see, I'm very good at keeping a conversation going on my own. Oh, we've got another vote, and it's another one in favor of Vike. Fair enough. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, you played Persona 3 Reload, that's cool.
Tripping over over a
Gundam
fan
Breaker
cord.
4.
Dang.
So we've got Persona 3 Reload and Gundam Breaker 4, which have been played recently.
Oh, okay. I just walked into something completely different.
So basically, Radonna's gonna fight a Gundam, which is immune to Scarlet Rot. No, I'm just making stuff up.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and end this because we got 83% Vike. Yep. End poll.
Yeah.
Trying to keep the conversation going without me. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so winner Vike, which was not the thoughts were not very well reflected in that end voting, but it was so close, so close. R.I.P. Blythe, absolutely. Next up, we have Rykard versus Hornsent. Now,
Yeah, I wonder which way this is going to go.
This is one that is I find hilarious that the randomized tournament seeds pulled out this way. Because Hornsent is probably going to walk into this like, yeah, I'm going to kill that snake bastard who burned down my entire civilization. Oh, we're going to, let's tear him apart. And wait a minute. You're not the giant snake bastard that destroyed my civilization.
It's a completely different giant snake bastard.
Yeah,
There's two of
giant
them?
snake bastard.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
Oh. Now, I will say, just right off the cuff, my best understanding is that Rykard is one of the toughest enemies in the game in terms of raw physical health, to
Yes.
the point that you're provided a special weapon specifically to fight him.
Yes, this is true. This is true.
If Hornsent does get the serpent spear, that's gonna be so amazing.
Oh, that would be
That
amazing.
would be,
That would be amazing.
very
If
valuable.
if Hornsent gets the serpent spear, then honestly, I don't think I'd have any issues with voting for him as the winner.
Same.
Because
Same. I think that would be.
he's
Go
not an incapable fighter. He is tough.
Yeah, he just needs a weapon to be able to get close to him.
Yeah. Because if you don't have something that's gonna have some range to it, then you have to fight him while standing in the pool of magma that he passively generates, which doesn't do nearly as much damage as it realistically should.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it does less damage over time than like regular poison does. No, I didn't mean to click on Microsoft Edge. God, no, go away. I went to click on my file explorer. Horn scent, horn scent, horn scent. Here we go. Okay. Horn scent. Horn scent versus Rykard. Praetor Rykard versus Horn scent. Let's shrink you down because you're in the way of my face. Thank you. Okay. Now to find out what they are using. Okay, Rykard, you get... Nope, we got the Zamor Curve Sword already. The Prince of Death's Staff.
Oh.
Okay.
So, this is Rykard's weapon.
Yes. So, Prince.
And Rykard has hands, right?
Yes, he has
Like
hands.
he has a lot of hands.
Yes, and and again, weapons scale to the character's size, so he is able to use any weapon that we roll up for him.
He doesn't even need to scale it. He's got loads of normal size hands.
If nothing else, then he can just lash out with his the god devouring serpent heads to just like slam on Horn scent.
Yeah, there you go.
Or they breathe fire. So this is a glintstone staff, so it does do sorceries, but it so the question is, can it also cast his incantations? I know some weapons can do both sorceries and incantations.
I think because it scales with intelligence and faith, so I'd assume
that doesn't necessarily mean that it can cast incantations.
Well, he doesn't
Correct me if
normally
I'm
have a
wrong.
weapon, does he? He just
No,
does
he has
that.
a weapon. He has the
Oh.
blasphemous blade, which you can get yourself for his to do remembrance.
I think
Okay.
Rykard's like magma spells are technically incantations as well. It might be
Yeah.
worth checking because I think they are.
Rykard's
and for-
rancor is classified as a sorcery. Okay, that's huge then.
Okay, yeah, he wins.
Okay,
I mean,
so
he was gonna win.
so he can cast his sorceries. They're not death sorceries, so they're not boosted by the effects of the Prince of Death staff, but they don't need to be. This is something that and his spells also scale off of both intelligence and faith, and so it's going to be his Prince of Death staff is going to be actually really good for him, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's OP right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, Horn scent. What do you got? The Troll Knight's sword. So he's got the strength to wield it, but he does not have the intelligence. He can't use its glintstone magic.
Ooh. Yeah, it's
So-
not looking good for the Horn scent. He's gonna need a hell of a buff, and Rykard's gonna need a hell of a debuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, where are they battling? Because if it's in a tiny enclosed space, I think Rykard wins by default because Horn scent is just drowning in lava. The mine boss room. All right, in the mine. Boop. Ye Horn scent would need the iron perfume. All right, so it's a tiny enclosed space.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hornsent's dead.
Don't even. I don't know what Horn Scent does. That I don't know anything about it makes me think that it's not massively strong to begin with.
He is a formidable warrior. We cannot take that away from him. He joins the player character in the fight against Mesmer.
Okay.
He is a solid warrior. But he's no Vike. He's no Tarnished. He is just, he's a solid warrior, but he's not some legendary combatant.
Mm-hmm.
He's empowered by the need to avenge his people that were, destroyed by Mesmer's crusade.
Okay.
He runs on pure spite and anger.
Cool.
Okay, so
Spanger, if you will.
yes, all right. Rykard, do you have a buff or debuff? No modifier. Rykard is going in even keel fresh. Hornsent is also going in even keel fresh. No nothing.
Total Hornsent death. It's over. It's over for the Hornsent.
Yeah, I don't think the Horn Scent. The way I'm understanding is he would win most 1v1 matchups in the game, but he's no Vike, he's no Tarnished. Like you say, he's certainly not got the tools right now to deal with Rykard.
No.
Not in that tiny space, and not when Rykard has a staff that's actively buffing everything he does.
Yeah. And just, again, Rykard passively generates a pit of magma around him.
Yeah.
You can't get into melee range without being in that pit. No matter, it doesn't matter what your melee weapon is, none of them have the range to do that, with the exception of the Serpent Spear, because it gets a special buff against Rykard specifically, where it generates a magic air slash.
Yeah. And this is kind of what I was thinking was, the Horn Scent would just, lose to Rykard because Rykard's whole nature is it gods.
Mm-hmm. Or Smith script weapons, cause range. Yes, but then that's not attacking melee, Emperor Mist. That's not getting, like I said, you can't reach him with melee, with the exception of the Serpent Hunter's Spear. There's a reason why the Mimic Tier is so effective in the Rykard fight. Absolutely, the Mimic Tier is just effective in every fight.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm eager to. Oh my god, I would imagine if Rykard had gotten the Mimic Tier buff in this fight.
Rykard.
There's not enough space. Oh.
The floor is lava.
Yes. So they're in a tiny room. The floor is lava. Hornsent has something that he's not really able to use super great. I mean he can still swing with it. He just can't use the magic aspects of the Troll Knight sword. Rykard can just thrash around with his serpent limbs. And Hornsent can't really do anything about that. He's already pinned against a wall in a pool of lava. I think Rykard might even be bigger than the room itself. So, and Rykard just summoned his flying magma skulls. Absolutely. So, again, this one does not need any more debate. Let's just go right into the poll. Who wins? Rykard, Hornsent, and go. I'm throwing a pity vote to Hornsent.
Yeah.
Watch, everyone's gonna think, oh yeah, I'll throw a pity vote to Hornsent. And he ends up winning because he takes all the pity votes.
That's a valid win.
Yeah, it would count, which would be crazy, because I almost did one for Hornsent. I was like, no, I already gave Leda my free pity vote of the day.
Who voted for Horns? I voted for Hornsent. I said that. You probably didn't hear that yet from the latency. Oh. Yeah, I threw Hornsent a pity vote.
Later wins for 1,000 pity votes.
Oh, Leda won with no, Leda doesn't deserve pity votes. No one wants to pity Leda.
Dude, the first thing she did after like having Mikola's charm broken, she was like, I'm gonna kill everyone. Just like a total psychopath.
Right? Like, oh, this is actually great. Now that none of us are affected by Mikola's brainwashing, I can kill everybody who wouldn't be following him without the brainwashing. Leda deserves to meet Godfrey. Okay. And we can go ahead and end this right now, because it's not going to change.
Yeah.
Alright. Leda deserves it for making... yeah, Leda does deserve it for making more fight. Man, nobody should make more fight. Okay, Hornsent, you're gone. Bye-bye. Deleted. Oh, man. Okay. Take all of you down. Boom. Rykard wins. The Fire Giant
Richard.
versus Sir Gideon Ofnir. The All-Knowing!
Still going, man.
Or, as I like to call him, the Know-Nothing. Sir Gideon Ofnir, the Know-Nothing. Alrighty. Ba-ba-boom. Fire Giant and Gideon. Fire Giant and Gideon.
All I know about the Fire Giant is that it's pretty hardcore and cuts its leg off to get its one-eyed god powers.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. This is gonna be hilarious if they get an arena that the Fire Giant can't even fit inside.
Mine 2 for mining.
If Gideon gets a seal or a staff, he might have a chance. Yes. The way that I'm running Gideon is that he gets every possible spell that he could get in the base game. Because for those of you unaware, the spells that Gideon uses depend on which bosses you defeat in the story. He basically like uses you as a patsy, and he studies the demigods that you defeat and takes in their spells, their abilities. So we are running this as Gideon with every spell that he could have.
Some good spells in that, aren't there?
Alright, Fire Giant and Gideon. There we go. I like the image I picked for Gideon. He's just standing there lecturing the Tarnished.
Does that mean he has the Fire Giant's magic?
I don't think he gets a spell from the Fire Giants.
Lame.
But maybe. I knew you'd come. Yeah, Gideon Ofnir loses because he wastes the first 5 minutes monologuing to the Fire Giant. Oh, that would be funny. That would be funny. Alright. So, Fire Giant. And again, weapons scale to their size. Fire Giant, what do you got? The Rosis Axe. So, Fire Giant has a giant axe. It is it is an intelligence-based weapon, which is not. So he's not going to be able to use its magical attributes, but he could still swing it around all willy-nilly. Yes, Fire Giant 2 Smooth Brain. Wait, why don't you spend your entire life in solitary confinement tending to a single fire for thousands of years and see how wrinkled your brain is after that?
Yeah, smooth.
America did that to him.
Smooth giant brain.
So yes, he's not going to be able to use it to its full potential, which I don't think really matters much anyway, because the skill Rose's Summons just summons a bunch of spectral skeletons around you that all strike the same spot. Which, oh my god, if he could use that, would the skeletons scale to his size?
Oh.
Just giant skeletons.
Would be good.
Oh man, but he can't. He definitely can't use that.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then what does Gideon get?
Yes. Okay. Gideon gets the Falling Star Beast Jaw. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
What?
it's over. It's over for Gideon.
What the heck?
So this is a weapon. It's a colossal weapon, so it scales with strength. He's not a he's a wizard. He is a wizard. Gideon is a wizard. He's not. But
So both have weapons they don't do well with.
But it's also an intelligence weapon.
Oh.
And it uses the skill is Gravity Bolt, which, as you can see right here, just summons big uses gravity to impale them with big stuff right there.
Oh.
He's not going to be able to use it very well. He's probably not going to be able to lift it very well. He can't swing around a whole bunch, but he can definitely use the skill, the Gravity Bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Map could still flip it. Fire Giant is famously easy to cheese if you get him stuck on something. Absolutely, Captain Catface. Gonna hurt Fire Giant's poor feet, yes. Until Fire Giant rips his own feet off. But if Fire Giant does that, to gain his, the Fell God's flame, then he's then Gideon's just gonna be constantly impaling the giant's chest eye. Would not be fun. All right, where are they fighting? In Round Table Hold.
Oh, how convenient.
How does that work for the fire giant? Do they just tear
It has
open the
to
roof?
crouch. No, it just crouches down. What? No, it doesn't even need to crouch down. It just takes its leg off.
Oh boy. Okay, so Round Table Hold is one of the arenas that's much too small. So, I think this is actually huge for Gideon. I think this is great for Gideon. But
that's big.
I will save that for once we have the whole everything all settled. It's not just the main room of Round Table Hold. It's all of Round Table Hold, including everything that is in Round Table Hold. So we have Hugh there, the Smith Master, and we have Gideon's library, his depository of knowledge is there, and all that good stuff.
Okay, that sounds pretty good for Gideon.
He's got a massive home field advantage here.
Yeah.
So, now, do we have any modifiers? Fire Giant is debuffed. He's already debuffed just by the nature of being cramped in this place.
No, Fire Giant gets half size, now we can actually fit in there.
Can you imagine?
We already used it. We're not doubling up debuffs.
Aren't we?
Gideon's got no modifier. Okay, so Fire Giant is a nope. We used it. He loses his weapon.
Oh.
He does not have the axe. Rosas' axe is gone. He lost it somehow.
It was too big to fit in the room.
So, Fire Giant, all he can do is throw hands, or if he sacrifices his leg, then he can start blasting out some fire. The only room that Fire Giant can even fit in remotely is the big hall, right? But
Probably.
Gideon's got access to the whole of Round Table Hold. He can go to Hugh and say, like, hey, Hugh, spend a moment to, craft this up, make this Falling Star Beast jaw stronger. He can go to, what's her face? Little Red Riding Hood, I can't remember, Spirit Channeler.
Roderica.
Yeah, Roderica. He can go to the Twin Maiden Husks and spend some, and buy some equipment out of there.
Yeah. Now, I was going... Like, this is actually the third time my original suggestion is kind of reversed, because I originally said Fire Giant would be Ofnir. Gideon Ofnir, of course. But with this particular condition where the Fire Giant's so crammed in and has no weapon, while Ofnir has a weapon is not great with, but can spam gravity lightning with. I think that, and of course all the other stuff you said, I think he's gonna take it.
Justin says, imagine if that invader, Alberic, would showed up in the middle of this fight. He would just stop, stare, and nope the hell out of there. Emperor Mist, do we have one of the debuffs is getting invaded by a bloody or recusant fingers? You'll have to wait and see. You'll have to wait and see what happens. I've got a lot of stuff in here that's going to be real fun.
What's gonna happen next?
But now the thing with the Fire Giant though is that once he does sacrifice a leg, he can just start spewing fire throughout all of Round Table Hold. It could, all he has to do is just breathe the fire right into that the open doorway, and it's just gonna flood the whole damn place.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, he's got that Flame of the Fell God as well, which has tracking, doesn't it? So it can follow Gideon throughout the rest of the hold.
So that's a big thing to consider. I think starting out, Gideon's it depends on how much time. I think it depends on how much time Gideon has to prepare while the Fire Giant is stuck in the main hall. Is the Fire Giant going to get frustrated and sacrifice his leg real fast and then just burn the whole damn place down? Or is he going to try to thrash for a while Gideon goes and I don't know, he spends some some grace to level up. He goes to the Twin Maiden Husks and buys some extra gear. He goes to his depository of knowledge and studies up on the Fire Giant's weakness.
Yeah. A lot of options.
This, I, in my opinion, depends entirely on how quickly does the Fire Giant get frustrated and decide, screw it, I'm burning the whole place down. That is my stance. He turns the place into a literal inferno. Gideon can just run, though. Yeah, but if he can't run if the Fire Giant just bellows fire into the entire hold. The fire is going to spread around. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the mother... yes, Gideon does have tons of intelligence and faith. Yeah, he's a pure wizard who who's like maxed out both of those. Any kind of spell he can cast. But he doesn't have a medium to cast spells with. He just has the Falling Star Beast Jaw. But if he goes to the Twin Maiden husks, then he can buy right there. He buys a basic finger seal. Boom. All of his incantations he's ready with. Buy a basic glintstone staff. Boom. All of his sorceries. He's good to go. They're not going to be good weapon. But it's just the most basic of each casting implement. But he'll have access to all of his magic for sure. That he can go then run across to Hugh and be like, Hugh, quick, upgrade this.
Oh, Captain Catface has a good point as well. The round table hold is flammable.
Mm-hmm. It is confirmed flammable, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, it is flammable, for sure.
That is a big deal.
I think I've got to side with the Fire Giant on this one. I think it's close.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really close.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the Fire Giant can still just burn the round table hold and flood it with fire and magma and the flame of the fell god.
Yeah, absolutely. And it again, Emperor Mist, it is due to the Flame of Ruin, aka the Flame of the Fell God, that round table hold burns. Absolutely. It's the exact same fire that the Fire Giant is using.
Mm-hmm.
So you're totally right on that. So again, this is a hard one. Just I do want to kind of lean more towards Fire Giant myself, but it depends really entirely on how long does it take the Fire Giant to get frustrated and sacrifice his leg. Yeah. Gideon has so much available and open to him that he can just do and prepare for, and in a way Gideon is like, the quote-unquote Batman of Elden Ring. It's, gaining knowledge, doing preparation is entirely his thing. That's what he does.
If I may, the Fire Giant was patient enough to wait for several thousand years until you came along and beat him half flat. And then, only then did he sacrifice his leg. I feel like...
He never had anyone to fight before that. Like, no one threatened him.
Oh, really?
He was all alone on his mountaintop tending the flame. No one else.
I mean, I will say, I still think he'd wait a while, just because the nature of it is that...
Dad, I'm gonna get dressed and then I can come down there.
Oh,
and do
lovely.
Mario Maker.
Yeah. If you get dressed, then you can come down. Absolutely, buddy. I let him know when I first came down here to start. You can come down and spend time with me while I'm doing this, but you have to be dressed. I'm not
that makes sense.
Not letting my 7-year-old get on camera naked.
That's a very good point. You don't want that. That would be
all alone because America genocided his people. Exactly. He's the last survivor, but there must be a reason he's the last... Because America explicitly left him as the last survivor. That's the reason.
Yeah. I mean, I think also he could try and dig through the walls, and might do that for a bit before going the nuclear option.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, too. Like,
so
how long before he got frustrated?
Yeah, I think Gideon would have time enough. Even if he isn't accessing all the stuff in the hall, he has time enough, I think, to get the stuff even if he just gets the stuff he really needs.
Yeah.
That gives him a huge advantage, especially since, again, the giant has no weapon.
I mean,
that's...
The fact that he's a giant is his weapon.
That's a good point, but...
All right.
In this case, kind of limiting him.
Poll is
Gideon, because it's also his element. He knows the place really well. Which I'm giving that a big. That's a big boost, though. I'm voting. But hey, I'm voting Gideon myself
Yeah.
just because actually.
I am also voting Gideon myself. Because I do think that he wouldn't have, the fire giant wouldn't give him enough time to do maximum preparation, but I think that he would have enough time to, at the very least, get a basic finger seal and a basic glintstone staff from the Twin Maiden husks.
Yeah, he doesn't need maximum time, he just needs time enough to optimize, and we know very well, especially since he has all of his boss magic.
Mm-hmm. I think that it would be very, very close, but I am leaning very slightly on Gideon myself.
Yeah, it's close in the polls as well. 60-40. One person could change the whole dynamic.
Absolutely, one person would totally change it. Hey, buddy. Hey, Maverick.
He's here.
Hi.
Hello.
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 Why can't they see?
So
Maverick,
right
I
now
need
these
you
images.
to-
Oh, my foot. Oh.
Oh, your foot. Ooh, what'd you step on?
Nothing. It just like I popped it. I think.
Oh, you just popped a joint. Okay.
I popped it right here.
Oh, right there.
That. It just hurt so badly.
Ooh. Well, not too badly. You seem to be doing just fine.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, what's up, bud?
I want to play
What
Mario
happens if we
Maker
destroy
and
the
I'm playing the
walls?
ship level.
Oh, you wanna play Mario Maker? Yeah, you can play some Mario Maker.
But how do I even turn it on?
Yeah, let me get you situated here.
So you have to turn it on with
Mhm.
the actual, like, video game remote?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Boy.
Mario Maker.
It was like it was reading my mind. I think it was just because it was already, like, doing some...
All right, there you go, bud. Have fun. And, and for a Miss Damn, who do I vote? I know it's a hard one. I don't think it's quite as difficult as Blythe and Vike was, but it is a hard one for sure.
Again, I think Gideon knows the place well enough to go exactly where he needs to go. Like, I am factoring the fact that this is the arena he knows.
Mm-hmm. The absolute
Like,
best
if it were
thing
another
could-
small arena, that would probably be, not in his favor, but specifically because it's a big arena and he can use it to prep, that gives him what he needs.
50-50 now. Oh man.
It's a close one.
It
It's
is.
a close one.
We need tie breaking. We got 6 votes and we have 7 in chat. So whoever hasn't voted, we need the 7th. We need whoever is not voted to vote. Or what I could also do is, since this is a celebration of me gaining monetization, if somebody sends me a super chat,
We can do that, can't we?
that's cheap. That's mean. I don't
Do it. Listen,
I
chat.
don't. That's
One person can decide who wins if you send Hell Yeah Gaming professional protagonist $1 billion right now. Okay, that's all. That's a low price of $1 billion.
Just a small loan of $1 million. You wouldn't
Just
believe it.
You know what? We'll cut you a deal. Just 1 million. 1 million, and you get to choose who wins.
the tournament has become pay to win mechanics.
Oh no.
Oh, I don't want to do that. But for real, I mean, if anyone wants to super chat, I'm absolutely open to it for sure. Because I want to be able to. It's a tie. Do they? But no. In the event of a tie, then the greater will re-rolls the match. But like I said, there's seven people in chat. And only 6 votes, so someone has not voted. You know what? If anyone can like pull a friend in, if anyone can get someone else to pop in, we just gotta get one more vote to break the tie, or somebody can super. No, I'm kidding.
I am curious. apparently, if the round table hold completely burns and melts down, it just leaves everyone in an infinite nothingness void.
So, Dad,
I mean,
things...
that's a question that we really... 1 second, buddy, and then I will absolutely take a look at this. Yeah, that's a question that we really... That's not super well defined, because the round table hold is it's not a real physical place. It is a spiritual,
just because the fire giant, it's apparently specifically weak to the fire giants. The magic of the fire
it's because the round table hold is linked to the Erd tree, and the Erd tree is set on fire.
Oh, okay.
Justin.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the 7th person who hasn't cast a vote. Yeah. If whoever you vote for is going to win. That or
just as an update, the fire giants stuck in the hall of the round table hold, whilst Gideon can go anywhere in it and get any item he wants. And also, you cast the first vote.
This.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you cast the first vote. Oh no,
yeah.
You cast the first vote. Then who's the person who hasn't voted? We need one person.
That means it's just down to the super chat. $1 billion.
Oh no.
If someone super chats $1 billion, then they don't just decide who wins this match. They decide the tournament, and then they decide all the content I make for the rest of my life.
Ranny Thirst is quick. Vote. Send a $10,000 super chat and vote with Ranny for new Elden god.
We have a tie. Need a tiebreaker vote. Oh man. All right. I will give it another minute, and if we don't get a tiebreaker or a super chat in that time, then
give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can get someone in.
Then the Greater Will reset the match. Hang on. All right, we're hanging on for dear life.
Oh
no!
Link the stream to an Elden Ring fan you know? Awesome. Absolutely. Get as many people in as you can. Link to as many people as you can. We want all the people. We want all the people in on this.
At least one billionaire. At least.
At minimum.
Do not trust this pipe. Seriously, it's just
do not trust that pipe.
This is called Infinite Pit.
Oh, that pipe leads to an infinite pit? You're a mean Mario Maker, my boy.
Hello, sorry, I'm trying to call someone in to get another
That's
vote
what I
in.
dreamed of.
And just as an update, so as a reminder, unarmed fire giant versus Gideon off minute with a... Oh, there you go, that'll help too. With a... What's the weapon called? It's a
fire giant
star.
takes the lead.
Oh.
Ooh, alright, fire giant.
With a...
Captain Catface and it's Ensha invading the round table hold with a steel chair. Oh my god, now it's back to 50-50.
Oh no.
Are you kidding me?
Oh
no.
That is hilarious.
I guess that new tie came from Ensha invading with a steel chair.
There you go.
Buzzy!
Oh my god!
Would I ever kill a Buzzy? Then I just oh, I'm sorry, Buzzy!
Oh, poor Buzzy Beetles.
Because I love Buzzy.
My friend voted and broke the tie, and someone else voted after. It's true.
Oh, there you go. The person I called probably was
these
the other
Buzzies
tiebreaker. Tell you know what? If we can't figure it out, ask Maverick.
Oh, that's great.
He's the Elden Will now.
Oh, Maverick, you are the greater will in this. My son, I need you to make a decision because it's been a tied vote, so I need you to decide, okay?
Wait, what, me?
Yes.
Yay! I can decide anything I want.
All right. So here's the situation, buddy. All right? Take a look. Stand up and take a look at the screen here. All right? So, this guy is a fire giant.
Cool.
He is huge and strong. And if he takes off his own leg, he can just start spewing fire everywhere. Okay?
Oh.
This guy is
Elemy doesn't have
armor.
a weapon.
Fire giant doesn't have a weapon. He's all he can do is try to smash things with his hands, and then if he takes off his leg, he can start spewing fire everywhere.
Wait, how's he gonna
This guy.
take off his leg without a weapon?
This guy is a wizard. He can do lots of different kinds of magic.
So he's like a wizard with armor on him?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right now he has a big club that he can use to kind of earthbend.
I love
Just
earthbending.
like it just shoots spikes up out of the ground. That's the only kind of
Like-
earthbending, just spikes up out of the ground.
Imagine if like I did this and there's like bunches of them like small, bigger, a little bit bigger.
This is what he can do with the weapon. See, he's like shooting spikes up out of the ground with it right here. Psh, psh. So
Cool.
that's what the wizard guy has. Okay?
Okay.
Now, they are in a small building. The fire giant can't really move around. That building is the wizard's main base. He knows.
This?
Yes. He knows that place like the back of his hand. He knows everything in there.
Even tiny fleas in it.
Yes, even the tiny fleas. He knows where all of those are too.
Pens on the table,
Wow.
please.
Well, he's a good memory guy then.
Now, oh, we have someone else popping in? No? Or what was that? What was that voice?
Oh, that was Mum telling me to go downstairs for dinner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then we
oh.
will see you at another time. Hopefully,
Okay.
Wizard.
Chris Fragger.
Wizard.
Yep. So, who do you think is going to win?
Wait, what points do they have? Do they have any points?
No, it's just they're fighting. Whoever beats the other one first.
You know.
Gideon Offnear has been chosen by Maverick.
Ian.
Ruff!
I knew he had good taste.
Who's his name? Just
Alright,
a
see you in
giant?
a bit.
Just,
Yep,
a,
just
just a giant?
just fire giant. He doesn't
See you
have
in a
any.
bit.
All right. See you soon. Okay. Then the tie has been broken. Thank you, Maverick. I love you. Whoa. All right. Chris Fragger just killed the fire giant last night with the ornamental straight sword build. Interesting. You're going for basics on that one. All right. Yeah, master the fundamentals. Okay, that was intense. That took much longer than it should have. But Fire Giant has been defeated by Sir Gideon Offnear. Fire Giant, you are Kaputski, you are done. Out of here.
Gideon moves forward.
Boom, Gideon. Alright. Which means that now we have Mikola versus Rolana. Alright. So
Can I do the thing again?
well, if it comes down to a tie with the votes, then you can cast the tiebreaker vote again.
Okay.
Alright. So, just because, just to lay out the details on there, because this is not Mikola after he has ascended at the gates of divinity. This is Mikola before he casts aside all of his flesh and all of his, the rest of it. But he does not have his great rune, obviously, because now Vike has his great rune.
So he can't charm Rolana.
He can.
He can.
The great rune just empowers his charm. He can still charm without it. But then we also need to remember that he's a master of incantations, and he's got all this other stuff. Unless he uses a bewitching branch. Yeah, no, with the rune he can charm. His great rune is not what allowed him to create charms on people. Like, he invented the bewitching branch before the Shattering War happened. The Shattering War is when the demigods got their great runes to begin with. So he definitely was charming people before then. The great rune was just, amping it up. So, Miquella and Rolana, Miquella and Rolana, Miquella and Rolana. Come on.
Yeah, I think it depends what weapons Rolana gets. Because if she gets like a long range weapon, maybe she can strike Miquella before he can like touch her and get his charm off.
Yeah. And yes, Miquella is in his small child form, but we have to also remember, he's still a master of incantations. So that's something to consider in there. If he can get in close enough, he can still charm Rolana. It's all still up in the air there. Come on, where? There's Miquella. Boom. Yes, Rolana is a glintstone sorceress, which, again, like that all ends up depending on what the rolls come up with. Rolana, and I gotta pee again. Man, I always end up having to pee so much after I drink lots of water. I'm trying to keep myself hydrated, keep my throat from going dry with all the talking. And then I just bathroom break. Rolana, where'd you go? I have a really cool picture for you too. Man. No. Yeah, I can't find her, so I'm just gonna pull it back off here. And Rolana. Bada boom. Oh, apparently this is the first instance of Rolana in OBS, so I didn't have her before. I mass brought all of them over there, though, so I don't know why that would be a thing. Alright. Miquella and Rolana. Here we go.
Alright.
So, Rolana is a swordmaster, but you also have to remember that so was Sir Ansbach. He was Mohg's right-hand man. And Ansbach had all the reason in the world to hate Miquella and go right after him, and is very well respected as one of the strongest warriors around, even in his old age. And he's still terrified of Miquella and admits that he could not get within, reach and kill the nascent Empyrean. Let's see. I always add a small pinch of salt to my water for electrolytes to keep the oh, yeah. So what I actually have some what's it called? I have some flavor packs in here, specifically Skittles flavored.
Ooh.
So Sir Ansbach cut Miquella's arm, you say. I've heard some people make that claim. I don't think that there's any real evidence for that, though. I can understand why some people might think that, but Ansbach himself really just, by his own admission, said that, and I get that it's flowery language, but said that the Empyrean was not within reach of his blade. I know that's not a literal statement, that's a metaphorical statement meant to say that he still cannot reach the heights of an Empyrean. But I think that statement in itself means that Mikkolo is so far out of his league he could not reach him. But we will see how things end up being interpreted because it's not just my interpretation, it's everybody's, right? So let's determine what we got. Mikkolo, what do you have? Hopefully something that lets you cast incantations. The Onyx Lord's Greatsword, so no!
Not in the slightest.
Not even remotely.
Mikkolo probably wouldn't even be able to lift it in pre-god form.
Yeah, I want to say that because he's also a master of Golden Order fundamentalism, which requires high intelligence, that he definitely has the intelligence to use the Onyx Lord's Greatsword and use its gravity magic. I think that is without question. But the strength aspect, yes.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, I definitely agree that he meets the intelligence requirements.
These things are just going to push you
Definitely
back
not the strength, though.
But just go back and jump. But
I hear you. That Leda says in her dialogue that he cleaved open Mikkolo. Well, you also have to remember who is saying this. Leda is not a reliable narrator by any stretch of the imagination on any topic. She sees any potential threat to Mikkolo as in a much greater scale, I think, than is reasonable. Just the very fact that Ansbach ever turned his sword on Mikkolo to begin with would cause her to view it in that way. This is the same woman who immediately after losing mind control decided, this is a good thing. Now I can kill everybody else who wouldn't be loyal without mind control. Yay!
Yeah, I always interpreted Leda's dialogue, personally, that Ansbach cleaved open the egg, and that's why it's open, half open, when we reach, when we get to the dynastic mausoleum.
That's a very interesting interpretation. I like that. That's why, for sure. So Mikkolo, strong enough to use it, or not strong enough to use it, I mean, but definitely intelligent enough to cast its magic. All right. So, what do we have for R'Lana? R'Lana has the Rotten Crystal Staff. All right. Well, she's definitely got the intelligence to use it for sorceries. She is a Carian princess. Let's see.
Yeah, that's good for R'Lana. Also, good point, Emperor Mist. I didn't consider that, the opening cinematic. That's a good shout.
What about the opening cinematic?
They said that the egg was open when Moog was carrying Mikkolo.
Yes.
In that one frame, or not frame, but that one image.
Right.
That's a good shout.
Oh, for sure. Moog carrying Mikkolo in the open cocoon, yeah. Ooh, R'Lana can use her twin moons with this, yes. And the Carian, yes. R'Lana is set up real nice with this staff, for sure. Staff, right. So it enhances Crystallian sorceries. She doesn't use any Crystallian sorceries, but let's see. Does it add? Okay, so the physical bopping does build up Scarlet Rot. So the sorceries that she casts with it will not have Scarlet Rot, but she can use but if she physically bops him, then that's some Scarlet Rot. That said, if she's close enough to bop him, she's close enough to be charmed. And
Ooh.
so that's what we got to consider. All right. Now, where are they fighting?
Hold on, what are the weapons they've got?
Once I establish this, Cathedral of the Forsaken. So in the subterranean shutting grounds, just before that's blocking the way to the Three Fingers. That is where they are. The subterranean shunning grounds. Cathedral of the Forsaken.
Guess what, Dad?
What?
I added all of these to my levels of
Whoa.
King.
That's a ton of stuff on your level.
I did two of these.
Wow.
Wait, I will...
Okay. Cathedral.
Right, what weapons does Michaela have?
Okay,
everyone?
fine.
Alright, so Mikola has the Onyx Lord's Greatsword, which is something that is definitely going to be too big and too heavy for him to wield properly. He is physically a child.
Yeah.
You know, regardless of how many hundreds of years he has lived, his curse is that he is eternally a child.
Has to be a small boy.
He is small boy. He definitely has the intelligence required to use its gravity magic, which is a repulsion field. It just it's a get away from me move that just blasts an enemy's back.
Cool.
Which is
That's not a small thing.
It's not. But then Mikola also has the ability to just straight up brainwash people who hear him.
Yes. Yeah.
While Rolana has the rotten crystal staff, so that gives her access to all of the sorceries that she can cast, and she's also a warrior. She's a spellblade type character. She is equal parts mess you up with a sword and mess you up with magic. And the rotten crystal staff has scarlet rot buildup when if you bop someone with it.
And see, in this case, Michaela doesn't have Radahn helping him.
No, he does not.
He is just.
This is Mikola prior to ascending at the Gate of Divinity, prior to casting off his physical flesh.
Yeah.
Also, something to keep in mind, Mikola is especially attuned to warding off Scarlet Rot. He can cast it away from people. So this getting bopped with Scarlet Rot, I don't think is really that much of a concern for him.
I would agree there. Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a look at any modifiers. Mikola gets buffed. Rolana gets debuffed. So this can be the big deciding. Okay, Mikola has he gets to roll twice and gets 2 buffs.
Oh.
Oh, Mikola.
That's scary.
He gets Age 1's Exaltation, so if Madness takes effect, then he gets bonuses. But neither of them have access to any Madness effects. His second buff. No, I'm not rolling twice again. He doesn't have his rune. No, we're not. What the heck? The two-handed sword talisman. So, if he's using 2 hands with his weapon, then he gets, we're calling it a flat 50% damage buff.
Which he actually does have a 2-handed weapon. If he could use it!
Yeah, if he could use it.
Does that apply to the magic?
Yes, it does. It applies to all effects used with that weapon. All right, now Rolana. Rolana has, well, she didn't have a fight before, so that's not... Frenzied Flame! No, we already did that. We
did Frenzied Flame.
She trips at the start of the match. All right, so this is one of the more minor debuffs. Right at the starting bell, she falls. She falls over. Plop.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh man, how long?
So how long? Okay.
How long does the plop take? However long it takes for her to get back up. It's not. She's not forced down and like held down by gravity or something. Like she just physically trips right as the fight starts and falls on her face. So however long it takes for her to get up from there.
So
would it be appropriate to say that her like fall is kind of like the equivalent of having her posture broken, where it's kind of like there's that window after a parry.
Yeah, it game mechanically speaking, it'd be like the same thing as a poise break or a stagger. Yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm with you. Ooh,
which
in that
is
case,
a huge opening at the start, but it's not going to have a lot of lasting effect.
I think because Miquella. First of all, Emperor Mist's suggestion is that he can't actually cast away Scarlet Rot without unalloyed gold. Otherwise, he'd do that to Melania.
I mean, he cast away Scarlet Rot from Freya just by kissing her. I mean, unalloyed gold is something that he's like sort of built into himself. Like his crown is unalloyed gold. His like,
there you go. Then.
He's got unalloyed gold kind of all over him.
Whoa, Dad, look.
Oh, that's cool.
It has 2 in there.
Nice. So, this is this is
definitely
definitely
a straight fight.
It has all 3 of them, Dad.
This is an interesting
if
one.
If it were a straight fight, it would be,
Do you trust
Miquella's
this Dad?
best option would obviously be the gravity shove away. Does he get all his magic?
So he does not. He doesn't have a seal to cast with.
Okay.
You do? Okay.
So the only magic he can do is whatever is inherent within him, which is his charm and the unalloyed gold that he has on his body to cast away Scarlet Rot.
Right. Because if it were a straight fight, he'd be screwed. As it is, he could theoretically be screwed. I assume his opponents would be aware he can charm them. Or are we going by
Rolana?
Canonically know?
Yeah, it's just whatever they canonically know. Rolana, I don't think there's any way to know if she has that knowledge. Because she has spent a great deal of time sealed away in the Shadowlands with Mesmer and the rest of his forces. And, when exactly did that happen? When exactly was Miquella born? Who knows those things?
Yeah.
But him being capable of charming is something that...
Yeah.
Is...
That's his main weapon, really.
Like, most people are not aware that he can just brainwash people.
Yeah, they just think he's a very charming young old boy.
Cut Content has Mesmer dialogue about speaking to Miquella. Yes, I am. I am aware that about that, but you also have to remember, Cut Content is Cut Content for a reason. Personally, I think that
Glimby?
I think that Miquella definitely had some kind of interaction with Mesmer, because he just, went into the Shadow Keep. We know that for a fact.
Yeah.
He spent time there. Rolana is one of my favorite boss fights. One of them. She should have had yes, I think that she definitely should have had a cutscene for sure.
Rolana gave me so much grief in my first playthrough of Shadow of the Erd Tree. That it was so painful.
I bullied her on live stream. It was not even a contest.
Nice.
I just bullied
Nice.
her. It was hilarious.
It sounds like she's quite a hard fight. If she didn't trip up at the beginning, which it sounds like that's quite a large trip. It sounds like that's quite a large amount of time taken to get back up for her.
Mm-hmm.
Dad, do you
If
trust
it
this
were
one?
not for that, it sounds like she's a fairly
And also,
aggressive
do not
fighter
trust
and
the arrow
could
that's down there,
probably
'cause it's
take
gonna
down
hit back.
Michaela
It's gonna
fairly
hit back.
handily. Because she
But
trips
this,
over,
but this
though,
arrow, Dad,
I
is good
think...
to trust. This arrow is good to
Let
trust.
Maverick finish what he's saying.
It's definitely interesting. It's a hard one, I think, for sure. So if we look at the arena that we're in, it's fairly tight quarter. It's big enough that they both have access to like all their big area effects, I think, or at least Mikkolo would if he had a way to cast his incantations.
Yeah. I think that kind of
there's-
depends. Does Rolana start far enough away to recover before Michaela gets into whispering range of her?
Well, I mean, the whole point of the trip is that it's supposed to, be something that the enemy can capitalize on. If there was no way for him to, if there's no way for him to act on it, then it's not a debuff.
Yeah, then I think Michaela has this because he, can just be like, I think you should do what I say because I'm a small boy, and then he wins. Because if it were a situation other than that, it would be I think Merlana could barely deal with it.
That's
But she could cut him off. Like, that's the big thing, he has to talk. But in this case, I think Michaela's got this, which is what I suggested, which is what I guessed. That was my... I think he can just charm her. By the way, if he charms someone, do they go into the next fight with him?
No. If he charms somebody, then he's just considered the winner. They don't join him as a partner.
Alright, I'd say Michaela myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say the same thing. It's the trip as well. I think without the trip, it would be a completely different fight. But that trip means Mikkolo has the initiative, and that's all he needs.
Yeah, Emperor Mist said if Mikkolo uses the Ash of War at first before charming, he loses. I think I agree with that. If he tries to use the weapon before charming and taking the advantage of the trip with a charm, then she's going to just overwhelm him with a rush of all her magic from a distance. But if she trips, then all he has to do is just be like, "Hi, I'm Mikkolo. You should go ahead and join me." Yeah, I don't see him using this weapon in lieu of falling back on his primary defense.
Yeah. And I say Michaela.
Yeah, same here. I think Mikkolo cleans the house with Renala.
All right, let's get the poll up. Relana. Her twin moon sorcery is hard to deal with if you don't know what's coming. Yes, it absolutely is.
But she needs time to use it, and she just tripped over right in front of him.
Okay.
So that's my opinion.
All right. The poll is up. Continue to talk and debate, and once again, I have to drain the pipe.
Yeah, she's just like, okay, idiot, I'm ghost. Excellent.
Yeah, Mikkolo clean sweep.
Like, he doesn't need more than one opportunity to do that. I think otherwise Rilana would win, because he doesn't have the physicals or the divine power to survive for very long. But because she's tripped, he's gone and been like, oh yeah, okay, gonna charm you.
Yeah, Rolana like had all the opportunity in the world to win, and then completely threw it because
Yeah.
the Carians decided that all of their throne rooms needed to have a pool in the middle, so you have like a
Yeah.
little ledge to trip on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Emperor Mist. If he had a dex weapon, you think he'd have a chance in melee? Yeah, that's a solid point. I think so as well, because we don't really know much about his like sword skills. Nothing's ever said that he's bad at like hand-to-hand combat. It's just that
But
he's
he's
small.
a child.
Yeah, he's just not strong. Yeah, like
It's
a
like the
Glintstone Chris or
SpongeBob
something.
meme.
Yeah, poor old Nicola.
Poor small baby Mikola. I'll be honest, you know how a lot of people are like, "Ooh, thin boy, oh, you know what I'm talking about. Honestly, that he is physically a child makes me very uncomfortable with doing anything like that in that regard. That is just...
Yeah, I get that. After the Gates of Divinity, I think it's fine. After the Gates of Divinity, do what you want. But before that, it is a bit of a sensitive situation.
Okay. Ooh, try to squeeze back in here. Alrighty.
Not sexualized
And-
child.
Back. Alright.
He is the Mick Lester, though. To be fair.
He is the Michelista.
Yeah, technically, that doesn't make the situation with that better.
Okay. That isn't my level.
Oh, we got 100% all Mikola. Oh, man.
Like, if Rolana hadn't tripped, I'd go the other way. As it is, I'm going with my original sentiment.
Yeah, that's the issue with Mikola is if he gets one opportunity, that's all he needs, and it's done.
Yeah.
So if this was a different fight against a different person, then a trip at the start for Rolana might not be that big of a deal. But
Yeah, it's the world's biggest deal. Oh, that means we're on to our next and best fight. The coolest fight. The
oh,
one you've all been waiting for. I'm gonna
well,
wait for Jeff to do the thing.
let's
Dad, do you think this
go
this
ahead
guy could
and
be able
get
to like,
things kind of squared off here. What's that, buddy?
I thought that like one of my monsters could get like a power up.
Oh.
Oh no.
Well, some of them can. If you give them the mushroom, then they can grow.
I know, but like fire flowers don't work.
Yeah, fire flowers or like frog suit or the tanuki leaf. Yeah, the monsters can't use those. They can only use the mushrooms to grow.
Or the coins.
I
Oh,
don't think they can. They can't collect coins either. No.
but that would be so cool if they could, right?
All right, Mikola wins. Now we have
The ultimate fight.
the best possible round one match. Dang it. My freaking phone is starting to get low and I'm trying to... Okay. We have Egon, a true Drake warrior, versus...
That's you, the player.
Just let me do that thing, okay? Stop it. Versus... Bale! Vile Bale!
They just said okay.
You hope that Bale gets the Dragon Slayer katana. That would be amazing. Okay. Hey, Maddie, can you scoot over a bit? I kind of gotta scooch out, and I gotta fix something that fell over here. Sorry, guys. I gotta fix stuff that got all kerfluck knuckled.
Yeah. Well, if he fixes that, I could talk to you.
Hello.
I just fixed
Hello.
it. So.
Okay. Boom. There we go. Much better. All right.
All right, fellas,
Now
I'm gonna
I can
jump
still
out
have
for
the
a
chat
bit.
open on my phone without it dying.
I'm gonna
All right.
I'm gonna jump out for a bit. I'm gonna try and come back in later if I can. If not, I will jump in the chat. I'll keep voting. I'll
Okay.
make sure everything stays at 50%. And be a total terrible person. No,
Oh, man.
I'm joking. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
having me. I might be
Absolutely.
on later as well. But yeah, absolute pleasure to also speak to you IRL. Sort
Absolutely.
of. It's still virtual, but you know what I mean.
Thank you
yeah,
so much.
Congratulations again on hitting 1,000 viewers and monetization and 5-year anniversary. Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Take care. Hope to see you back. If not, then either way, just happy to have you for the time we did.
Yeah, thank
Enjoy
you so
your
much.
thing.
Have a good evening.
Hey,
Or
you too.
day.
Cheers.
Whatever
I
time,
got-
time zone you're in.
I got a fantastic art piece for Egon here. Boom! Look at that.
Whoa, cool.
Yeah, Egon.
You
Egon.
do that or something?
With a hail of harpoon.
With a hail of harpoons. Oh crap! I'm gonna have to fight Bale again when I do all the DLC side quests run.
Dad, look.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Dad, look.
Yes, I see.
I'm gonna put that right on there so it could go like.
Oh,
bloop,
so
bloop,
it follows.
bloop,
Yeah.
bloop,
Oh, that
bloop.
spinning saw blade's gonna be nasty to avoid with it on the track like that.
Yeah, like when it's right here, go as fast as you possibly can.
All right. So, let's go ahead
Hop in the
and
go kart.
see what we are working with. Okay, Egon. What is? Hold on, buddy. Let's see what your weapon is. You got a glintstone staff, which is. Wait, no, we already did the basic glintstone staff. It's a
Egon
mulligan.
has-
Ancient meteoric ore greatsword.
Which one?
Ancient meteoric ore greatsword.
Ancient meteoric
Great sword.
or great sword for Egon.
Okay. Now, Egon, not the smartest guy in not the smartest guy in around. He's not the sharpest crayon in the toolbox. But he's primarily an archer. Is the thing, but he's a strong archer. He uses a great bow,
Yeah.
so he does have
With
the
a hail
strength.
of harpoons.
So he does have the strength and the dexterity necessary to wield the ancient meteoric ore greatsword. The question is, does he have the arcane to wield it? Which, since he is a practitioner of Dragon Communion, and all Dragon Communion incantations use arcane, I would say yes. I think that Egon is 100% able to use the ancient meteoric ore greatsword to its fullest potential.
I mean, that sounds like a plan to me, because he's got the strength, because he's got the dexterity, obviously.
Dad, look.
He's got the strength because it's a giant bow.
Very
If Dragon Communion stuff requires arcane, then yes.
Absolutely. So, just a quick double check. So, White Light Charge is its skill. It is buffed by the Magic Scorpion, yada yada. It cannot be buffed with magic or consumables. Somber, it works with the Spear Talisman for its many thrusting attacks. I think Bale is weak to thrusting attacks as well.
Oh, there you go.
So, he's actually set up pretty decent with this.
Yeah,
What-
this is a good start for him.
Yeah, so the White Light Charge, right here. Yeah, a big straight charge with an explosion of magic power. I think that I think Egon has a chance to take this and get revenge on vile Bale.
Yes.
I agree, Emperor Mist Bale is nothing to Ancient Dragon Senesax. That Senesax just I hated so much. Oh, okay.
What does Bale
Hopefully Bale gets a debuff and Egon a buff.
You
I agree. I want Egon to win. All right, Bale. What does he get? He gets the Monk's Flame Blade.
Monk's Flame Blade. This probably doesn't matter because he is a dragon.
Yes. He is almost certainly going to just toss it aside in favor of his infernal flame lightning. But, you know, it'd be fun to see him kind of like holding it in his teeth.
Yeah.
So it is strength and dexterity, which, I mean, yeah, he'd have. And it just does a spinning slash. It's just basically a regular sword that looks like a fire. It doesn't even have any like special attributes or anything to it.
Mm. Does Bale have a claw he could use the sword with?
Yeah, I mean he's got some limbs removed.
His wings kinda got destroyed.
Yeah.
No, you did not miss this, Broslin. Hello.
No, you did not miss this, Max. You did not miss this, and you're still welcome to jump in on the in the group. You can still voice chat with us and talk about this. If you want to pop on in, that would be awesome. 100%. Yeah, this has been going for some time. Where actually we kind of got to get picked up. Oh, I added you to a group in Discord. It's the Tournament for the Elden Throne Discord private message group. You can pop in and join the voice chat. Bet I'll be there shortly. Hell yeah! Awesome to the max. Love to hear that. Awesome for the max. Okay, let's determine where is Egon and Bale. Where are they doing their battle? If it's someplace with Hallowhorn grounds.
Okay. Is that Hallowhorn?
Hallowhorn. All one. Hallowhorn, all one word. Grounds.
Okay.
All right. Hallowhorn grounds is where you find the where the hell is that? That's where you find the ancestral spirits. So come on, Hallowhorn grounds.
Hello, Max.
Howdy, gentlemen.
Max.
Yeah, I'm so happy I made it. I thought I missed it. I checked your Twitch and I was terrified.
No, it's my YouTube special. My YouTube special.
Yeah, I should have guessed. I know. I was like, I'm an idiot. I wasn't paying attention to where this would be.
That am how it be sometimes. All right, Hallowhorn grounds. Boom, where the ancestral followers worship their ancestral beasts. All right, so technically this would be the cave where you fight the ancestral beasts, not the big open area.
Dad, I'm ready for you to test this.
I can't play and test your things, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm doing my special live stream, but
maybe later.
I will definitely test it later, and I am happy to see it. You got some. Whoa! That Fireflower is piloting the clown car. All right. So. So that means that Bale is going to be extremely limited with his flight mobility here.
That's true.
That is huge.
That's big for Egon.
Huge for Egon, and the weapon that Egon got, its special ability is a straight, fast forward dash thrust with a explosion of arcane magic. So he's like set up pretty well. Now it just comes down to the modifiers, what buffs and debuffs are gonna happen, if any. All right, Egon gets buffed. Hell yeah!
Oh, nice.
Oh man, will the noble Drake warrior get his revenge? And we also have a buff for Bale, so let's not celebrate too early. Egon, what do you got? Egon, we rolled that one already. The Crimson Amber Medallion. He's got a large buff to his health. We're gonna say he's got 50% more health.
Okay.
All right, and now we got Bale with the Spelldrake Talisman. That's gonna give him,
dude. That card just pushed me off.
a massive defense buff to magic damage.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
So let's see here. Let's double check the ancient meteoric ore greatsword that Egon's got. Is that magic damage that it? Yes, it's mostly physical, but it does do some. But it does do some magic damage. It's about 75% physical, 25% magic.
Looks about right, yeah.
And
so
then
basically,
the white light skill charge, AOE explosion, is that a light explosion?
Probably.
I since it doesn't specify any difference in the damage.
Stance damage.
Well, yeah, any kind of physical attack does stance damage, though. That just
What is stance damage?
Stance damage is what you do to stagger people to get them in that.
That's actually useful.
Yeah.
Useful.
But like every attack does some stance damage.
Yeah. All right.
So, we officially have our match of Egon, a true Drake warrior, against Bale, vile Bale, in a small cave of the Hallowhorn grounds.
Yeah.
With Egon with a great sword that scales entirely on stuff that he definitely has, with that also does piercing damage. Bale naturally is weaker to piercing. Bale has just kind of a regular sword that he's definitely tossing aside in favor of his flame lightning. Egon, big boost to health, and Bale, big boost to damage, or to magic defense.
Okay. So, what strikes me is that this will sorely affect Egon's...
Why is this thing saying timeline?
I don't know. But his dragon spells would require quite a lot of... I imagine they deal mostly magic damage, so that would...
No. Egon's dragon incantations?
Yeah, them.
No. Actually, I don't know what dragon incantations he has off the top of my head, but he doesn't have a seal to cast them, so they're irrelevant.
Wait, you need. Why do you always need a seal to do these incantations? Jeez.
Yeah, you gotta have a magic focus, basically.
He ate dragon hearts.
That's
not enough.
It's true. He ate dragon hearts, and through the power of eating dragon hearts, he gained magic dragon powers. And I hear you, but you still need a seal to use them.
Damn it!
Unless we want to rule that, because the Tarnished still has to use a seal to cast dragon incantations too.
Yeah, okay. Fine, if that's actual gameplay mechanics with the tarnish, then sure. I guess that makes
Is for
sense.
winning, Dad?
What,
W? W for the first winning?
Yeah. W-I-N-N-I-N-G.
W-I...
Yeah. So this is the grudge match of the century right here.
Absolutely.
You can't say it like
I think
that.
it's-
You have to wait for me to finish
Okay.
the letters.
I-N-G.
I-N-G.
So, even Gideon needs a seal. You just can't see it on him. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah. W-I-N-N. Oh, right
I'll
there.
let you finish that.
That's the word winning right there. You can just go right up to there and select it. Oh, you just deleted all of that, so now it's all gone. So there is so much to consider in here. I mean, Bale is the equivalent of two Fortisacs. They are evenly matched, 50-50.
Okay.
Egon has a grudge against Bale.
I think because someone mentioned Egon already has a lot of health as a summon. Emperor Mist said that.
Yeah.
I think
Winning.
that
That says
not
Winnipeg.
being able.
What?
There you go. I think
Winnipeg.
not being able to use the dragon
What?
incantations is a big negative for Egon,
Sure.
but he also has kind of a perfect scenario otherwise to actually fight Bale. Because he has a sword that does damage in a way that Bale is mostly how much of the magic damage would Bale resist?
50% of it.
So basically Egon's only losing
One
about an eighth
eighth.
of his total sword damage.
Yeah.
But he's gaining a lot more than that because Bale's weak to piercing. And because of the arena's low ceiling, Bale doesn't benefit much from flight. On the other hand, Egon needed you to help kill him in the first place.
Yes.
I don't know if that was because the harpoons weren't good against him.
No, the harpoons are good against Bale.
Yeah, like I don't know how much damage they do compared to the great sword.
I would definitely put it on the greatsword over his special anti-dragon great bow with his anti-dragon harpoons.
Okay. On the other hand, he now needs to get close to Bale, which Bale really wants him to do.
Bale
Because Bale's
probably
got a
doesn't
giant-
care. Bale
Bale's
doesn't.
got a giant area of effect. He's got
Mm-hmm.
the powerful stabbing wings.
Yeah.
He's got his own bite. of
Yeah, but
course.
Bale is gonna Bale is totally fine doing this at range or up in his face. It doesn't matter to Bale.
Yeah.
Bale is just like, oh, this guy's back. Time to make him lunch.
What do you think, Max?
He just said BRB.
Oh,
So
well, that's a poor gamer choice on his part.
yeah. Bale is the Lord of the Drake Dragons, absolutely. So.
Yeah. But I think with the charge,
Mm-hmm.
if Bale tries to get away for some reason, Egon would be able to keep up with him and would deal extra damage,
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a big piercing charge, and it's got the additional staggering stance damage.
That's not
Which I-
additional. That's not additional staggering damage. That's just that number was just saying how much stagger damage it does. Like almost every attack does stance damage.
Oh, I thought
But-
it was 24 additional.
No. The
No,
fact that Egon
that's
is
a
a
shame.
Drake warrior gives him more advantage. I mean, that's true. Emperor Mist. He is a Drake warrior. He is he's trained and prepared to fight Bale specifically, but he has killed many dragons before.
Yeah. Okay.
But Bale did not lose his did not lose his legs to Egon.
No, I think Egon
he lo-
lost his legs
or-
to Bale.
Yeah, right. But we're doing Egon is in his summon form. He's like, back to normal. He's not trying to like pull himself up the mountain, and then he's not gonna try to like crawl towards Bale to stab him. Yeah. Egon did lose his legs to Bale.
I think with the extra
Okay, you are talking
health,
about Egon. Okay.
Yeah, I think Egon with the extra health, like he's moved similarly to the Tarnish.
So, Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think
Wait.
plausibly, knowing what Bale is gonna do, whereas before
So
fighting
you're going
Bale
to have to go over here,
would have been a
boink,
completely different
so
strategy.
you can jump like that.
Cool. That's
But
really
you
cool.
gotta watch out for this, buddy.
Oh yeah, you gotta watch out for sure. Yeah, I think
So-
I would Egon is definitely gonna already be familiar with the way Bale fights for sure. Bale, I'm not sure if Bale even cares enough to remember Egon.
Yeah.
But even if he does, Egon's coming at him with a completely different weapon and a completely different fighting style than before.
Yeah. I think that the capacity to use that past knowledge and use a weapon that's better for him personally against Bale
This game's not even smart.
might clench it for Egon, especially with the extra health, because the resistance to magic damage doesn't actually matter as much as you might think.
No, I agree. The resistance to magic damage is only
if he
going
had
to
his
be...
incantations, it would be a much bigger deal.
Well,
Because he's not got those.
the incantations don't deal magic damage. They are just a source of magic that he can use to deal damage. But
Right. Yeah.
the flame breath doesn't do magic damage. It does fire damage.
Okay.
There is like glintstone breath as one that would do magic damage, but that's the exception. They're all different. They're spells that can deal a type of damage, but they're not going to necessarily be magic type damage. They are going to run the gamut all across.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can do status effects too, absolutely. But again, he's not got his Dragon Communion incantations, unfortunately. He just has a big honkin' sword that he does a big honkin' thrust. So,
I think that could give all of that put together could give Egon a bit of an edge. Not a huge edge, but enough with the extra health and all that to
right.
face tank any incidental damage, dodge most of the moves he already knows, and get the extra stabbing in for a victory.
Yeah, I think my own stance here is that Egon is... I think he's got everything he needs to win, but there is still going to be that element of chance here where, X amount of times out of 10, Bale is still going to win just because he's the biggest, baddest mother effing dragon around. So I'm really leaning more towards 60% Egon, 40% Bale, like almost a coin toss-up is what I'm feeling here. But,
Plausibly. I think my original comment was that Egon beats Bale, which I think I'm going to stand by with that.
So I think that we have debated enough. We've gotten a lot of talk in there from Emperor Mist. And I think we are good to get going in here. If Bale got Dragon Communion Seal, would that boost all of his natural breath attacks? No. No, it would not. At least not by my rules. You could argue in-game mechanics, I don't know. But by the rules of this, it would not. All right. Let's get our poll going on here.
Yeah, because we can talk about this for ages.
Who wins? And there we go. There we go. A true Drake warrior or a vile Bale? That would be cool, Impermeous. It would be cool. Okay.
What do we think?
We got, okay, so far it's 75% Egon. Okay. How about some dragon cannibalism? A dragon communion?
I think that would be a bit redundant, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Maybe that's how Bale got to be the way he is. Maybe by cannibalizing the hearts of ancient dragons.
Maybe.
There's the popular theory out there that Bale is an omen / horn scent type dragon, which is interesting.
That would be interesting, but they turn into magma worms.
No,
do you
Dragon
mean-
Communion. Dragon Communion turns you into a magma worm if you're not
Yes.
able to. If you're not able to resist it after a time. If you are able to
Yeah.
resist it after a time, then you become an ancient dragon man. Dragon man
Is that right?
does whatever a dragon can.
So wait, what are you saying? That he'd be like, there would be like a dragon, but a horn scent?
Yeah, touched by the crucible,
Or a
basically.
omen?
Yeah,
Okay.
just like, yeah, there's
Maybe.
humans that are horn scent or omen, and there's animals that that are touched by the crucible with horns. It's just, some random goats and turtles and whatnot that have the horns. We only got 4 votes in here. Come on, people, what's going on? We got more than that in the chat. We got 9 people listed here in the chat. We got to get more than 4 votes.
I'm gonna buy having.
I agree. Omen is a particular curse, primarily among America's kin, but not necessarily just her kin. It is something that did occur after the whole, crusade situation. I was about to use the G word, but I want to avoid the G word with this right here. While Crucible Touched only have horns on their heads and sometimes backs, but not all over their body. Yeah. Misbegotten have other aspects of the Crucible. Yep, totally. Alright. It doesn't seem like we're getting any more at the moment, so let's go ahead and just end this one.
We've got 5.
Oh, we got another one now. All right.
Yeah, that's still in favour of a true Drake warrior, though.
Yes, it is. All right. We're good. Egon is the winner. Made it back in time to vote. Hell yeah. You did, Justin.
Look. And goes like.
Ooh, a spike. Oh, you gotta dodge that spike to get into the to the end. Yeah, that would be rough.
There's 2.
All
There's
right.
one on
Bale, vile Bale, you're out of here. You have been slain by a true Drake warrior.
Yeah.
All right.
Why him? He looked pretty cool.
Egon is the winner. Starscourge Radon versus Sir Onsbach is our next match. Now, here is the thing. This is Radon as we first meet him in the game. So this is Radon, who has been overcome by the Scarlet Rot and is, riding atop his horse Leonard. This is not prime Radon. This is not Radon after he's been reborn in Moog's body. This is not Radon before the Battle of Aeonia. This is Radon as we meet him during the festival. Egon wins, let's go! That's right, Glenby. That's right. So, with that in mind, that's our situation. Radon, with his addled by the rot against Sir Ansbach. And Sir Ansbach, I think, has a pretty solid chance because he is someone who fights by our side to defeat Prime Radon, empowered by Mikola on his back.
Now I just have to make a whole
So
new one.
I do think that Ansbach on his own does have a strong chance of defeating this version of Radon.
Radon's the one that leaves the arena and then comes back on a meteor, right?
Yes!
Yeah.
Yes, he
Personally,
is.
I think that's a big deal. Honest, not just no particular reason, just meteor.
You can cheese him with that with that attack too. Because he does that attack to start his second phase, and if you're standing by the edge of the water before it drops off into the death cliff, he can crash past the boundary and fall into the death cliff, and and then boom, you're done.
Dad, I had to make a whole new level for some stupid reason.
Well, you probably didn't save it properly.
No, I was not finished with it.
Oh, well.
I was not finished with it.
Oh, you might have. Did you use the rocket down there?
No.
Oh, well, because that completely resets everything. But
I know. I switched it to a new type of level game, and I wanted
all right.
But this woman that was playing Super Mario Maker 2.
Okay, Maverick.
No,
Maverick. I need you. Whoa, Maverick! I am doing this thing, buddy.
Can I just tell you one more thing?
Okay.
This woman on Mario Maker 2, which is like 14.
Okay.
She literally was able to make poison at the bottom and come up, and then it'll go down.
Yes, that is something that you can do.
But how do I do that?
I don't know, buddy. I don't know how to do that in Mario Maker.
Then how do you
I
know
think
that I
you
can
have
do
to-
that?
Because I've seen it many times. I think you have to be in a forest level, and you have to have it set to nighttime. But I'm not 100% sure. But remember, buddy, I'm doing this thing. You're welcome. Yeah, that's how you. So go back into there. That's how you change to night. So see, yeah, now it's all poison right down there.
Yay!
Okay.
Thanks for helping me, Dad.
You're welcome, and don't get all crazy angry like that, buddy. You already knew the expectations, okay? You know I can't pay total attention to you right now. I love you so much. Okay. Yes. Dead Brain, Legless Radon versus Prime, Blood Flame, Shotgun Bow, Big Scythe Ansbach. Ansbach, leader of the Blood Knights.
Is he actually legless?
Yes, his legs
not
his
legless.
legs have rotted off. Radon's legs have rotted off.
Oh.
They are gone. The legs are no more.
And he can still fight you super hard despite that.
Because he's riding on his horse, Leonard. His horse, whom was born scrawny and sickly, and Radon, a giant of a man. He learned gravity magic purely just because he didn't want to give up his horse. So he learned gravity magic so he wouldn't crush his poor horse. Because he loves that horse.
That's sweet.
It is. Horse without
So-
destined death, immortal, lanky horse.
So
Not sure what you're saying.
weapon
there.
does Radon have?
Yep, that's what we're finding out. Okay, Radon, what you got? What you got, Radon?
Rattling.
We already got a great club. It's been used. The Duelist Great Axe. Alright. Radon is using the Duelist Great Axe, which is definitely something that he can do. His strength is off the charts. He's more than good for it. Let's see. It's just purely a big honkin' axe.
I mean, he's got strong power.
Nothing else special about it. Just big honkin' axe. All right. Onsbach, what you got? Onsbach, a Carrion Glintstone Staff. We've already got that one, so... A light crossbow! Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate.
That's very unfortunate. Okay, what kind of bolts does he have in his... He's got bone bolts. So basically, these are just regular bolts as well. Okay. All right. That's unfortunate.
Yep.
Onsbach not looking good. Okay. I truly wish he'd win too, but we'll see. There's still things can still happen. The arena is the Rhea Lucaria Library. Okay.
See, my understanding is Radahn is one of the top tiers of the setting.
Yes, he is.
Onsbach is not.
Onsbach is not a demigod, but he's one of the top tier mortals. And like I said, Onsbach is one of the characters that can fight alongside you against Prime Radahn, who's empowered by God Mikola. He canonically does die in that fight, but he is one of the characters who helps you and is able to fight on par. Yeah. Radahn on Leonard is going to have a really hard time maneuvering through the Rhea Lucaria library.
He does have a big axe, though, and Scarlet Rot.
Yes. Well, the Scarlet Rot is not actively damaging him, and he does not inflict Scarlet Rot on anyone else. The Scarlet Rot just withered away most of his body and his mind.
Yeah.
Rhea Lucaria Library. There we go. Alright. The Rhea Lucaria Library. So, we have got ourselves quite the situation here. So Onsbach definitely going to be way more maneuverable in here. Max, you've returned. Excellent. Chime in. Tell us. Yeah, start speaking.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've returned fully.
Excellent. All right, so we got Radahn, and this is Radahn as we encounter him in the Wailing Dunes. So he is, half dead from Scarlet Rot, brain, now smooth, no wrinkles. Against Sir Onsbach. This is in the Rhea Lucaria Library. Radahn got the Duelist Great Axe, so it's just a big honkin' axe, nothing else special about it. Onsbach got a light crossbow with regular bone bolts. And now we are about to see what kind of modifiers our bad boys are getting. And I'm really pulling for Onsbach. I really want Onsbach to do this. All right.
Me too.
Radahn.
I love Uncle Gale.
Yeah, he's the best.
I'm not.
All right. Radahn gets no modifier. Which is, you know what? Fair enough. He's already got the biggest debuff he could have right now.
Yeah, he's also one of the strongest demigods, right? So
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense. We don't want to buff him.
No. All right, Onsbach. We got a buff. Excellent.
Okay.
All right, what kind of buff do you got, Onsbach? Crimson Crystal Tier. Cool. So he's got one full heal that he can use at any time in the fight.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty big
Dad,
buff.
do we just push this?
That's a pretty decent buff for
Dad,
sure.
do I just push this for Island? This is going to be my first level.
Oh.
For Island.
Island?
I meant this.
Oh, that's how you set a clear condition. So, remember how before we said it? So, you can only win if you defeat Meowser. Or you can only win if you don't take any damage. That's what that does. You set those clear conditions.
I
Is it only these two?
think
Now, if you push
that
L and R, you can switch around.
Radahn with the Great Axe
Mm-hmm.
is significantly more able to win the fight than Ansbach with the light crossbow. Because,
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
like, even with the full heal, I don't think a relatively basic light crossbow with no modifiers to his bolts are gonna do anything against the guy with gravity magic. Yeah. It's not that different from the great sword, is it?
Yeah.
On top of that, the great axe is the strongest strength weapon in the game,
There
and
you go.
Radahn is definitely a strength in row. So he's pretty well suited to whooping somebody with the great axe, I think.
So here's where I'm looking at it from here. So this is the Rhea Lucaria Library. This is a lot of tight quarters. Radahn is a is a big boy, right? Even on Leonard, he's not gonna have a lot of room to maneuver around here. Also, Sir Ansbach, a library is just like, his home away from home. He is definitely gonna be able to.
Do we have another? Sorry, do we have another home arena match?
No, this is not a home arena match. This is just he's.
Okay.
I just made a joke because he's a learned researcher.
You also find him in a library, so
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Ansbach is definitely going to be able to go around the bookcases, go around the pillars, dodge around, take pot shots, and give him all those shots in the back, boo boo boo. And he's going to be able to stay on the move. He's going to be able to hide really well. And Radahn's just not going to have that same maneuverability. He's going to have a lot of blind spots. And Radahn, remember, his brain no thinky good right now. He no smarts. He's not going to be able to track Ansbach in the way that he would be able to in prior to the Battle of Aeonia. That said, he is more than capable of just breaking down all of these bookcases as he goes around. He could probably sneeze on them and knock the pillars over with his sneeze.
Yeah.
If Radahn destroys the pillars, the ceiling is going to bury them both. Yes, that's a big point. And if
the chandelier might fall anyway.
Yeah,
happens all the time with Vanilla.
Yeah, if the library falls in on itself, it's gonna do way more damage to Ansbach than it's gonna do to Radahn. So
True.
that's a big thing there. Yeah, Radahn could probably survive being buried. So I think that if Radahn were in his prime, he would know to track Ansbach and he would know to knock down all the barriers first, and then Ansbach would have nothing to fall back on and he would just, get squashed. But since this is not prime Radahn, since he is half dead and his brain no thinky so good, he's only gonna be, a bull charging at a matador here. Now, that depends on how. I think this depends on how much damage can Ansbach do between all of his barriers getting bowled over.
Personally, I don't think Ansbach is going to be able to beat Radahn, even with all the intelligence advantage. The strength difference, with the weapon especially, much too big.
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I I'm a big Ansbach stan, but I think given the situation, even with the type maneuverability, there's just not really a great chance here that he's living through this.
Right.
Hello.
And that's where I'm sitting at as well. I think that Radahn takes it, but I think that it's going to be a long, protracted fight in which Ansbach uses every resource at his disposal, but it's just not enough.
Rip Ansbach.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Oh.
Rip the guest.
Oh, there we go. We got Ash back in here. Hey. Hey. You're typing?
Wrong button, sorry.
Oh, alright. Whoa.
Hi.
Okay, you came in loud. You said that I would probably have to turn you up, but in fact, you came in quite loud.
Oh, well, that's a miracle.
Okay. Yeah, if Ansbach had a seal or blood loss, he would have had a chance. Absolutely.
So,
I
here's the
think it's also
situation.
worth noting
Radahn has the
that...
duelist great axe. Sir Arnsbach has the light crossbow with bone bolts.
Before you
They're
go
in
into
the-
Hugh, before you go into repeating all the stuff, why don't you first ask them if they're aware of everything up to this point?
Oh.
No, I've
Yes.
been watching. Yeah.
Oh, good.
All right, cool.
One thing I do want to add is, you have a very frail character versus a behemoth, right? And
Technically-
even though the behemoth, a big strong guy, very dumb, everything like you said. With Elden Ring especially, I feel like
Daddy,
this is a case of one hit is going to be enough, right?
Daddy, there's
Not necessarily, because Ansbach did fight against Prime Radahn. Obviously he's not evenly, and he did still die, but canonically he fights Prime Radahn, powered up by Mikola, and holds his own long enough to still have an impact on that fight. I don't think that he's so squishy that one hit from Radahn's gonna take him out. I do think that if it comes down to a straightforward smash fest, he doesn't stand a chance. But I think he's definitely going to survive, a couple strikes, at least long enough that he can make use of his Crimson Tier buff to get a full heal.
How much of their original kit do they keep in addition to the weapon that they get, or is it none?
Oh, they just the clothes on their backs and then whatever weapon they roll.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Ansbach's screwed.
So earlier before, Mikola wears a crown made of unalloyed gold. Because he's wearing that crown all as part of his clothes, he has access to ward off Scarlet Rot. So on.
Okay.
But I think that we have, we've debated this as much as we can right now, so let's start that poll. Who wins? Come on. There we go. Who wins? Radahn, Ansbach. And
Ansbach with the power of love.
the power of love. I was holding out for Ansbach. I really was, but I don't see him lasting long enough with this particular weapon, I think is the biggest problem. Ansbach is a formidable fighter, but this Radahn I think is stronger than Mikolan young Radahn, to be fair. You think that Radahn, half dead, legs rotted off his body, with no higher brain function left, is a stronger fighter than Prime Radahn with Mikola? What? Maybe I'm not understanding the way that you wrote it. Maybe you intended that a different way, but if it's the way that Old Radahn has more powerful gravity magic. His instincts still held up the stars. That doesn't mean that Prime Radahn wasn't able to do that. It just means that he had no need to... he didn't need to stop the stars in the fight against you. What purpose does that serve? Nothing. Yeah, of course it took a lot of fighters in the Radahn Festival to kill him. That's supposed to be a testament to how strong he is, half dead with no higher brain function.
Personally, I don't think Scarlet Rotted Radahn is, stronger than Prime Because, like, I could assume that Prime Radahn, after he gets rezzed by Miquella, would have fairly similar abilities to, like, half-dead legs off Radahn. Just, you know, not hindered by being half-dead with Scarlet Rot. So, in theory, this Radahn could also fly into the sky and summon a meteor.
Yeah.
In which,
Well, he doesn't
either
have
which way.
he doesn't have access to a weapon or spellcasting focus that would let him do that
Yeah.
in this fight.
Alright.
Okay, but I think it's gone on for a good time. We're 75% Radahn. I don't know who voted for Ansbach, but you have my heart. Thank you. Thank you for giving him that much. I appreciate it.
I think Miquella has his art.
All right, Ansbach, you are gone, and I am sorry. All right. Ansbach deleted.
And back.
Alright. Star Scourge Radahn moves forward. Ansbach gone. And next we come to a very interesting one. Melania versus Ronnie. The most powerful woman in the world versus the waifu. This will surely be something.
Ronnie has 4 hands.
Oh, please don't fall back onto that. Please don't.
She canonically becomes
She
the
does.
Elden god.
She can become the god of a new era.
And short for canonically.
No! I will punch you in the face!
You can't. So you're just gonna have to punch the screen.
Good job, buddy. Yeah, you beat it.
Don't do it. No.
Right.
Jeff, you're encouraging your son to do violence.
Oh my. Okay, come on. Where is Ronnie? Well, I know Ronnie's way at the bottom, so boom, Ronnie. I know she's the very last one.
I definitely feel like this one's going to be very dependent on booms and buffs.
Oh, very much so. Very much so, for sure. So
Imagine Ronnie gets a staff.
If Ronnie gets a staff, then she's gonna have so much going for her. Absolutely. And if Melania gets, Melania is the blade of Miquella and has has tasted defeat before. Well, yeah, she has technically tasted defeat before. Well, she has tasted a draw before. One draw against Radahn.
That is this to be?
Yes, that's
Putting
a B.
yourself up and getting yourself super rotted
My
doesn't strike me as
brother.
like a win.
I'm trying to write my brother.
Anyway.
So my is right there.
Okay.
Weapon.
R. All right. So Melania, what weapon does she get? She has. We already did the gazing finger.
Is
So
it R?
no.
Did I?
Spread crossbow.
Now what?
What bolts does she get?
Yep. All right. What bolts? What bolts? We've done 3
No.
crossbows and no regular bows. Melania gets. No, we're not doing another regular
what?
bolt. Meteor bolts.
I don't even know what that is.
I assume they explode.
All right, meteor bolts. Let's
Brother.
double check.
R?
And this is
magic damage.
this
R?
is ER.
E-R.
All right.
Okay,
So the spread crossbow. So she's firing these
My
out in
brother.
big in big spreads.
So it's my brother?
Shotgun crossbow.
Is that our last one?
Yep, that's it. All right. Yeah. So it does magic damage. Embedded with glintstone, they leave bolts leave a trail when they fire. Is it anything other than magic damage?
Some pierce.
Well, I was looking for like special effects, like if they're meteor,
No.
I assume gravity magic is involved.
Yeah, they're not even like homing. It's just
Apparently
like
it's glintstone.
Yeah.
yeah, they were
Okay.
made for the full moon crossbow, which is like a piece of crap. So
Right. Okay.
Oh, no.
So Melania, a famous sword master, Has to-
Shotgun crossbow.
has to use a shotgun crossbow that does magic damage against a master of magic.
Oh boy.
So, yeah, but yes.
Give.
But at least a crossbow is still dexterity based, and her fighting style is dexterity based. So we know she
Okay.
can still use it proficiently.
she's gonna be like a hunter from Bloodborne. She'll just be dashing everywhere and
Back.
Dead.
spamming shotgun shots.
All right, Ronnie, what you got? Ronnie has an iron cleaver. All right, so she can do some blood. She can do some blood loss buildup, right? Make sure I'm remembering the iron cleaver.
I don't think there's
correctly.
bleed on it. I think the iron cleaver is a great weapon. It's definitely undervalued, but I don't think it has bleed on it naturally.
No, nope, it doesn't. It does not. Okay.
It's a great cold weapon though.
Yeah. Okay, so it is a strength and dexterity weapon. Ronnie, we could make an argument that she has some dexterity for magic casting, but she is not a strength user by any stretch.
No.
So she's got not a colossal weapon, but yeah, a big honkin' weapon that she can't really swing around that proficiently. Versus Melania, who is known for darting around crazy willy-nilly with a dexterity-based weapon to do some shotgun magic bolts all over the place. Okay. Let's see here. Now, our arena. Where are they battling? Or is... I don't need that on my screen, thank you. The Elden Throne. So where we do battle with Godfrey and Morgott. The Elden Throne. Excellent. Yes, delete you off there. Okay, Elden Throne. Here we go. I knew exactly where you are. Boom. The Elden Throne. Here we are. Ronnie and Melania had a disagreement at the big council of the demigods, and they decided to throw hands. And for some reason, Melania's prosthetic arm stopped working as a sword. She can only use the hand on it. And Ronnie she forgot to pack her stuff and saw a cleaver lying on the ground. Now we have buffs, debuffs. Melania, what's going on? Melania gets a buff. Ronnie, no modifier, no change. Melania, what you got? The Golden Braid, so she's got 50% extra damage resistance to holy damage, which is not something that Ronnie uses even a little bit. So Melania's buff is pointless.
Love that.
So we are effectively super dexterous, darty around lady with a shotgun crossbow that shoots magic bolts against the wizard that doesn't have access to magic, and a cleaver that she can't lift super great. At the Elden Throne, it's a basic arena, not no extra rules in place here, not a whole lot of scenery to take advantage of. But we got a battle of the Empyrean waifus here.
Yeah, it's not ideal
This
for
is so
either of them,
cool.
but
I
I'm
accidentally
feeling a
started.
strong Melania here. Unfortunately, because I prefer Ronnie, but
Melania could theoretically also bloom,
I'm so...
and
So So
and spread her rot as well. Nobody wants
Okay.
STD waifu.
nobody wants STD waifu. So
So-
Rani has the Iron Cleaver.
Yes, Ronnie's got the Iron Cleaver.
That's not good for her.
No.
I want to make an argument that the cleaver is not as terrible as it could be for Ronnie.
Oh no, it's not.
Simply
It's not as terrible as it
because-
could be.
It could be worse. It's
Well,
not
so-
amazing.
So here's the thing, right? If you go through her
Mhm.
quest line, she gives you a great sword of all things, right?
Yes, which is
And-
which is by tradition a wedding gift from Karian princesses to their betrothed. Not,
And then, but
not
you,
something
you
that
also
they're required to use themselves.
Yeah, but she also gets the Finger Slayer blade for her whole quest for, killing Two Finger, right?
Right, which is a little dagger that doesn't require any significant strength to use.
Yeah, but my whole thing is that, like, because of tradition and because of this, like, with forearms especially,
Right.
it's not the... Obviously, she's not going to be skilled with it,
Mm-hmm.
but I think she can use it without too much fumbling.
Right. I'm not saying that I think she's gonna be like barely able to like lift it up or anything,
What
but
is the arena?
yeah,
What
the
arena are we in?
the Elden Throne. So we got Morgott just kind of standing in the back, judging them for being willful traitors.
Mhm.
So Morgoth's not getting involved.
No, that's just a joke. Morgott's just standing back, being like, willful traitors.
Lovely. Did we do buffs and nurse yet?
Yes, we did.
Oh, what's the buff?
Ronnie has no modifier. Melania has the golden braid, so she's got massive holy damage resistance, which is completely irrelevant to this fight.
So it's basically Rani with a big axe versus Melania
Cleaver.
with shotgun magic bolts. Does
Mhm.
Rani
Yeah, more like a
have
machete.
Special magic resistance. I guess she never gets in a fight.
Ronnie never actually is involved in a boss fight, and the one time she does actually get her hands dirty and fights something, we don't get to see it. The only
me.
thing that we know for certain is that she is a master of glintstone sorcery, which is kind of a given since she's the heir of her mother, Renala, the Queen of the Full Moon. And she's also a master of cold sorceries, being the student of the Old Crone, whoever that is, if that's actually even a real person.
She also instantly kills the tarnished if you bother her enough. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Well,
there's that too.
So I wanna preface that that is also within her rise, in her special sanctum, where you have to be
Okay.
aggressive to her first, where she has the opportunity to set up any kind of magic she wants ahead of time, as as a failsafe.
That's a fair mention.
Yeah. Yeah. I do see that. So basically it would be like she's potentially very strong. We haven't seen what she's capable of though.
They're both
Whereas
Empyreans. They both have the ability to ascend to being full gods under the right circumstance. But yeah, it's the world's greatest warrior against the arguably the world's greatest witch, but without access to her magic, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And the
Really?
world's greatest warrior is also not really using a weapon that she is super good with, but being all dexterity based, she's definitely going to be proficient. It's not going to be bad. I would say that the bolts being magic damage are going to be significantly reduced against Ronnie, just because magic is her whole deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I would even go so far as to say, like, she would probably have 80% magic negation, just like Moog has 80% fire negation.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
But even like with that in hand, Melania is just too damn fast, I think.
Is the amount of ammunition a factor?
No, the amount of ammunition's not a factor. They have bottomless magazines for the purposes of this tournament.
Okay. Yeah, like, it's a bit of a shame, but I think I have to agree with you just because, like, Rani doesn't... Like, it really does... This is really where it starts bothering me that you can't use magic if you don't have the weapon for it.
There's
So
some
like...
characters have it, like, innately built into their very being, like the dragons. Like anybody who is a host of the Frenzied Flame.
Like an Empyrean...
Yeah, and like Melania inherently has the Scarlet Rot as a physical manifestation of her body. So, they said, like, yeah, even she can just go second phase bloom, and now she's got Scarlet Rot, like, frickin' all over the place, and we know it infects inanimate objects too, so even if you want to say Rani's doll body isn't biological, it's still not looking good for her.
It's not.
Does this mean we can't... So, Rani doesn't get Dark Moon, even though Melania gets the Rot Bloom? I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like that's an innate thing. If Rani was a boss, she would be turning into a moon. Well, I guess she still needs to...
Turning into a moon.
I mean, that's right. They get
rough,
sucked up
buddy.
into it, and then they send it
rough,
flying. But I
buddy.
guess they still need a thing.
Yeah, in order to
Okay.
to do that, they had to defeat the Elden Beast and lay claim to the Elden Ring and be at the heart of the Erd Tree and all that. So that's not something she can just pull out of herself at any time.
I keep talking myself out of the points I keep trying to make.
I hear you. I want Rani to have a bigger chance here too, but I just don't see it happening as it is.
Yeah, I agree.
So let's get the poll going.
Yeah, I think unfortunately with the limitations on magic in the setting that it's just unfortunately one-sided.
It's irritant.
There's a lot of weapons that are both physical weapons and let you channel magic too, and there's not an insignificant amount in the weapon pool to draw from either. So it's not necessarily if Melania got a seal or a staff, there's not a goddamn thing she could do with those other than bop somebody over the head with a staff.
Like it's a sword.
So, in a duel, she loses. Even if Melania doesn't get rot, she still wins. I'm thinking, if Ronnie can properly switch bodies, I guess Ronnie could separate from her puppet body and go to a different body, but at that point, she's forfeiting the fight.
Did Ronnie steal Melania's body?
Going to bed soon? Alright, Justin. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you being here.
You going to bed soon? Why is he going to bed soon?
Because he lives in a different country. He lives in a place called South Africa.
Wow.
Yeah, they're
Cool.
in a
Who's his name?
completely different part of the world.
Who's his name?
Ronnie,
His name's
I noticed
Justin.
you avoided the
Justin.
question. Can Ronnie steal Melania's body?
No, I don't think that she's never been shown to be able to steal a living body.
Yeah.
And if she can, I think it would be the same situation as Radon and Moog, where the person has to die first and leave the vessel empty.
Alright.
Glimby,
I
Ranny
guess
is my
definitely
wife,
lab
but
side.
Melania would still win Sag. Yeah. I think Ronnie can only inhabit specifically prepared
It's a
puppets.
shame that
Possibly.
because
Possibly.
is that right?
I mean, that's
That's
the
a shame though. Because I wanted to see if the strategy I came up with for her against Mikola
Mhm.
would actually be effective.
Well, we won't get that opportunity now.
Rip.
At this point, we're good. 88%. Yeah, we're all set. We're all done. Ronnie, not the Queen of the Dark Moon, knocked out on round 1 by the world's strongest woman, which is Sag. I completely agree. Is very Sag. She's certainly my favorite.
She had a weapon.
And yeah. But that's part of the fun of the randomization. If everybody was like at maximum all the time, it would be very I don't necessarily want to say easy or like even cut, but there's at the end of the day there'd really only be one possible way for everything to go. And this way we make it all very unpredictable. All right.
I gotta run for a little bit.
Okay.
I'll be back in a little bit though.
Alrighty, have fun. And,
Thanks.
Hope see you back soon.
Yep.
Badoo.
Bye.
Melania moves on. Now we got Godric the Grafted versus Radagon, the second Elden Lord. For the purposes of this, Radagon does not have the power of the Elden Ring in him. And Godric does have all of his graftings, which does include the dragon's head that he pulls out in Phase 2. And I only say this because, as the weakest demigod of all, he needs it.
Yeah.
As the dude who is able to, get bodied by totally normal guys, he needs that advantage.
That's a shame.
So let's see here. Ba-da-ba-ba-bam. Radagon and Godric. Radagon and Godric. Oh, did I just?
Godric.
Nope, that's Rykard, not Radagon. Where? Godric. Boom! Godric the Grafted. And Radagon. There. Nope. Yeah, there we go. Radagon. Boom. All right. The second Elden Lord, Marika's other self. And I think it also kind of goes without saying, Marika has no influence over this. It's purely Radagon himself.
Yeah.
Now then. Okay.
Now, I'll be frank. My initial vote for this was Radagon beats
Add this to the
Godric.
hiding spot right here.
I don't think that's going to change. Does he need a staff?
Sticking around long enough for this last vote. Does he need a staff? He casts incantations, so all those incants be his main powerhouse. Absolutely. No. Staff is not what he needs. He needs a seal, or he needs a physical weapon that he can use for incantations as well. But all right. Let's get on in here and see what they got. So Godric is wielding the Grafted Blade Greatsword, which
How appropriate.
Godric the Grafted, yeah, is the Grafted Blade Greatsword, which is not actually something that is. It's thematically appropriate. But yeah, a colossal sword that's a whole bunch of other swords welded together just like the
Hey, he has the arms for it.
the Iron Throne in Lord of the Rings. Oh my God, in Game of Thrones. But yeah, wholly thematic. He is the grafted. He can use it. Yep, he's got the strength. He's got the dexterity. He can use it. It's just a big sword that's a whole bunch of other swords forged together into it. Let's see, the skill Ash of War Vengeance, temporarily. Okay, so using the weapon skill Oath of Vengeance on this is just a straight buff to all attributes for a short time.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Godric's getting he's getting a little bit going for him. He's got some stuff. All right.
He's getting the stuff he needs.
Mind you, I think that Radagon could, probably kill Godric by just, punching him, but we'll see how things go.
Let's see.
The Godslayer Greatsword. Oh.
Okay, Radagon.
Okay. The weapon used by the Glowmide Queen. Oh, the black flame that. Oh. Okay. And this is also a faith-based weapon, so Radagon is 100% good for it.
Wow.
He's gonna be summoning black flames of destined death and just. Oh my. Oh.
But can he channel with it?
No,
Can he do a magic?
He cannot use his incantations with it, no. But he's a strength faith-based fighter. This is a strength faith-based weapon.
And it deals fire damage.
It melts. This was the weapon used by the Empyrean who went out of her way to kill other gods. So, this is good. Just rain a rain of black flames upon Godric. This is Godric was starting to look like he was going to be able to do something, but all right.
Radagon does not need much to lose. Radagon does not need much to guarantee
make him
victory.
Yeah. Okay.
Godslayer's Greatsword sounds like much.
We've already done Cathedral of the Forsaken. Okay, the Three Sisters. So Ranni's home turf. Yeah, if Ranni had had this in the last match, I would absolutely give it to Ranni because I would have said that she has her instant kill.
She has an instant kill?
Yeah, Ranni. If you get aggressive with Ranni in her home base, she just instant kills you with a magic there. So.
Wait, can she do that with magic anywhere else?
No, she cannot. She can't do that anywhere else. Like if the arena was the Three Sisters last match instead of the Elden Throne, I would have 100% given it to Ranni.
Yeah.
Okay, Three Sisters. Do. Here we go. Three Sisters. Boop. All right. We have now got... Alright. Godric with the Grafted Greatsword against Radagon with the Godslayer's Greatsword at the Three Sisters. And there is a special rule here. Ranni's sworn glintstone dragon is also here and will attack anybody who is not associated with Ranni. Which arguably could be both of them, and arguably could be just Godric because Radagon is Ranni's father. So that's something that we're going to have to discuss if we think that counts.
Just to clarify, Godric is one of Ranni's siblings, right?
No. Godric is
No?
Godric is the distant descendant of Godwyn. So he is distantly descended from Godfrey and Marika. Radagon is the father of Rani, Radon, Rykard, Mikola, and Melania.
Yeah.
So we can talk if the Glintstone Dragon is gonna attack Radagon or not. But first, let's determine our modifier situation here. What do we got going on for Godric? Godric gets a buff. He desperately needs it. He needs it so bad. Radagon left Renala, so I don't think the dragon would look kindly upon him, and Rani killed herself to escape her fate of the Empyrean of the Two Fingers and Golden Order. Yeah, I totally hear that argument for sure. She's trying to overturn the Golden Order that Radagon is desperately clinging to, so... Radagon also gets a buff. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, Godric, what you got? The Magic Shrouding Cracked Tear. So he's gonna have a 50% buff to magic damage he deals, which is nothing, because he does not have any magic attacks. Radagon is the no, we already got the two-handed sword talisman. Dragon Crest Great Shield has been used. Immunizing Horn Charm. Alright, if this were in... oh boy. The Immunizing Horn Charm, I'm ruling, makes you immune to poison and scarlet rot. I mean, it doesn't actually make you immune in-game, but for the purposes of this tournament, I'm ruling it's total immunity. But there's no poison from the arena, there's no poison from Godric, there's no source of poison or scarlet rot in this fight at all. So both Godric and Radagon's buffs are completely irrelevant, totally pointless.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Wonderful indeed. So, let's see here. Deals no magic damage. Yeah, Godric. Buffs do nothing for both. Godric buffs himself to be stronger, but Radagon has passive Black Flame every hit of the sword. Yes, he does.
Yeah, I think Radagon wins. No, not even close.
Yeah,
I don't think I have to explain very much why.
Ash, you've been silent for a little while.
Yeah, just been looking through everything. I definitely feel like this is more Radagon favored.
Yeah. This one feels like a landslide to me. Even giving Godric the dragon head grafted on, this I don't see him pulling out a win in any scenario. It's just,
yeah, I mean, the Black Flame by itself is very potent.
Does anyone have any other thoughts? Any other discussion to kind of make this not so immediately Godric gets stomped? Emperor Mist, grafted sword with dragon head is powerful. Sure. Yeah, he buffs himself with the skill, and then he's got stronger fire to blow out. Okay. And yeah, Black Flame OP. Yeah, Godric does have storm skills. Yes.
That was so embarrassing.
They are skills. They are not spells. You're correct. I 100% agree. Those are skills that are not spells. But even so, he is the weakest of the demigods. He is laughed at by even the common folk, not even the other demigods.
I'm so embarrassed by these guys. I need to delete one.
Yeah.
Delete.
Well, yeah, he lost to Melania, but who doesn't lose to Melania? The only person who hasn't lost to Melania is Radon, and even that was a mutual KO. That was a tie. And that's, yeah. So, yeah, poll time. I don't.
Yeah.
Really? I'm so embarrassed. Come
I just don't
on.
think the grafted sword buff is going to be enough
so easy.
to like rebalance it back, right?
It's actually really
Yeah.
I don't know that it's necessarily a stop from the start, but I definitely don't
literally
think
is
that
so
Godric
easy,
can
but I
keep
just
up
can't get a
with
win.
everything from Radagon.
Sure. Yeah, he was the weakest before grafting, yes. He was also the weakest after grafting. Yeah, exactly. With Dragon Head, he's still below them, yeah. It looks like... I mean, I can see Godric maybe pulling the sympathy card and getting like a tricky hit in by groveling and pretending to be, I'm so meek and not, but that's questionable if that would work on Radagon, who is very single-minded and dogged in his pursuit. If only he grafted a lobster, he'd be unstoppable. You think he'd be arrogant?
Yeah.
You think Godric would be arrogant if he was faced with the second Elden Lord? Interesting.
No.
What?
Even patches wouldn't troll Radagon.
Dude, I jumped. What is
You,
that?
why do you think Godric would be arrogant? You think, like, because he's the last of the golden lineage? Because he's the last, quote-unquote, descendant of Godfrey, since Mohg and Morgoth aren't publicly recognized figures? Oh yeah, he was arrogant against everyone that we saw, but we also know for a fact that
Okay, I can get past all that.
as soon as things turned against him, he turned into a little whiny bitch baby. Homestead made easy. Yeah, hey, that's totally fine if you can't stay long. Just I'm happy to have you here as long as you can. Just showing up and giving that support is awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's been sitting here at 100 for this whole
forgot I
time.
said
I think
that
we're
for
good.
But I have to push that thing.
We're good. We are good. Godric did not. The last of the golden lineage was not able to withstand the champion of Golden Order fundamentalism. Okay, Godric. Delete you out of here. Gone. Bye-bye.
Dedrick.
Godric.
No, he's not Dedrick. That's something else.
Radagon is the winner. Now we have Midra, the Lord of
Dad,
Frenzied
does
Flame,
that-
versus the Lich Dragon Fortisax.
Dad.
This is going to be intense.
Dad,
Yes.
does the frog make the sound for the whole game?
Yes, it creates the sound effects. So you can choose a bunch of different sound effects out of there. to put around.
Tempest, also known as Justin.
All right. We got you're off. All right, bye, Justin. Have a great time. You're saying Lich Dragon because Death Blight? Well, we'll see. The flame of frenzied death burns away all, frenzied death. The flame of frenzy burns away all things, including death. So we will see.
Thanks.
And then Ashes will be back soon after doing that. All right. So let's get our fighters up here. We got Fortisax. We got Midra. Not Midra's Mance. We want Midra. And Swamp of Aeonia. No. Okay, where is...
It sounds the same.
on? Okay, where... Okay, there's Midra. Boom! Midra, the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Let's... and scooch you over a little bit. Okay. Fortisax. There we go, Fortisax. Boom. Fortisax! Alright.
But does it do the sounds when you like hit those blocks?
Mm-hmm. It's wherever you put the sound effect, it'll activate when you like touch that square. I think it's different depending on what things you put the sound effect on. There's different situations. Like, see, right there, you have to touch these squares in order for those sound effects to activate. All right. Now, to find out what they are working with. So, we got ourselves Midra. So keeping in mind, the Flame of Frenzy is something inherent to Midra. It's not the weapon he uses.
You can just do that. You can just do that whenever.
Malekith's Black Blade?
Interesting.
Oh, we have the power of Destined Death plus the Frenzied Flame. Oh.
That's interesting.
Oh boy. This is... So, Colossal Weapon, Strength, Dexterity, and Faith. We know that Midra uses all of those things. He's perfectly fine with it.
Yeah. A sad shadow of its former glory.
Yes.
Really? Huh.
Oh, man.
And then Fortisax gets something.
Yep. Fortisax...
may or may not actually be relevant.
Fortisax is a Lich Dragon. He's an ancient dragon. He's got a special lightning incantation of his own. He can spew Death Blight. And now he also has an Albinaric bow. He's not using that bow.
If it was if it was a sword, I could see him using it, because even in his image, he's dual-wielding lightning spears.
Mm-hmm.
Not the bow.
Yeah, he's not using that bow.
That sounds like a poor quality bow.
It doesn't matter what kind of arrows he rolls. He's not using that bow. I don't see him using it at all. All right, where are they battling? Cathedral's done. Stormvale Castle. Okay, Stormvale Castle. So the entirety of Stormvale Castle is their battleground, which is, I think, even more advantage towards Midra, honestly. They've got ballistas and battery mounts and anti siege weaponry in Stormvale Castle that he could make use of. He can infect all of Godric's men there with the Flame of Frenzy to operate the ballistas for him. That is that's what I am thinking. Of course, Fortisax can then also just frickin' lightning blast them all. But, it's a trade-off. Oy vey. Do we even know how Frenzy Flame infection even works. I think you need to endure Frenzy Flame to be infected. That is an argument that can be made, yes. You have to succumb to despair in order to be infected by the Flame of Frenzy. If you're exposed to the Flame of Frenzy, then it's constantly gnawing at you. And eventually you become inflicted with it. Can that happen immediately, or do you have to last a certain period of time? That is a question. But we know that it spreads like a disease. And
I think
inflicts
another
everyone.
question is, does Death Blight affect Midra? Since it's supposed to only, like, in game, right? I don't know how this necessarily translates to lore. It only inflicts against Tarnished.
Yeah, that's because it's purely meant to be a PvP status, so that you don't just insta-kill any in-game enemies. By lore, it should affect basically anyone.
Okay.
Now, that being said, he has Malekith's Black Blade. That is is the source of destined death. That is the rune of death, basically.
Yeah.
And that is the source of Death Blight. That's where it comes from.
Can I also clarify, is Fortisax immune to madness?
No, Vortisax is not immune to madness. I mean,
So-
in game, by game mechanics, yes, because just like Death Blight, madness is another PvP only status.
Amazing.
But by the lore, there is nothing in all of creation that is immune to it. It is, by its very definition, all-consuming.
Mhm. So my thought is, could madness stun Fortisax for long enough for Midra to do? Because madness as a status effect. Did we roll buffs for
No,
them yet?
I'm just
maybe-
about to.
Let's do that
Alright.
first, and then I'll...
Alright, Midra, no modifier. Fortisax, buff. And Fortisax gets the Faith Not Crystal tier. So all of his faith-based attacks, which are going to be all of his dragon lightning, are going to be 50% damage boost.
It's quite big.
That is
Because that
huge.
would include his Death Blight, wouldn't it?
No, that would not include
No?
the death. No, Death Blight is not a faith based.
Fair enough.
Or is it actually? Let me. What items use Death Blight? What can inflict Death Blight? What weapons? Because resistive stat mitigated by these things. Yes, but what can you use? Okay, skills and spells. Fia's Mist, Death Lightning. Oh yeah, Death Lightning, which is one of Fortisax's dealios.
Okay, yeah, there you are.
So yeah, his Death Blight would also. Well, the Death Blight just is a meter that rises up. It doesn't do like damage. It's like once the meter's full, boom, instant death.
See, this is interesting because if we're going by pure health, Midra's got like the most hit points in the game other than Rykard. But if we're going by status effects, I think there's some sense because madness. If Fortisax gets afflicted with madness, he is going to be stunned and take a bunch of damage, which opens him up for Midra to do more madness and more damage with a weapon that's very well suited for him. On the other hand, if Death Blight works on Midra normally, Midra could potentially just be instantly killed if the Death
Yes.
Lightning cranks that up high enough.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. And Emperor Mist, you bring up a good point. Deathblight persists on the field for a while. That's important to remember. Also, the arena is all of Stormvale Castle, so if it sits in one area for a time, then it's fine. There's a whole rest of this castle Midra can run off to. It's very defensible. Like I said, I think he could easily, even if he can't infect Godric's soldiers with the Flame of Frenzy, and have them use the ballistas and the mounted crossbow turrets and everything against Fortisax, then he at least still can run to those positions himself.
Yeah.
He can just fly
He has a lot
around
of
all
damage out.
crazy.
He has a lot of potential damage output and
How do you spell
essentially stunning.
There's so many places that he can just run
Dad,
to that
I say
Fortisax doesn't have the opportunity to follow, at least not without just destroying that portion of the castle. Fortisax has to siege this whole damn castle before he can take Midra one-on-one.
How do you spell
Yeah.
fine?
F-I-N.
F-I...
What do you think, Ash?
Fine.
I mean, I thinking back to what Emperor said a little bit ago about Madness and Fortisax,
Fine. It's just
I'm
a
still not entirely convinced that Fortisax can be affected by Madness, just with being a Lich Dragon, being already undead, and I mean, kind of already insane, right? I feel like
it's not the same thing as going crazy. It's it's an infection that explicitly goes out of its way to to affect everything. It infects the environment around you, inanimate objects. It's like a creeping disease that affects everything. Just like Deathblight is. And the entire point of it is that it's to melt all of existence down into the one great again.
I guess the problem is one of them more powerful than the other? And if so, would that grant one fighter resistance or even immunity to the status effect of the other?
I would so. That's a hard one to say. Midra was not initially a fighter himself. He was a sage. He was a researcher. Not even of the wizard kind. He was just a scholar. Once he succumbed to the frenzied flame and became its lord, it was like a switch got flipped, and he just became a super badass warrior. Fortisax, on the other hand, is one of the most powerful ancient dragons around, was the personal best friend of Godwyn, and is now a lich dragon after having spent his time basically kind of living as one with Godwyn in a way. It gets a little complicated in that sect, but that's a whole other thing, not particularly relevant here. So Fortisax definitely has more experience, but the fact that just becoming the Lord of Frenzied Flame took this scholar who'd never seen combat before in his life and turned him into a super skilled ultra warrior is something to really look at. Fortisax, though, is definitely gonna have high resistance to fire. Just
I think it's also hard to quantify because of the battleground.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yes, you can say that Midra has access to all of these emplacements, but, I mean, it's also a dragon, right? That can fly
Look at-
out
both
of
those are just
range.
gonna,
Like, it becomes
So
a bit
cool.
of a... Like,
Mhm.
how... Which begs the question, like, how far can Fortisax hit with his lightning attacks and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Because I feel like you need to address that before you'd be able to say who really has an edge, and because whoever has an edge gets the advantage on applying their infliction,
Mm-hmm.
whether that's death, blight, or madness. And I think that is going to be the real decider of the match.
Sure. So the way, I mean, yeah, Fortisax could theoretically just fly high above Stormvale and then just continuously rain lightning spears down upon it, and death lightning and all his other lightning, and his just
Blights, right?
regular death blight gas breath. But the thing is, like, in all of the dragon fights, and you could argue that it's just gameplay convention, but really any dragon could just fly above you way out of range and just blast you with their breath weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But then, you would have no possible win condition and the game wouldn't be fun, right?
Exactly. Like I said, that's why I feel like that has to get decided before anything else can be decided, really.
So I would
I
want to
mean-
treat it more, like how it actually is experienced in game.
I mean, I guess the thing
otherwise,
is, would
there'd
Midra's
be no other reason.
destined death? Sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. Would Midra's destined death weapon affect Fortisax in the slightest?
So that's
It is very close range, is the part of it too.
Yeah, I would say that that's one of those things that's really difficult to really gauge, because the Rune of Death is what is the source of Death Blight. Specifically, the Rune of Death being incomplete. But this is basically the Rune of Death, like, in full-on sword form. So then it becomes the question in my mind of, can he just, like, complete Fortisax's death instead of it being a partial death? Just, finish severing the cord, as it were. Or could it theoretically be used to say, like, oh, this death blight that's coming at me, which only exists because of a partial death, is now getting waved away because here's the complete full thing. That is a much deeper metaphysical question that I don't think we can really get any solid answers to, We just kind of have to use our best judgment on that.
Yeah.
But we know for a fact that Death Blight could affect Midra, and we know for a fact that the Frenzied Flame can burn Fortisax into nothingness. So yeah, like you said, Ash, it really, who's gonna be able to get their all-consuming death status effect first?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say this, the destined death, like, that doesn't prevent the Lord of Frenzied Flame from using the sword that automatically inflicts death, like, destined death anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, that's a passive thing, isn't it? Like, you hit with the sword, it does destined death at the person.
Yes, but also the skill that it comes with launches a blast of destined death energy as well.
Oh, there you go, then.
So I
I
think
think
Go ahead.
I feel like the edge has to go to Fortisax, just because, like, any armament of the castle it's going to be, those are typically fairly large things. They're fairly hard to use. I do think that, Frenzied Flame especially, I feel like Midra isn't going to be lacking some awareness to some degree, even though being a really strong fighter and everything, right? I feel like it's going to be less likely to take that into effect, which means the opening of the fight, I think Fortisax gets the edge, and then it really comes down to deciding, can Midra deal enough damage before Fortisax gets enough, Death Blight stacked, really.
Sure.
Because I don't think Fortisax is going to deal so much damage on its own that he's going to just kill by raw DPS. I do feel like it's going to be a Death Blight victory. And with that buff as well, that is going to speed that up, in my opinion.
True. The Faith Not Talisman is definitely a major factor with basically everything that Fortisax is capable of.
Oh, I'll be right back again. Gotta get my food.
I need to eat some lunch myself. I haven't had anything ever since breakfast, which was a bowl of cereal and then one bite of a breakfast sandwich that my dog stole the rest of.
Yeah, Sneaky Pup is pretty sneaky.
He is pretty sneaky.
That's why you call them sneakers.
Yep, sure is. All right. So I think at this point we've deliberated and debated all that we can here. I'm gonna go ahead and put the poll up. This is one that I find incredibly difficult. Incredibly. So
It's partly because there's no real consensus on what the outcome is.
Yeah. There's a lot that's just like a lot of how does one thing affect the other. We don't have the knowledge for that. But so with that, I got the poll up. That's it. I need to use the bathroom again, and I need to actually have. Oh boy!
I voted. I'll say this: my original vibe check was Fortisax wins. I don't know.
I need to actually get something to eat because I'm starting to get the blood sugar shakes. So.
Yeah, go have food.
Be back shortly.
So, if any of this
Back.
would ever
I do think the poll is accurate. I do think it's going to be
like this video?
a close fight.
This
I do
video
personally lean
will
more towards Fortisax, but either way, I think it's going to be a very good fight.
lots of monsters and
Yeah, there's lots of monsters. I know.
okay. And also, I'm done talking with you.
That's right. You think would win.
Okay. Now let's see what I can do in my room. Yeah, sure, I'm going. No. That's what I can do.
Okay. Like, I think Ashley, you are right, because between Frenzied Flame and Destined Death, Midra has a slight edge on just the Death Blight. and there are arguments that, yeah,
I think it's the other way around. I think Fortisax has the advantage partially because of the buff and just being able to open up at, I feel like, greater range to start things off.
yeah.
I feel like Fortisax would be able to start
in
stacking.
theory, yeah.
And that's the thing too, like, because the sword can only stack in melee range because its skill is melee range, its attacks are going to be melee range.
Yeah.
I do.
Mitra does have his own frenzied flame magic as well, which is internal.
Like I said, though, I think it really comes down to the fact that Fortisax opens up at a greater range. That even once that range is closed, that I don't think it's enough to compensate for the stacking of Deathblight.
I see the logic.
I do, like I said, I do. Well, while that is obviously how I feel, I do not think it's absurd to think that Midra wins. I do think it's a close enough fight that there's so many variables at play that you could very easily argue for either side to win. Out of all the ones I've been watching for out of this, because I was lurking a while beforehand. I was around a little bit when the stream started and stuff. Before I decided I wanted to sleep more. I do think this is probably the closest fight I've seen.
Please don't pop my balloon. Oh, 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 yeah. Please don't pop my balloon. Oh, 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 yeah. Please don't pop my balloon.
Because I think we had a very close fight earlier on.
Oh, 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 oh,
where with
please don't pop my balloon.
Are you singing for everyone?
Melina and Godfrey.
I'm not understanding.
No, yeah, no, we did. Melina got a lot of edges in that one. And then
where is that door?
Vike and Blath.
Okay.
We had Vike and Blath where we had a pretty close one for that one.
Oh, super close. That was so hard. Okay, I have some food. I'm good.
Yes.
Alright. Oh, this is...
Do not.
Okay, this is a close one.
Do not pop my balloon.
It's been close, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, that was plenty of time while I was out there.
Yeah, we were just discussing while you were gone. I was saying I do agree it's very close. I think you can argue for either side, and I don't think one side winning over the other is necessarily a guarantee. I do think there's just too many variables, and I do think it's a little bit up to what people feel.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of personal interpretation here for sure.
Exactly. So
absolutely.
I think it is very solid either way, and I think either one getting a win is entirely deserved.
Yes, I completely agree 100%. So with that done, we only have one dragon left in the tournament. The Dragon Lord Placidusax is the only remaining dragon. Okay. Midra moves on. Fortisax is gone. Last match of round 1. Oh my god, it's been a long journey to get here. Morgott, the King of Kings, last of all kings, versus the loathsome Dung Eater.
So a
They all
god
have
versus I don't know what the term is, but someone who likes eating poo-poo.
Do not pop my balloon.
Oh man, this is gonna be an interesting one because I'm not sure if the Dung Eater would even want to fight Morgott. he venerates omens. He wants to bestow the omen curse upon everybody.
I don't think the Dung Eater's powerful enough to fight Morgoth, even if he gets to that point.
Dung Eater is actually a pretty strong fighter. He's very tough.
You reckon?
Do not pat my
Okay,
Alright.
Morgoth and Dung Eater. Morgoth and Dung Eater. Where are you guys at?
Do not pat my one. I really don't want that. Oh, I
Come on.
was
Ah,
joking.
Morgoth. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
The character who used to be my favorite demigod before Mesmer. And Dung Eater. Boom, there we go. And the loathsome Dung Eater. There it is on his death screen. Quite interesting that Midra became a Lord of Frenzied Flame after enduring it after a long time while not being grasped by the three fingers. Morgoth renounces his omen blood and uses pure Erdtree incantation plus some other stuff. Dung Eater uses the omen curse to curse others and also uses the vengeful spirits. Yes, very true. This is very true. So that's the question of like, will the Dung Eater want to not fight Morgoth because he's an omen, or will he see Morgoth as a traitor to his own kind and want to take him out?
How do you spell my?
And why?
Why? Okay.
Okay.
My
Now, what do they got?
castle. How do you spell castle?
What weapons they
Do a space.
How do you do a space?
Remember to push the Y button.
And
Okay. Morgoth.
C.
So Morgoth is a strength and faith-based fighter. What do we have? Yes, C. He's got meteorite staff. So, intelligence glintstone weapon.
Now what?
Not good for Morgoth at all, but he can still use it to whack the Dung Eater over the head with pretty hard.
S. Is it
Can he
S?
not use it for
Maverick,
his face
you need
spells
to be
then?
patient. Yeah, K, C, A, K, A. Meteorite staff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just double checking. Got train of thought derailed there. C, yeah. A. Okay, yes. Yeah, so. Bada boom, yeah. It's the only thing he can do with it is just whack someone over the head with it.
S.
So
Yes.
no.
S. Oh, no, just go right here and push that. That's castle. Yep. Select it. Boom. My castle. You got it. Okay, and
So
now.
you can't cast with faith with it then.
No, you cannot. He can't cast incantations with it.
It's
Alright.
alright.
The Dung Eater uses the Axe of Godfrey.
That's a pretty strong weapon.
Okay, Axe of Godfrey. Bada boom, bada boom. So we got ourselves here just a straight up colossal strength weapon. It is just all about being that giant smashy.
What does the Dung Eater normally do?
Let's see.
Okay, that's a good demonstration of how he does that. What does he do to get to that point beforehand?
Also, let's see the skill of it. Regal Roar.
Yeah.
Boom! A big stomping shockwave, followed by, a bunch of slashies. Now, I honestly don't remember what the Dung Eater does, at all. He uses a quality Sword of Milos. Okay, so quality means equal parts between strength and dex.
Okay.
So Sword of Milos, that's his standard. Okay. It is a great sword. Okay.
Okay, so
Get away
But
from me.
it's not a colossal weapon. But I see Dung Eater being strong enough to use Godfrey's axe.
stands to reason.
Okay, and it causes bleed, and it's all strength dex, all physical. So yeah,
Okay.
Dung Eater's not gonna have any issues with Godfrey's axe whatsoever. He's gonna have that pretty good.
Sounds sensible.
Yeah, if he's not totally strong enough to use it, he just two-hand it and then he's good.
It's fine.
All right, so where are Godfrey? Where are Morgott and the Dung Eater fighting? Nope, that's like the fourth time. The precipice of anticipation. Otherwise, this is where Patches would have been at his best.
Eat Patches.
The precipice of anticipation is the start of the game. Just a high cliff with a chapel that's just crumbling all over. Like, the place is gonna fall apart at any moment, basically.
Oh.
Honestly,
So
if Dung Eater uses Godfrey's axe's weapon skill too much, I can see him just crumbling the ground underneath him and falling off.
potentially he could also crumble the ground underneath Morgott.
Potentially. Yeah, Morgott, he can just do a wacky whack with his stick. But that's not too far off from his normal fighting style, so...
Dad, how do you switch?
Precipice
People?
of anticipation. Here we go. Precipice of anticipation. There we go. All right.
Precipice of Ant.
How do you
Switch the character you play as.
Yeah.
So we gotta go into settings, which is right here. That wrench is the settings, and then you change who you want to be right here.
Blue Toad.
Okay, Toad, and then you go down to OK to
Okay.
confirm it.
Blue Toad.
Yay! All right. So Morgott, glintstone stick, Dung Eater, Godfrey's axe, precipice of anticipation, super high up, really windy, place is falling apart, anyone can fall off the cliff at any time. What are our modifiers? Morgott gets a debuff. Things are not looking good for the King of Kings. Dung Eater, no modifier. Alright, Morgott, what you got? Nope, he hasn't had a fight yet, so that's not relevant. He starts with a broken arm. He's got a broken arm.
I'd be more concerned about that, except he's only got a stick. Does it matter which arm it is?
Left or right, Emperor Mist? Doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter if it's left or right. It's not like there's a dominant hand situation. It just means that it just means he's got to use his other hand. So, all right. Yep. Morgott with a stick that he can't use for casting against the Dung Eater with Godfrey's axe, and Morgott has a broken arm, so he can't two-hand things, and he can't use left and right stuff. You just gotta pick a hand and then whack stuff with it. So there is one benefit for Morgott here, and that is that he can still use his Omen blood for blood flame attacks. That's not something he needs a seal for. It's not an incantation that he has to use a seal for. He just throws his omen blood. However, that is something that that is like his absolute last resort, because he despises his own omen blood. He hates that he's an omen. He is like only gonna he's only gonna resort to that if he has no other possible avenues for victory.
I get the feeling he's gonna have to use it a lot sooner than he wants.
Mm-hmm.
He's not well equipped for this fight. And
No.
I think at the time, because at the time that I did my vibe check on the group.
Oh, Ash dropped out. Oh, sad.
Yeah. At the time I did my vibe check for the group, I said Morgott would beat him.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm really not sure.
Under normal circumstances, I think that would be a fairly
Yeah.
good thing. Oh. But
Because none of that was accounting for weapons and buffs and that.
well, gotta go take care of some stuff. Might be back later. We'll be lurking on the side. I think that Morgott is at a significant disadvantage here, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, I think...
I will be back in a second.
Bye. Yeah, I think this goes to the Dung Eater. I think the Dung Eater is gonna be like, "Whoa, it's the guy. I'm gonna make him use his omen blood." Oh, and then he does it, and then he's like, ah. Well, it would be a shame to stop now, and then kills him.
So, yeah, the Dung Eater's armor is some of the heaviest and most protective in the world, in the whole setting.
Oh,
So that's it lets you just straight poise through a lot of stuff.
that's neat.
But something to also keep in mind is that regardless of what weapon he has, Morgott has ludicrously high strength. He is absolutely someone who can just, smack around big stone pillars and crumble them. Which is
It's
not
easier to do
something...
that when you don't have a broken arm.
Sure, but he's still got a good arm,
Yeah.
So, I don't think he's at as much of a disadvantage as it might seem, but he definitely has. He definitely does have a lot going against him for sure. I think that keeping in mind that the precipice of anticipation, there is so much opportunity for either of them to fall off the side. And even more so for the Dung Eater, because he can easily just accidentally crumble the ground underneath him with Godfrey's axe.
Baron, I will say, if he does that and then he changes his attack, it's a big swing,
Let's
which
go!
could throw Morgott off the cliff. I think the weapons. I think the axe is just as likely to throw Morgott off as it is the Dung Eater. That's my conclusion. Is yes, it could knock the Dung Eater off, but it's such an explosive weapon that could easily do the same thing to Morgott.
Potentially,
Morgott's
Morgott's a lot more agile, though. I don't see him getting hit by it nearly as much. When it does hit, it's definitely gonna have the possibility of sending him off for sure. But Morgott is, despite his size, he's very quick and very jumpy. Then, if he does take a hit, he'll probably start realizing, like, oh, God, I have got to rely on that, and start flinging blood flame around, which is not gonna. I do think that raw strength is gonna be a bigger benefit to him against the Dung Eater than blood flame, though. But it's one more thing. I think that Morgott. Oh man, this is so hard for me to say. I think Morgott is like. It's like a 55-45% like towards Morgott, in my opinion. Just by his raw stats, he's got what he needs to take out the Dung Eater, but that is just like my opinion, man.
I'm not sure. It could go either way. I think there's a point that with Dung Eater, you know, Morgott can send an attack his way, and then the Dung Eater can just straight up power through it because of the poison in his armor, and just deliver a massive hit back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if they're trading blows like that, the Dung Eater will win out.
So I don't think they would be trading blows, though. Morgott's not going to stand there and take it.
Mm.
If he had the broken leg debuff, then that would be a lot harder to say that he could like dodge around. But he's just, you know, one arm's not good. But we got the poll in there, so let's get our votes and see what's gonna happen. Bada bing, bada boom. Get them votes. Get them votes. Because right now we only got 2 votes and 3 votes.
Just posted 2 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm. All right. So chat has gone down significantly from where we were before, but you know, we're pushing through. We're gonna get all the way through and crown our new Elden Lord. Let's get this. Let's get this. Still 3 votes. Still 3 votes. Let's give it another minute. Come on, folks. Come on. We're still going. We're still strong. And I'll go ahead and call it now. Dung Eater wins at 67%. Which makes me very sad, but that is the will of the people right now.
Nice.
Okay. Precipice of anticipation, go. Alright, Morgott, my second favorite character. You go bye-bye. You lost to the loathsome Dung Eater.
Yeah, if the Dung Eater becomes the Elden Lord, we're in for some deep, terrible stuff.
Alright. Dung Eater is go. Alright, round 2. We begin with Moog versus Melina. Moog and Melina. Whew. Alright. What do we got going on? Let's get them up here. Moog and Melina. Come on. Where they at? Moog. Boop. Alright, Moog. And Melina. Alrighty. So this is gonna be an interesting one for sure. And so, let's see what they are working with. Moog has Krapus's Black Key crossbow. Okay. I don't think that's something that he could use very well at all. He is not a dexterity guy. He is a strength, faith, arcane guy.
Yeah.
Alright. Krapus's Black Key crossbow is a fairly short-range crossbow that just does some kicks. Yeah.
What does this button do?
That's a timer. So that's how long you have.
I really wish we could do it together.
Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't have any real effects to it. It doesn't look like so. Yeah. No special abilities or effects whatsoever. So let's find out what kind of bolts he's using in this crossbow.
Yep.
Nope, we're not doing regular bolts again. Stop. No, oh, I see why, because these all got put on, like, different... These got put on freaking different, lines. Okay, well, let's just... Nope. Okay.
Remove the weapons that you've already...
Alright, so he's got blood bolts. Bloodbone bolts. They cause blood loss. Which is a huge benefit to Moog because he is always under the effects of an ability that grants him a buff anytime blood loss occurs.
That's pretty strong, actually. Like, he's not much of a dexterous person, but if he's gonna be sniping with a crossbow, he might as well be one that makes him stronger.
And Melina got the Godslayer's seal, which, depending on if you think she's the Glowmite Queen or not, is incredibly appropriate. So, the Godslayer's seal is that's a seal that'll let her use her incantations.
Oh, she got another seal.
Mm-hmm.
Good lord.
She's doing good. She's doing pretty good with all of her stuff. It's a seal for the Godskinners, those who follow the Glowmite Queen, with their black flame, and the whole killing of gods stuff. So, a 10% boost to Godslayer incantations, which is she does not use Godslayer incantations as we see her in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, she might end up actually being the Glowmite Queen, but that's not confirmed, and she does not display any such abilities herself in game when you can see her doing some battles. Which, let's see, and it's how is its incantation scaling again? I think it's a pretty good incantation scaling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It scales with face.
Well, like those aren't really what we'd be looking at. Like, incantation scaling has its own specific thing. But no, we're good. She's doing good. She's doing good with that for sure. Absolutely. So Moog not doing so great with his weapon, but it can if he can get his bleed procs off, then he can get it to work pretty well. He'll get himself buffed. and then he can just like go in with his pure raw strength and slap Melina upside the head.
Yeah.
Where are they fighting? Bellarat Tower! Alright. They are fighting in Bellarat Tower. Let's just go over here and do this. Alright. This is where the Divine Dancing Lion is found. So, Bellarat Tower Settlement. Excellent. So the seat of the Horn Scent Society. No special things here. It's really just a pretty big, sizable arena for the most part. There's no kinds of cover that they can hide behind. Nothing to really use to their advantage.
Okay. So they're in just kind of a neutral spot.
Neutral spot, yes. Now, let's check for modifiers. Moog has a debuff, and Melina has a buff. Things are not looking good for Moog. Alright. Moog, what happened to you? You got the broken leg!
Oh.
Okay, Moog's got a broken leg, and Melina, immunizing's been used. Erdtree's favor. Okay.
It's the first favor we've seen.
I mean, yes, but that's beaked. There's not a lot of things that have, like, favor in the name. Erdtree's favor raises her hit points, her stamina, and her equip load. So, like, if she had rolled, like, a colossal weapon instead of a seal, like, she would be able to use the colossal weapon now, basically, with the increased equip load. But yeah, HP and stamina though increase. So we'll call that a 25% increase to hit points and stamina. Which, when we factor in that Melina is already a real jumpy lady that has the same fighting style as the Black Knife Assassins and just runs around and jumps around a whole bunch. And Moog's got a broken leg, so he can't run around a whole lot.
Yeah, but he's got a crossbow. He doesn't necessarily want to run around.
But he would be much better off tossing the crossbow aside and running straight in to smack her upside the head with his raw, giant strength. That crossbow's not going to be doing him a whole lot. He's got to hit her with a few bloodbone bolts to trigger the blood loss effect, which then buffs him. But other than that, it's not gonna. He can't use it very well. He's gonna have long reload times with it. I think Melina is just gonna be able to run circles around him with. Establish a minor Erdtree here to heal from, run over here and throw a holy light, run over here and do a discus ring. I don't see Moog getting out of this, like, really at all. Chat, anyone in the chat that have any thoughts, feelings here? We got some any ideas, opinions. Oh, it's actually showing just you and me on there right now, Hugh. That's concerning, even though it's showing we got more concurrent viewers right now. So I guess there's just viewers who are not not logged in or not in the chat then. All right. Well then. Any other thoughts from you? Oh, yes. Melina has the Godslayer seal, Emperor Mist. She's got the Godslayer seal, and she's been buffed with Erdtree's favor, so she's got 25% extra health and stamina. And Moog has a crossbow he can't use very well with bleeding bolts, and he has a broken leg, so he can't move around very much. Yeah, she can use she can use minor Erdtree, and she can use some other incantation abilities. Some like actually, what are the exact things that she can use that would because like I said in her first match, the fact that she can use the minor Erdtree and it requires Faith 70 to use and the minor Erdtree is a secret incantation that only herself and Marika know. Like, it seems unreasonable to assume that she doesn't have any other incantations at her disposal.
I'd say that's...
How do you spell
I agree
where?
with that.
Blade of Calling.
Daddy?
Hold on. And she also... Okay, so she uses the minor Erdtree, and Miranda's Prayer is another incantation she uses. Which I am not... Miranda's Prayer is where the Miranda flowers make those beams of light shoot up out of the ground at you.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
How do you spell where?
Put an H at the end, and then you're good. Yep.
Where?
Good job. Wah! So that's where we're at. Melina has got her normal jumpy, dodgy fighting style. She's got more stamina, more health. She has got a seal to use her magic with. Establish a little healing spot here. Make some beams of light shoot up at Moog here. And Moog is gonna be struggling to even use this crossbow as he pivots around on one foot trying to keep up. Basically, if he had the broken arm instead of the broken leg, he could just run in and smack her.
Yeah,
with
that is a good
his good
point.
arm. But
that is a good point.
yeah, she's just gonna run behind him. Yes, he can still use his wings, but keep in mind that if he flies with his wings, then he's still got to land at points, and landing on a broken leg is gonna that's gonna be so bad. That's awful. He doesn't
suck.
He doesn't have the high dexterity to use this crossbow very well.
Yeah.
Can always headbutt her when he lands. Yeah, that's probably his only recourse, really, is to try to dive bomb her and headbutt her with his horns. So, any other thoughts to throw out there now?
Not really. Sounds like it's as a fair warning, I am probably gonna dip out after this. Just
Okay.
because I've got a lot of
Nice. Okay, understandable.
brain.
Dang, this has taken way longer than I thought it would. But okay.
Yeah.
Pull up. There we go. And I think that this is a clean Melina sweep, honestly.
Probably.
Okay, let's try to drum up some more.
How do you say okay for Luigi?
Okay. Okay, right there.
Mo.
Yeah, let's try to drum up some more interest, get more people coming in again.
Yeah.
And Luigi.
Okay.
I need to be Luigi.
Get things going some more. What the? That's weird that it would do that. Okay, got that put out there. Yeah, I don't think I have anyone to directly message right now. Alright, we got...
I've been asking people.
Okay, we got Fenris Sulfur. Hey. Good, cool deal. Welcome.
Hey.
Try to get some more people coming in. No, wrong thing. Get more attention, please. Alright. So, okay, somebody voted for Moog here.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Well, good for you in this situation. But at this point, I think we are good to call that one. Boop. So, Moog has been taken down.
Here I thought he was going to be third.
You were very strong on the Moog train before, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Moog is out.
Before I head out, here's what my vibe check based rankings were when I initially made them. I believed that Rykard would take third place by beating Mikella after Rani beat Mikella. Second place would be Moog, and then first place would be Rani.
All right.
Which, at this point, the only one who's going to be of that original podium who's even going to be possibly on it is Rykard.
True that. Yep, Melina going for
Mikella,
that.
ironically, might make it up further.
Dad, this is called exploring. Exploring Squooshed.
Cool. All right. Next match: Count Emir versus Malekith the Black Blade.
Yep. So I'll head out of this now. This has
A
been
10
good.
coin, let's...
Absolutely, it has been good. Thank you so much for being here for so long. I appreciate it. I know this has been going on for quite some time, so...
Yeah, it's been like 7 hours at this point.
You've been part of it from the beginning, so thank you.
Yeah.
Do you know what's called
Cheers.
Squooshed? Squished.
Malekith and Emir. Malekith and Count Emir.
Do you know it's called Sorry Squished?
Okay, Malekith. Boop.
And do you know why it's called
Henrik. And Count Emir. Boom. All right, Malekith and Count Emir. Here we go. No, I don't know, Betty. Now then, what are they gonna have? Count Emir, you got yourself... Nope, Rose's axe got picked before. Claws of Night. Okay, Claws of Night, which is actually a weapon used by one of his enforcers. So, kind of appropriate, actually, that is the case. Claws of Night, a claw weapon. that only scales with dexterity. So he's definitely got he's got dexterity. We'll say for sure. They deal magic damage. Yep, and they to do partially ignore blocking. So he's compare this with his finger
when
creeper
you ever,
summonings, then he's actually doing pretty
bounce
good.
on this tiny block right here. You get 5 flour.
All right. So now, what do we have going on with Malekith? Malekith, what do you got? The Venomous Fang. All right. Venomous Fang is also a claw weapon. So we Count Emir and Malekith both got claws, man. They gonna claw it up. All right. But the Venomous Fang is, well, it's got poison. So Malekith gonna poison Count Emir up in this. Bada bing, bada boom. Now, where are they matched at? The Bestial Sanctum, so where Malekith lives. Malekith's got home turf advantage. All right.
Dad, there's this type of thing where instead of these green, it's orange instead.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is it possible for that? Because I want it to be like that.
I don't know how to change that, buddy, and I am doing this.
I think you have to make really good levels to do that.
I think you need to listen to your mom, buddy, since Mom got home.
Listen to mission.
Okay. Bestial Sanctum. Where? There we go. Bestial Sanctum. All right, and we can even see Malekith is in his Garank form right there in the back. Haha. Home field advantage goes to Malekith. And the fact that he's an unstoppable warrior of death, I think, is already going to be pretty tight again for him. Now let's take a look here. What do we have going for us in terms of buffs and debuffs? So Emir is gotta have a buff. He needs a buff to stand a chance at this point, I think. Malekith, no modifier. Okay. Count Emir, a Cerulean Hidden Tear, unlimited magic power for a little bit, but he doesn't have anything to cast with, so that isn't gonna matter. That's not gonna matter to him. Oof, one of the best buffs, and it's not relevant. It's to someone who could have made great use of it. Oh, sad day indeed. All right. I mean, Count Emir can still, try to overwhelm by summoning a bunch of finger creepers, just birthing finger creepers all over, but Malekith with his poison claw, I think, is just gonna rip and tear right through the hordes until he gets to Count Emir, and then he's gonna rip and tear Count Emir apart. That's really as far as I can see it. I don't see any other situation popping up here to change that. Yes, Hidden Tears last 10 seconds, which is not necessarily what's going to be happening in this particular situation, but it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter, because Emir doesn't have anything to cast with. He doesn't have any kind of scepter or staff to cast his sorceries. So, any other thoughts going on from the chat? Any other opinions that you want to try to sway me with before I open up that poll? As a matter of fact, I'm just going to kind of jump on to getting the poll started now. Unlimited magic for about as long as he'll make it. Yeah. I mean, if he had something to cast with, that would make a difference. But in this situation, he don't got that. Okay, let's start that poll. And Malekith versus Count Emir, or Count Emir versus Malekith, rather. Let's get it going. Oh. And while I have that running for a little bit, let me try to get some more. Get some more eyes going on here. You. Potentially maybe. Send. Oh. Yeah. We good there. And go back over to Discord, try to get some more sent out here. Send that out. Maverick, you need to be done with screen time. You need to be done with screen time, Mavi. Mommy's.
I know.
Okay, so let's pause this. No, Maverick. That's not gonna help the situation. We can save it where it's at right now, and you can come back to this one later.
Can I just try this out one more time?
Maverick, you need to be done.
One more time.
Sweetheart, buddy, you need to be done with screen time.
Sweetheart.
You have school tomorrow.
So?
What do you mean so? You know the rules. The only reason that you had screen time today is because I've been focused on this. Come on. Mavi, do I need to start?
Oh, that's cool.
Do I need to start counting?
Stop! Let me just try to travel around and have some fun and make some new adjustments.
You've been doing that all day, bud.
No, I mean crouch.
You've been doing that all day.
Boink.
Alrighty. Let's start getting into some things. PB the fourth? Sorry, I can't stick around to watch, but congrats on the subs and great stream. Oh, thank you very much. That's very appreciated. Just happy that you stopped by even just to say anything.
Crouch. Jump.
Mav, you need to be done. 1, 2,
I'm just gonna die.
3.
I'm just trying to die here, okay?
Maverick.
Alright.
Okay. Alright. Go on upstairs, buddy.
And also,
I love you.
I did that on purpose, right?
I love you. Of course I know you did on purpose. You ran right for it and jumped right in.
And also, I told you.
Give me hugs. Oh, I love you so much. Mwah. You're the best. Alright, go see Mama. Okay.
Mama, I made...
Now, let's end this poll.
Is a water level.
Boom. Alright. Malekith, crushed Count Emir, and I'm not sure who gave... that was frozen. It was just stuck at 3 votes on my side, but then when I closed it, it says that it had 7. Okay, something didn't catch up on my side, I guess. That's fine. That's fine. I am happy and glad for that. Okay. Boom. Malekith moves on, and Count Emir has been crushed by the Shadow of America. And so... Bada boop. Malekith. Up and submit. Mesmer versus Dragon Lord Placidusax. This is one that's guaranteed to be crazy. I feel it in my bones. Alright, Mesmer and Placidusax. Let's do it. Let's do it. Mesmer, I have got full confidence in you. Let's make it happen. And Placidusax and Mesmer. All right. Mesmer is over here. Good deal. Placidusax, move you back over here. There we go. All right. Time to determine what they got. Mesmer, you had better get something super awesome. Okay, Smith script Cirque. So he's got the weapons used by the ascetics, which is gonna be interesting. All right, so he can do at range. He can do a bunch of throws. He can do. It's high dex, and he's a high dex fighter, so he's definitely good there. Oh, did I not put the... Yep, boom, there we go. Smith script Cirque. Okay. Anything else that should know about this particular weapon that might be applicable? Oh, it also scales off of intelligence and faith. Okay. Why intelligence, I wonder? That is interesting. But it's very low with intelligence and it has a very low intelligence requirement, so yeah, Mesmer's totally fine to use it. No problemo. But other than the throwing and stuff, does not seem like he's got anything else that he needs to worry about for this weapon. So, Placidusax has an Omen Cleaver, which we can pretty much guarantee he's tossing aside to just claw and bite and Godzilla breath. Omen Cleaver. Mute the TV that my son left with Mario Maker turned on. Okay. Omen Cleaver, yeah, it doesn't do any passive anything. So, nothing. Yeah, no. Yeah, so Placidusax tossing that thing aside, he don't care. He don't care at all. And now, where are they fighting? The Forge of the Giants! They are fighting in the Forge of the Giants! Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, you gotta be in here, right? In here, in here. Come on, come on. Nope. Probably skipped right by it, but that's fine. I will just grab it out of here. That'll be much easier. Forge of the Giants, Forge of the Giants. And gotta massively rescale you. There we go. Alright, Forge of the Giants. Mesmer has the Smith script Cirques. So, and whoo, dancing, pew, pew, as well as kind of his natural fire to imbue in all of this as well. Then, yeah, Placidusax just doing a Placidusax thing at the Forge of the Giants. So this is a fight on the rim around the forge itself, which means that, the chance of falling over, falling off is definitely a risk for Mesmer, Placidusax can fly. So, not so much a risk for him. But now, we gotta take a look-see for any buffs and debuffs that may be happening here. Mesmer. Mesmer has a buff, and Placy's got a debuff. Okay. Mesmer has the Claw Talisman, so jump attacks are going to be extra powerful for him, but jump attacks are also going to leave him a lot more vulnerable to getting knocked off the side of the forge. Placy. Placy is poisoned. Placy is poisoned. Alright. So, Mesmer with Smith Script Circ. And Claw Talisman. Plus 50% jump attack damage. Versus Placidus. No, that's not how you spell Placidusax. Placidusax, while poisoned. Arena Giant's Forge. Mesmer can also turn into his giant flying snake. So, I don't think the Abyssal Serpent actually flies, or at least I don't think we see it fly at any point. I mean, it dodges around a bunch, and he magically goes into the floor. I think he melds with the darkness itself, but I don't think it flies. Your mileage may vary on that, I guess. I'll have to really look over all of that again. But yeah, Placy has definitely got a mobility advantage here for sure. Considering, yeah, he can fly no problem, and just sort of go around the place and try to just sweep in with his lightning claws and blast with his breath. Mesmer can definitely, he can continuously throw at Placy while Placy's flying around, so no problems there. He's got plenty of ranged option, but can he avoid falling off the side of the forge is the question. That's the real big one. If Placy lands and fights on the rim with Mesmer, there's a risk that his jump attacks could knock him off, but Placy's also just so big that I don't think he's really going to want to hang around on the edge, because he would just end up tipping over and having to fly anyway. So the way I see it going is that Placidusax is going to focus on flying around, staying mobile. Mesmer is going to be able to cast his fire. It's innately within his his very being. But Placy's got a lot of fire resistance. He can throw those circs all day long. Bro couldn't stop falling out of his own arena in my game. Into your game, huh? Oh, that's embarrassing for sure. Very embarrassing. Okay. Oh, man. Mesmer, though. Oh, jeez. I love Mesmer so much. Am I gonna be too biased, though? Mesmer, what... You and Dragon Lord Placidusax, what do you think's gonna happen? Uh-huh. Well, you would say that. Oh, he said that the Dragon Lord has no grace of gold, and so he must be burned to ash. You would. What about his golden flames? Come on. Okay. Well then. Alright, any other thoughts from anyone else out there? Let's get some feelings. Cause I think that Mesmer is definitely gonna have the enough combat experience to be fighting with Placidusax, sure. But is he gonna be able to not die? Not just plummet to his death? If he destroys the Eye of Grace and unleashes the Abyssal Serpent, takes his Abyssal Serpent form, I could see him being a lot more mobile. I can see him, like, melding into the shadows of the Forge. I think that would be a good equalizer, but is it enough? Is it enough? That is so difficult. Placidusax is going to be... He's taking constant poison damage the whole way through. Okay, constant poison damage. Oh, God, this is hard. This is difficult. So, I think that it's time to toss it into the voters and see what you all decide here. Because, oh boy, Mesmer. Oh, nope, that's the question, not an answer. Who wins? Mesmer, Placidusax. And start. Alright, poll. There we go, there we go. This is a tough one. This is a very interesting one. Alright. Oh, I really should have cut the number of brackets in half, honestly. Trim it from 32 to 16 would have made it way more manageable. Make this go in a much better situation, I think. Alright. Huh, why is this saying that it's got 0 votes when I know for a fact that I voted? That's weird. Ha! I can even see the bars on here. Then the lengths compared to one another, but they both say 0 and 0 votes. That's funny. That's just weird. YouTube, you on crack. You on crack, YouTube. Fix your stuff. Fix your stuff. What are you coming down here all huffy gruffy for? What's up, buddy?
Mom is acting like a weirdo.
Mom's acting like a weirdo. You got a crusty on your nose. Let me take it off. Let me get that crusty off your nose, buddy. There we go. I got you.
Is that how you pause?
No, that is mute. That turns the sound off. Okay. Well, at this point, I think we can go ahead and end the poll. Oh, we just got another one that dropped it into 50-50. Okay. Okay, things are not as straightforward. Not as straightforward now. Oh, I think I hear Mommy calling you, bud. No. Oh, man. Very... Oh, man. Oh my gosh. I might have to end this early to address the situation.
Just knock it off! You can read your dumb book!
Oh boy.
Oh, I don't want to.
Oh me, oh my.
No.
Okay, spread some more word. Try to get some more in. Try to get some more people in here. Mavi. Maverick. Mav. Yeah. I mean, you can't just sit there stewing, being all grumper pants. There's nothing in here for you, bud. You may as well go have fun upstairs. Hey, hey, hey.
You almost made me
No.
destroy.
Maverick, it's okay.
Sneakers made me do this to the wall.
No, that's been like that. That's always been there, bud. Mavi, if you're gonna be upset like this, then I need you to leave the room. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Well, we have okay, we got more votes in there, and tie has been broken. So let's go ahead and yeah, let's end it. We got Mesmer the victor, 60%. Ooh, that was close. All right, well, take this on out of here. Bada boom. Mesmer. Okay. Placidusax, you're done. You're gone. Bye-bye! Mesmer, make you invisible again. And now... Bada boop. Mesmer victorious over Placidusax. Vike versus Rykard is our next match. This is gonna be... This'll be interesting to see for sure. Okay, Rykard and Vike both near the bottom. Excellent. Haha! Okay. Rykard and Vike. Let's do this.
I was really getting sneaky, right?
Aw, you were getting all sneaky, trying to sneak up on me.
I was trying to live my best life in your closet.
Forever! Alright, Rykard is wielding the Erdtree bow. Cool deal. So...
We should have way more pellets to make a fort.
The Erdtree bow does holy damage, I believe. Yep, holy damage. And is pretty decent at that. Scales off of dexterity, faith. He's definitely got the faith for it. Dexterity, I'm gonna say... I mean, it scales more off of faith than it does dexterity. So yeah, I think this is totally fine for Rykard. He's got a giant Erdtree bow. If he doesn't just straight up burn it out of spite, since it is Erdtree bow. What kind of arrows? What kind of arrows is he gonna be having with this Erdtree bow? Ammunition. Maybe.
What? I'm not naked.
I know you're not naked.
I'm just practicing sneaking up on you.
Oh, Mabby. Okay. Arrows. And he is gonna have Okay, boom. We get to the grates. Ah, friggledy-biggledy. What arrows he got? Nope, we're not doing that. No. No. Come on. Okay. So just so fletched arrows. He's got regular arrows that he's firing from his enormous Erdtree bow. Bada bing, bada boom. Now, what do we have for Vike?
Dad, I made it into the castle.
Erdtree seal.
Dad, I made it.
Okay.
I made it.
That's very cool, Maverick. That's very cool. Remember, I'm busy, buddy. I love you. Alright, Vike's got the Erdtree seal. Another really good seal. So he's got all of his dragon cult incantations. He's good for them. Very, very good for Vike. Also, all of his frenzied flame incantations. Boom, he's good for those. Vike is doing good. Vike is set up for some success here. Now, where are they going to be fighting? Redmane Castle. All right, Redmane Castle. So, this is another one of those situations where we have a really big, massive thing that isn't able to really maneuver around a big base. But Vike is. Redmane Castle. Boom. So, that's definitely something to consider here. Redmane Castle also has one of the Virgin Abductors in it, which are made by and follow Rykard. So he's got one person on the inside, one unit, one on the inside to he can sick on Vike. Very interesting there. Oh, that's not what. Now, are we doing any modifiers here? Rykard has a buff. And Vike also has a buff. Okay, Rykard, you got Strength Not Crystal Tier. Rykard's strength is even higher, which is not going to impact his bow or his his sorceries, but just his big old thrashing with snake limbs is absolutely gonna be massively increased. We got a 50% strength increase there. With snake thrashing. And Vike, did the Claw Talisman. Kindred of Rot's Exaltation was pulled out before. Faith Knot was done. Spell Drake was done. Bolt Drake has not been done. So Vike's buff will give him big benefits to lightning damage, but unfortunately for him there is no such damage to be had in this fight. So we got Vike with Erdtree seal, so all his incantations, he's good to go. That's Dragon Cult incantations, he's got all his lightning, he's got his Flame of Frenzy stuff. And he's running around Redmane Castle, while Rykard is gigantic, just kind of plopped down in the middle of Redmane Castle. He's got an Erdtree bow that's firing regular fletched arrows, and everywhere around. Yeah, he's got by the nature of him existing in the middle of Redmane, he's gonna have some issues. He's going to create some issues for Vike running around, I think. This is going to be really difficult. Absolutely big time. I think that Rykard's going to end up winning this just because anytime Vike comes out of any hidey holes to try to attack, Rykard is going to be able to fire an arrow, or he's going to be able to just smash with a big snake limb. Mavi, please go upstairs. Remember, you're done down here. You need to go upstairs. I love you. Don't blow air in my face. Okay. That being the situation, we are in a, yeah, I think Rykard's got this one. I think Vike could have had situations where he'd be able to win real good. He is, in essence, a player character. He was the closest to becoming Elden Lord already. But I think that the way the situation has turned out is not favorable to him. So we will go ahead and turn it over to poll. Who wins? Rykard, Vike. And boom. Poll is go. All right, let's vote, 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 vote. Who wins? Who wins, everyone? Come on. And okay, we got some more viewers popping in right now, it looks like. Hell yeah. Let's get this going. For anyone who's not aware, the current situation here, Rykard and Vike are fighting in Redmane Castle. Rykard has the Erdtree bow with regular arrows. Vike has the Erdtree seal, so he's got access to all of his Dragon Cult and Frenzied Flame incantations. Rykard has the Strength Knot Crystal Tear, so all of his physical snake limb thrashings are at a major buff. And technically there is a buff for Vike as well, but it's the Bolt Drake Talisman, and there's no source of lightning damage against him, so it's not relevant to him in this particular match. Unfortunately. So, let's get some. Alright, anything else? Anything else? Yes, no. Alright. Then I think we are good to end it. Rykard, 100% of the votes in this one. I understand it. I understand it. Okay, just gotta send out quick notice. Oh boy. Okay, just got a message from my wife. Just let her know. Okay, so at this point, I gotta say that 5 p.m. is the latest that my anniversary streams have ever gone, and that's going to be the same case here. I had anticipated this ending sooner, but this has ended up just taking way longer than I thought it would. I massively, massively underestimated how much time that this all takes, unfortunately. But that is how it goes sometimes. So, Vike is donezo. Bye-bye, Vike. Rykard, let's hide you there. And now, to make it official, Vike loses, Rykard wins, which means in round 3, we're going to have the giant fire snake duo duking it out. Mesmer and Rykard. Ew, that'll be interesting. But for now, we have Sir Gideon Ofnir versus Mikola. Oh, also, that means that Rykard took the Mikola's Great Rune off of Vike. That's something I gotta remember. Okay, so while I'm setting up Gideon Ofnir versus Mikola, throwback out there, yeah, so 5 o'clock is the latest that I can take this. So since we're almost certainly not going to be able to get through the rest of these in the next hour, I will have to do another stream, a follow-up at another point to finish this off. Gideon and Mikola. Gideon. Boom. Alright, Gideon, you are over on this side now. And Mikola. There you are. Mikola, you're on this side now. Boop. There we go. Excellent, excellent. Ha ha ha. Now then, to determine what they each use, we are going in. Okay, Gideon has the horn bow. So that is a bow that works off of intelligence. Not terrible for him. He can definitely use that. He can definitely use the horn bow for sure. Which means that we now need, yeah, magic damage, physical damage, scales off of dex and intelligence, yep. Mighty shot, boom! Which means that now we need to determine what kind of arrows he uses. He's got... no, that's not a thing. Okay, Saint Trina's arrows. So, he's got... oh, he's shooting Mikola with arrows made from Mikola's other self. That is beautiful. That is beautiful, if I do say so myself. Okay. And what does Mikola have? Mikola has the Giant Crusher. That's definitely not something he's going to be able to use whatsoever, is it? It's just a colossal hammer. Does it do... yeah, it's pure strength. Made from boulder. Yeah, it's got nothing to it other than being a really big frickin' hammer. Mikola cannot do jack all with this weapon. Not even slightly can he do anything with this weapon. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. So, time to determine where they're fighting, right? We gotta figure out where they're at, which is, nope, Bestial Sanctum's been done. Precipice has been done. Shaman Village! Okay, Gideon and Mikola are at Marika's home village. So, there is a special rule for Shaman Village, because it is being bathed in the light of the minor Erd tree that Marika left there. Shaman Village is going to have a constant healing effect on everybody there. Constant regen for all people involved. Which means that you gotta overpower that and just really deal the damage. Or, in the case of Mikola, just get that charm effect in there. Boom, Shaman Village. Okay. So I guess what the first questions that we want to ask is Mikola going to have the chance to charm Gideon, or is Gideon going to be able to keep him at a distance with the horn bow and even put him to sleep with the St. Trina arrows? That's a question. Mikola can't use any of his incantations, so no rings of golden light or anything. He's just got a giant hammer he can't even lift. Oh boy. So but now we got to determine if we got any buffs or debuffs. Gideon, no modifier. Gideon's exactly as is, and Mikola also exactly as is. So there is no change. No change. Everything's exactly as we thought it was. Technically, Mikola wins by default because of charm. No. So he might be able to win by default. Remember, he has to be able to actually use it on Gideon. He's got to get it into to do that charm. So it's not a 100% instant win situation. Gideon's got a really good bow that he scales super well with. He's gonna fire off those magical sleep arrows from St. Trina. Mikola, is he gonna be able to get in fast enough, or is he gonna be able to use his charm on Gideon before he's put to sleep? Once he's put to sleep, then the question becomes like, is Gideon gonna just like walk over and then strangle the poor boy? Gideon's absolutely physically more imposing, physically stronger. That's the question. That's the question that we gotta ask ourselves. Can Gideon put him to sleep? Can Gideon overcome the healing effect of the minor Erd tree in the Shaman Village they're in? Because Mikola does not need to out-damage the constant healing in order to win. He just has to get the charm off. If he gets the charm off, boom, he wins. But is Gideon gonna be able to put him to sleep with St. Trina's arrows, with the powerful intelligence-based bow, the horn bow? That is the question that we must ask ourselves and determine for certain. What are we thinking? What's anyone thinking out there? Abby, I know you're sneaking around.
Why do I not get to be in here?
I just thought you would want to do something more fun.
TV is the funnest.
Well, you're all out of screen time, buddy. Yeah, no more screen time for you. Don't you lick my arm.
That's what you deserve to get.
Sure.
Can I pretend I'm just playing a video game?
You can pretend anything you want to pretend, as long as I'm able to focus on this, bud. Okay, well then. Doesn't look like anyone is saying anything in the chat. So, I guess we'll go ahead and toss it on into poll now. See what happens. Who wins? Gideon, Ofnir, or Mikola. Start. Alright. Poll is going. Alright. I have certainly cast my vote, so we'll see what everybody else thinks.
It's no go. I can't actually pretend it. It's just...
Well, yeah.
I need actual funness.
Maverick, why don't you go draw something or practice your Beyblades?
Meh. Meh.
Meh, meh. Maybe you can play a board game with Mom.
I was, but Banana Blast didn't work, and I am not...
Okay, no yelling. No yelling. Hey! Maverick! Absolutely not. Oh dear. I think I'm gonna have to call it after this match, just so that I can go and take care of my son and make sure that he's entertained and not throwing tantrums. Oh, okay. All right, looks like we got 4 votes in right now. Let's get some more votes. Anyone else? Let's see what we have going on. This is definitely not a guaranteed victory for Mikola. So, how we want to interpret this situation. Any others? We got at least one more person who can cast a vote. If anyone else is going to, let's definitely do that.
Rough.
Maverick, after you did that, after you knocked this stuff around, you cannot be down here right now. You need to go upstairs.
Rough!
I will be done soon, and I will go up and play with you. I will go play with you. I will go play with you soon. 1, 2, stop. 3. Maverick, I will go play with you soon. Please go upstairs. No.
No!
Maverick?
No!
Absolutely not. You need to go.
No!
Now.
No!
Maverick, you need to
No.
go upstairs now.
No.
Maverick, this is not appropriate to be doing right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will be up soon. Go play upstairs. I will go play with you soon. I know. I'll be up there to play with you soon. I love you. Please go. Please go. Mikola also got that God-induced PTSD. Yes, he absolutely did. He looked into the heart of America, and what he saw terrified him. Oh boy. All right. Let's go ahead and end this now. We got... Boom. Alright. Yep, Mikola wins. 75 to 25%. Mikola wins. So let's go ahead and end things off here for now. My usual Thursday live stream, I will go back to this and see if we can get this finished up. And until then, come on. Get you off. Mikola, you successfully won. And Gideon, where are you at? Come on, Gideon. There we go. Gideon, you're deleted. You're done. You're gone. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming. Everybody who came, everyone who participated. I want to thank my special guests. Remember, go check out Glimby's channel, which is at Glimby_. He's got some very fun, very good videos for sure to go check out. And with that, we will finish this off another time. Oh, let's make the victory official for Mikola. Boom. Mikola goes forward. Boom! And with that, have a wonderful rest of your day, night, whatever it may be. 1,000 subscriber special, 5-year anniversary. This has been a great time. Super happy to have all of you here. Honestly, never realistically thought that I would get to this point. So we will leave it there, and I hope that this experience is one that makes you want to just shout out a great big hell yeah!